Hi, good morning. Welcome to the September 20th Planning Board meeting for the City of Miami Beach. It looks like, Nick, I forgot to ask you, we're not operating in a hybrid format anymore?
Well, the board has to be physically present, but members of the public can still dial in online, and actually applicants can participate online too.
Okay, all
But
right.
no,
So-
the board is in person.
All right, so
Yeah.
we're still operating in a hybrid format. I'll throw it to Nick to kind of introduce whatever we need to say to the public with regards to the way we're operating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the board. Today's meeting of the planning board is still conducted in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. To participate virtually, members of the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Next, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to swear in anyone who will be testifying on any of the quasi-judicial applications, so please raise your right hands. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, I didn't get my minutes in my package, so I'm gonna just, if there's anybody who had a chance to review the minutes, have any issues with the minutes?
I move to approve.
All right, it's been moved. Any second?
Second.
It's been moved and second for approval of the minutes from the last meeting. Anybody opposed? All right, by common consent, we'll move on to the next item. And I want to make a adjustment to the agenda. On item 7, the discussion item on affordable workforce housing, we had the Housing Authority here, which we requested them to be here, and the Housing Director. The issue that we have is that they have a time limit, so they would actually present and then leave, and then we would have a discussion without them. So I don't think that that's the right thing. That's not the reason we brought them to the chamber. So if no one has any opposition, I want to move that to next meeting, which will be October 18th,
October 20,
October 20-something?
I think it's 20, give me 1 second. 25th? I think it's October 25th. October 25th.
Okay, so to the October 25th meeting. So does anybody have an issue with that one?
I don't have an issue with that, but for scheduling purposes, can we make it whatever the equivalent is of a time certain so that they can block their calendars
We can do that.
and plan around so that we don't have to repeat this?
Yep, absolutely, we can do that.
Thank you.
All right, so seeing no opposition there, we'll move that to the October 25th meeting, and then there was one other. Let me, bear with me 1 second. Item number 3 has been withdrawn. It's already on the withdrawn list, so never mind. All right, with that, we'll move forward with the agenda as printed with that one modification. So, yes?
Is item number 3 withdrawn? Sorry. Technical difficulties. Okay, hello. Is item number 3 withdrawn, like it's gone forever, or withdrawn for this?
Nothing's ever gone forever.
Are they thinking, I mean, is this just a continuance or a true?
I'll be gone, hopefully
Don't
when they
even.
want to bring it back, but, you know.
Okay, so we think it's gone unless it gets resurrected.
It would, yeah, the commission would have to reauthorize an additional sale. At this point, they're withdrawing their offer, and so the item is withdrawn.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent.
They're going to outlive my term on their request, let's put it that way.
Stop rubbing it in there.
So we have items 3, 4, and 5 are withdrawn.
All right. All right, with that, let's move forward with the agenda, with the rest of the printed agenda. So we'll pick up item number, do we have to do anything?
We have one more request for continuance, item number 2. The request is to continue that to the October 25th meeting.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. They would like to continue it to the November. What is the November meeting? November 22nd meeting.
Can I ask why? I drove by the house, and they didn't have one of those pink signs for notices, first of all. So I don't know if they're really interested in pursuing this.
I think the applicant is here.
Through the chair, may I respond?
Yes.
Emily Walter, Burkhardt, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. We actually submitted an application and then retained a new architect and are prepared to submit new drawings on Monday.
But there's supposed to be a pink notice that this was coming to the
Continued.
board that's stuck in the ground. And I'm just saying that there was no notice in front of your home that you're representing. It's a single-family home, right? It's a one-story?
Correct, and this is proposed a lot split application for 2 new homes.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's a proposed lot split request for 2 new homes. I believe we were duly noticed for the first hearing and we're continuing. So we were continued to a time certain and then now we're continuing again to a time certain.
Oh, I didn't, oh, okay.
So this is the
And
second continuance.
you got a new architect. Okay, I'm fine with it.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that one we do, the others are withdrawn, but that one we do need a motion to approve to continue.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the continue.
All right?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded.
Okay, moved. So it was moved by Ms. Jerem. I apologize. I missed who seconded. Mr. Cement?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so do a roll call. Ms. Bott?
Yes,
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden is absent, and Mr. Jelpi is absent. So the motion passes.
All right. Let me do one other thing out of order, if you guys would bear with me. 601 Washington Avenue is the only revocation modification hearing item. This one, they're not prepared. Can staff just speak to this? Mickey, I don't want to open this to the public. Can you just speak to just progress real quick? Are they making progress? before
They are making progress. I drove by the site last Friday, and I saw that they were installing the sound panels that they indicated to the board that they would be installing. So they are making progress on what they've committed to do. Staff still recommends that the conditions be updated, but if the board would like to continue the item and wait for everything to be completed, we are planning on doing sound testing in the next 2 weeks once the panels are installed. So if you would like that information, that's.
Yeah, I think I would want the pleasure of the board to continue it because they're having, issues with supply chain and different things like that. And what I don't want is us to do like this disjointed approach where we're getting half the material and information today and then having to discuss the same thing again and withdrawing it out. So if you all would agree with me, I'd like to just continue this one. This is continue, what is the request, Mickey, what is your request to continue to when? When are you going to have the issues?
October, yeah.
Just before we
Yes.
do October, would that give everyone enough time where the sound system is in place and there's actually been testing, or should we just push this to November?
We'll be ready in October. We'll be ready probably
Because
next
every
week.
month we've continued it, and
Yeah.
I'd rather just give you more time till November if that's.
No, we appreciate that, but I can tell you, the construction should be done by next week, and then we've already scheduled with them dates for testing. We'll have it tested by the second week of October, and we expect to be fully ready by that meeting.
Got it, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, does anybody oppose that? Well, I guess we got to vote on it, so somebody move in a second.
Motion to approve the continuance to the October meeting.
Yeah, I second that.
All right, moved and seconded.
Okay, motion by Mr. Cement, second by Ms. Durham. Roll call, Ms. Bott.
yes,
Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Mr. Cement.
Yes.
Ms. Jerem? Yes. Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden is absent, and Mr. Jelpi is absent, so the motion passes.
All right.
Can I ask a
yes.
quick question on that? Mickey, are you planning to engage with the neighbors when you do your sound testing to make sure that the folks who don't have,
Well, the answer is yes, and he's actually, Avi is our general manager, he's coordinating that. If, I know the chair didn't want to have discussion, happy to answer a question, up to you.
no,
Nope.
I
Nope.
just.
The answer is yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that all the folks who are sending in letters who are very concerned, and rightfully so, have an opportunity to engage, and so they can sit in their living room and try to work while you guys are sound testing and let you know what they're hearing as well.
We're going to inform them, they're going to be a part of it.
Okay,
In constant communication with us all the time, and we're happy to invite anybody who's concerned as part of the community.
fabulous, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. We're going to jump to item number 6, request of extension of time. This is Planning Board File 20-0341, 2901, 2911 Indian Creek Drive.
Okay,
Rogelio.
so... Why is it missing in my pocket? So this is a conditional use permit that was previously approved by the planning board. I apologize, it's missing in my pocket. Oh, here it is. Okay. It was approved by the planning board in 2021 for a conditional use permit for a residential multifamily building that has mechanical parking. The applicant has requested an extension for a period of 1 year, which is authorized by Chapter 118 of the Land Development Regulations. Staff has no issues with the requested extension, and staff recommends that the planning board approve the extension of time for 1 year. So that would take this order to October 27, 2023.
Very briefly, morning everyone, Graham Penn, Burke, Haverdell, Fernandez, Larkin, Tapanes, 200 South Fisking Boulevard. This is a very exciting project. Those of you who are here might remember it. It involves the lifting, the relocation, the restoration of a historic building, along with the construction of a new residential building. So it's a complex project, but the reason that we needed the additional year is that the property has been subject to litigation regarding ownership. That litigation terminated in April, so we filed the extension for the HBB approval, which has already been granted, and we filed your extension request. We are in for permitting, so we anticipate having a full building permit issue well within the additional time provided in this revised order. So with that, we would ask for your approval of the 1 year extension today, and I'm here for any questions.
Do we, Nick, do we have to do disclosures on this? Just
Yes, we
Anybody?
should. Yes.
no disclosures? There are none.
Okay.
Anybody from the public?
We have one hand raised online, Jeff Donnelly.
Okay.
Mr. Donnelly, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Is he online?
His hand went down. Oh, he should be on.
Yep, go ahead, Jeff. We hear something.
Wanted to actually comment on the ability of our neighbors in the Flamingo Park neighborhood to actually participate in the testing. Right now, we don't know the dates, and we really, if the applicant knows them, we should know them as well. Thank you.
I think he's talking about the Good Time Motel.
Correct, yes.
So that, Jeff, I don't know if you heard, but that application is going to come back on October 25th. So I think that's what you were saying. We had a little bit of audio issue with your online presence, but if you were talking about when it's going to come back to the public, before the board rather, it's going to be October 25th.
And I can communicate Mr. Donnelly's request.
Okay. All right, let's back to this item. Any more on this?
That's the only hand raised.
Anybody in the chamber want to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. Any items for Graham?
Motion to approve?
It's been moved. Any second?
I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded.
Okay, roll call, Ms. Spot,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Ms. Jerem,
Yes.
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden absent, and Mr. Jelpia is absent. The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let's move to Planning Board File 220542. It's a new application for 200 South Point Drive, Catch Restaurant.
Morning, Mr. Chair, board members. My client is making his way over here now. I sincerely apologize for that. I think we moved a little more quickly than we anticipated. Could we maybe swap?
We change it up on you. We
did
change it
a
up
little
on you
bit.
now. It
We
depends,
did.
you know.
So could we potentially swap with the next item or
1057 Washington is ready? Okay, so we'll delay that. Anybody have an issue with that? Okay, all right, so we're going to
Apologize.
take up Planning Board File,
Thank you.
while we wait, 220545, 1057 Washington Avenue, Twist.
You know, he didn't even ask me if I would switch with him. I don't know what's going on with my,
Well, you were
my
kind of,
associate. What's going on here?
All
It's
right.
crazy. Rude.
you were moving in the aisle, you were supporting him, you didn't even know it.
You know, all in favor of Nick Rodriguez.
Rahilio.
Okay, so this is for 1057 Washington Avenue. This is for the Twist nightclub. The request is for a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment with entertainment. This is a longstanding establishment. Currently, it's a legal non-conforming use for an alcoholic beverage establishment with entertainment. So the request would make this a legally conforming establishment. The request provides essentially the same operations as what's there today. They have an occupancy load of 557 persons with 80 seats. They're requesting one minor modification to change the seat count from 80 to 86 seats, which really doesn't change the impact because the occupancy remains the same. The establishment operates from 3 p.m. until 5 a.m. Today, and the proposal is to keep those same operations. Because the establishment's already in existence, a sound study was not required. However, the applicant has proposed some sound mitigation strategies in order to further reduce the impacts. There haven't been significant noise impacts from the establishment, including reserving control of sound levels in each room to upper management, utilizing structures such as retractable canopies and planters to capture sound, high-quality materials for windows and doors, soundproof glass in the rear of the building and the exits, and strategically positioning speakers to minimize noise. Staff is supportive of all these measures. However, we do note that the Historic Preservation Board approval may be required for some of them, such as the retractable canopies and planters if they're located in the exterior, in the visible from the front. Staff is concerned about the proximity of the establishment to the residential building located across the alley to the east of the property, where they have an outdoor patio. So in order to ensure that sound doesn't disrupt the quality of life for the residential building, staff recommends limiting music in that outdoor patio to recorded music played at a volume that does not interfere with normal conversation or ambient levels. There have been a few code compliant cases that have resulted in a warning. They were in 2021. The status of those is closed. So we have there haven't been any recent violations. These weren't even violations, they were warnings. Staff will continue monitoring the establishment. By approving this conditional use permit, in addition to the typical code enforcement procedures that we have, the establishment would come under the purview of the planning board and the enforcement mechanisms that the planning board has available to it, which are not afforded to the planning board today, based on its legal non-conforming status. So generally, the proposal is to continue the operations as they are. Staff is supportive of the application, as there don't appear to be any major issues with this establishment, and staff recommends that the planning board approve the conditional use permit subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Okay, any disclosures on the item? Seeing none. Anybody from the public want to speak on that? Oh, I'm sorry, did you go, Michael?
You know, I haven't gone
I
yet.
didn't allow you, I'm
but
sorry, I'm moving so fast. Go.
You're the chairman, it's up to you.
No,
the order that you
sir.
want, you
No,
know?
sir, I will not skip you like that.
Okay,
But
very
But there
good.
were no disclosures, right?
Yeah, I had a back and forth with Michael by email,
Yeah,
asking
that's-
him questions.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Sure. Can the presentation be pulled up, please? Great. This is Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing Twist as the applicant. Joel Stedman is the owner of Twist, but he and his husband had previously scheduled a trip to Fiji So they're there now, they couldn't cancel it and seek a refund, so he regrets that he's not here, but he extends welcome to you all and your consideration of this application for his business. I'm also here with my colleague, Shakayla Flores. The first reason we are here is that when I saw there's 18 different ordinances now about alcohol sales, and it seemed the majority of them granted a vested status to those businesses that had a conditional use permit. So I talked to Joel, I thought it was a wise idea, because I don't know where that legislation is going to head. Ultimately, I think it will head toward adoption, so I thought it was wise to go ahead and seek to fall under your jurisdiction, because that seems like the way that at least the mayor's legislation was vesting these businesses that wanted to open up until 5 a.m. The reason that they don't have a CUP is because Twist is so old that it actually predates the requirement to get a CUP. So they are, as it stands now, legal non-conforming use. Next, can we go back to the presentation? Can we go back to the presentation? Oh, sorry about that. Didn't hear you. Okay, next slide. Okay, I'll hold on.
Everyone's just going too fast today.
I don't know. First it was Mr. Chairman, now me.
I'll slow down.
Oh, no, you will not.
Nick's gonna show up and like, what happened to the meeting? I was only an hour late.
See you next month.
You can cancel a lunch order.
PJ, we ready? Okay, all right.
What is it they do on live TV? This, when you have to extend to fill time? The people behind the camera are like gesturing to the people on camera to extend to fill time.
Fill language.
So tell us about your summer vacation.
Well, I was in Las Vegas this weekend. I was at the most prestigious jiu-jitsu tournament in the world called ADCC. It's funded by an Arab sheikh who just has a fascination with jiu-jitsu. It happens every 2 years. He invites the best jiu-jitsu fighters from around the world to come compete. So there's from Europe, from Asia, United States, Brazil, and they just fight in weight divisions, and there's basically 10 fighters per bracket, and they keep on going down, saying you win your division. It's all in kilograms, so plus 99, minus 99, plus 77, minus 77. So it's mind-boggling. You have to sit there in your seat and watch like 3 different fights occurring at the same time. It's like a tennis match.
I thought you were fighting.
No, not yet, not this year. I will, though. I never stop. I love it. Okay, so thank you very much, PJ. Appreciate it. So can we go back one slide, though? I'm sorry. No, we're good. All right. Yes, thank you. That slide. So Twist located 1057 Washington Avenue, per the aerial Twist fronts Washington, located between 10th and 11th Street. It's uniquely situated in that it wraps around an existing medical office space, which is unique. It includes an enclosed outdoor area that is not accessible to any adjacent right-of-way. Next slide, please. Twist was founded in 1993 by Richard Trainer as a friendly, welcoming environment where people from around the world could meet and have a great time. Currently president of 2x2 Inc. and owner Twist, Joel Stedman, was instrumental in opening the bar in the 90s alongside Richard Trainer. Twist is a gay bar and nightclub that has been at the center of the gay community of Miami Beach for almost 3 decades. Twist is a neighborhood impact establishment which is operated as a legal non-conforming use for 30 years. Next slide, please. The applicant is requesting a CUP for an existing NIE with 86 seats and an unchanged occupant load of 557 persons. We're requesting a slight modification to one of the conditions of approval revolving the soundproof glass, but we'll get to that a little bit later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So here is our request, but I know you all have gone through the application. Basically, Twist is open from 7 days a week, from 3 p.m. to 9 for its happy hour. And then from 9 p.m., the rest of the bar opens up until 5 a.m. They've done that successfully now for 30 years. They've never had any trouble with the police. There's no police calls to the premises. It's not a violent place. It's just a place where people go, let their hair down, and have a great time. Next slide, please. This is the modification. So at the moment, the owner of Twist has already installed soundproof glass on all the eastern windows and doors. He did that because the speakers in Twist are clustered toward the eastern end, and there is a residential use directly across the alley. So they are very mindful of that from the beginning, and they've installed soundproof glass to mitigate any sound that would otherwise issue outward toward the east. Toward the west is a different story. The speakers are not clustered there. If you walk into Twist, you'll see there's basically an empty space on the ground floor, and even above on the second story, there's not much activity in the far western end. And if you think about residential uses that could occur, there are none directly across Washington. You have to walk to Pennsylvania Avenue before you get the first residential use. So we feel that this condition could be modified. We meet its intent already. We just think that installing soundproof glass on the western side is not necessary, would be onerous for the applicant. Next slide, please. And that's really it. We'd really appreciate your consideration and approval today. I'm here to answer any questions you all might have.
I wish there was a slide, Michael, that was aerial, that was a close-up, so I can really see outside. I was in the back a long time ago, I can't remember, it's like a hut.
Yeah.
Is the hut open on all four sides?
So let me.
One second, Mike.
Yeah.
PJ, is it possible in the middle of the meeting to pull up the street view by any chance on the screen?
Is it in the applicant's presentation?
I'm going to ask Shakayla, is there a close-up in the architectural drawings that were submitted?
There was an aerial, maybe they can zoom in.
No, just
Our
looking-
technical guy can zoom in.
down?
Yeah, he said he can.
He can do it for you. One second.
So is it open on all four sides of the hut?
No, it's, let me narrate it to you.
Yeah.
So you walk in the front door, Twist, and there's something of a foyer area. You keep on walking, there's a long bar on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
You pass that, restrooms on the right-hand side. You step out into this very small patio area. You climb up the steps. You get into the bungalow, which is a separate structure from the main structure. You get into the bungalow, you open the door, get into the bungalow. If you look up and you see the eastern wall of the bungalow, there's no openings at all.
Right.
But if you circulate through the bar and exit on the south side, there is an opening there.
Oh.
So it's on the west side and the south side.
Okay, on the west side and the south side.
But on
Okay.
the east side, there's not even windows.
Okay.
Yeah, it's solid.
Do you know what is the occupancy load for the bungalow, or?
I didn't break that out. I'm not sure, but because the bar there is so large,
Yeah.
I would say it's probably about 75 people max. Because there's bar stools, and then there's barely any room to stand behind the bar stools. Maybe one person.
And do
deep.
people hang out in the patio area around the bungalow, or is it
They
just?
do.
Okay.
They do. Sometimes they go out there to smoke, I think. Area is very small, though. The offload there, do you know the offload of the outdoor patios at 75, 80? It's a smaller offload there
And
as
where are
well.
the speakers in the bungalow? There's speakers in the bungalow?
There are. They don't play them that loud. There used to be dancing guys there, but that's no longer the practice.
Uh-huh.
So the music doesn't have to be loud there.
But they're allowed to have entertainment,
Right, they could.
music there.
Could. What's that, Shakayla? 70. So 70 is the offload for the outdoor space.
It's staff explained to us, because the other ask, I mean, I have no problem with the 5 AM because, been there so long, and, the entertainment, it's necessary, it's a nightclub. But can you explain, is there new rules that were imposed about soundproof windows citywide? Why do these guys have to get soundproof windows?
There's no citywide rule on that. This is because it's a conditional use permit. This is a condition that they proffered and that we feel is appropriate to incorporate it as a condition for a nightclub establishment that's operating till 5 a.m.
And are you recommending they also get soundproof windows on the west side facing Washington Avenue?
Our recommendation was that all windows be soundproof windows. Their ask is that it only be limited to I believe to the east side is the request.
Right.
And why are you recommending them on Washington Ave for the? I know there's a hotel or something across the street, and,
Our goal is to make Washington Avenue a more active street, and more pedestrian-friendly street, and not, and we're trying to change the atmosphere of the city to be, a
Right.
little more hand, so we
Yeah,
felt
me
that it would
too.
be good to have the soundproofing
Yeah.
towards Washington Avenue as well.
are there double
but-
doors in the front of,
No.
because now I think,
There
yeah.
it is.
Yeah, so okay, so there's one door to enter or two?
One, there's that, on the northern part of it, that's where people enter.
But Twist is that whole yellow building.
With the exception of the middle, strangely enough, that's a doctor's office.
Okay.
And it wraps around like a donut.
Okay, and it touches that silver trailer. It goes all the way to the silver trailer?
Yeah,
The
correct.
diner?
What is it like in the doctor's office at 6 o'clock for the last patient?
No, it starts at 3 o'clock. It opens at 3, the bar.
Exactly.
No, I know,
In the
but
afternoon.
the last
It
patient.
doesn't get going until
The
later.
doctor
But the
can't
doctor's
figure
office-
out why everyone wants to come to him. It's just,
Very
Picked up
popular
for months at
doctor.
3 p.m. But, I mean, the doctor's office clearly has had no issue with the sound, and they're literally in between the walls.
Correct. And if you all approve this CUP today with that modified condition, like the tenant in that space has already informed Joel that he intends to vacate that. So we would have to come back to you all to modify your CUP if it was granted today. That gives you an idea of like you have your power, your jurisdiction is good because like as the business expands, then you all control the expansion.
does the city have any issue with their proposed modifications?
Our recommendation is that it be the entire building have the soundproofing, so that, that's up to the board if they wish to entertain that suggestion.
Meaning, but
Yeah.
practically, based on what they're looking for, do you see any practical issues with that, considering where their speakers are located? As it is right now, there haven't been any issues.
There's no residential immediately to the west, so it's probably not as much of, as impactful as not having the soundproofing on the east. So practically speaking, there are not going to be as many impacts maintaining the front as it is. It has been operating for 30 years, so it's probably not a huge issue. That being said, our recommendation is still that the entire building be
And have there been
soundproofed.
any issues that you're aware of from, the residents to the east?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
It just seems like it's not a big expense to put soundproof windows on the west side. It seems a little petty that they're asking to not do this because they have a 5 a.m. license and entertainment outdoors. Not a lot of people have that privilege. So it feels like a little petty, Michael, that they don't want to spend the extra $5,000, which they probably make in an hour,
But just remember
selling
that this-
$20 beers.
But this is not, they're not that expensive.
Oh, I know,
And,
okay.
and this is not Live. This is not like, they don't have $1 billion entertainment conglomerate behind them. If you think about the residential uses, where they are, when you're walking out from Twist, you have the sidewalk. Then you have the width of Washington Avenue, which is 100 feet right of way. And then you have the entire depth of the property that's on the west side of Washington Avenue. Then you have an alley. And then possibly you have your first residential use, unless it's a short-term rental property, which we don't know about. So there's really no danger and no threat to any residential use that would be west, and that's demonstrated by the absence of any noise violations. That the people that would call them the noise violations would be those residents that are living to the west in the Flamingo Park neighborhood, and you haven't had that. So here you can draw from that a conclusion that Twist is responsibly operating and that they have mitigated the greatest risk, which is to the residential use to the east, by already installing the soundproof glass there.
Yeah, people on the west side, there's a hotel with a lot of outdoor chairs, I think. They have, that's where their pool is or something. I mean, I don't know if they'll be disturbed. I don't think so. But staff is recommending it, and they hardly ever recommend, I think, extra sound mitigation. So that's why I'm taking the recommendation very seriously. I wish you had double doors. That would be even better than, I think, soundproof windows. But what does everybody else think?
So I have a question. The doctor vacating his space and Twist taking it over is predicated on what, and how likely is that?
The doctor told him a few months ago that I think his lease term is up within 2 years, and then that he would be vacating that space in 2 years. And then Twist would move then to expand.
Okay, so is Twist the landlord for the doctor?
No, Twist is actually a long-term tenant, believe it or not, for over 30 years.
So is it a sure thing that Twist would get that space and be able to expand into it?
I think so.
Okay. And so there would have to be then some remodeling of the interior
Yes.
space.
Correct.
So I don't know how everybody else feels about this. And Gail, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with the long-term desire to do everything that we can in our collective power to set the stage to make our communal spaces better. And Washington Avenue is one of those communal spaces that desperately needs some TLC and could become this great, wonderful boulevard, this cultural backbone of the city, you know, from you've heard me, everyone here has heard me rant on about this, but going from the New World Symphony north to North Beach and down to South Point. So eventually, it needs to be cleaned up so that people can go strolling by this lovely boulevard and have lovely street activations.
Yeah.
What I would be willing to consider, since there is a long-standing history of not impacting the neighborhood, is letting it go forward as with the modification that you're proposing for the next few years, but then when you come back to us in 2.5 years or whatever and say we want to take over the space, contingent on getting that CUP would be soundproof windows on all Washington Avenue facing doors and windows.
I think that's fair, because then the owner will have to take out a construction loan for the expansion. That'll just be a line item of the construction loan at that time. So I think that's a fair approach.
Love that.
My work here is done, goodbye.
Make that motion.
We need 5 people. You can't leave.
I make the motion to do what I just said.
I think we need to open to the public.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Nobody's online with their hands raised.
Anybody in the auditorium want to speak on the item? Seeing none, opportunity for the public to speak on the item is closed. Now there's a motion there. Is there a second?
Second.
Approved with motion to approve with the modification is presented by the applicant to condition 6A7. Sorry, 6A7.
Say seven.
And do you need to include, with the caveat that if and when it comes back to us for an expansion, that's when the soundproof windows would be considered for all windows?
Can I also make an amendment to include looking into double doors? That's very important.
Double, like with a vestibule?
Double entrance doors, double vestibule doors, yeah, that really keeps the sound out from,
We'll explore that.
explore it.
That's a good word.
So is it just a suggestion? It's not to be added into the language, right?
Well, I think the language is to.
You want it added?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's way important.
Okay.
And
That's-
Gail, would you like that when they come back for the?
Yeah, in 2 years
Okay.
when they come back, to
Okay.
please include that for
Nick,
exploration.
you can't leave the city until this comes back.
So
Nobody
if
can.
I'll do my best.
If expanded as part of the modification of the CUP, all windows on the eastern facade on the western facade shall be soundproofed, and the applicant shall explore a double-door vestibule.
Fair enough?
Yep,
All right.
this works.
So you've accepted her amendment, right?
Except for amendment.
Okay, all right.
Second.
So it's been seconded by Yashiel.
Okay, give me 1 second. Soundproofed.
Helio, we're going faster
Okay.
than you can write. I love it.
Start typing.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Spot, and we have a second by Mr. Cement. Roll call, Ms. Spot,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Ms. Jerem,
Yes,
Mr. Elias.
Yes.
Mr. Frieden is absent, and Mr. Jelpi are absent. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome, thank you. All right, is your client here? Yep, all right. So now we're going to go back to Planning Board File 220542, 200 South Point Drive Catch Restaurant, which now is Catch Restaurant Miami Beach, not Catch Restaurant Miami. All
Yeah,
right.
we need to
I didn't see that
before-
in the presentation.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we
Yes.
need to see the branding
Oh,
before
oh,
you
I
can even
jumped-
open this conversation.
I jumped the gun, I know we talked about it, though.
And they think we're kidding.
Hey, free marketing, man, you know, you gotta get it.
Gotta get it. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. Apologize again for the delay. Nicholas Rodriguez, Burkow, Radel, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here representing Catch Hospitality Group. And I'm joined here from ownership by the managing partner of Catch, Eugene Rem, our acoustical consultant, Dave Koch, who is joining us via Zoom, and of course, last but not least, my colleague, Michael Larkin. So if we could pull up the digital presentation.
Should we make our presentation and intro first?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry about
I
that.
think so.
Sorry, Rogelio.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Everybody wants to get out of here today. Okay, so file number PB22-0542, this is for 200 South Point Drive, which is Catch Restaurant. This is a modification to a previously issued conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment. Specifically, the applicant's requesting modification to the ownership operator to expand the hours of operations and introduce recorded background music played at a level that does not interfere with normal conversation on the roof terrace. You may recall in November 17, 2021, the planning board approved the original conditional use permit for this site for the Oki restaurant, which has since gone out of business. And then you may also recall at the last meeting in July, the planning board discussed and transmitted an ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation modifying the regulations for the RPS 4 district to allow for recorded background music to be played in the outdoor terrace of this area, provided that there's a automated sound monitoring system installed, and it also modified the hours of operation for the outdoor area. That ordinance was intended to be considered by the City Commission this month. However, the City Commission meeting ended and they did not get to this ordinance. It's expected that the City Commission will consider the ordinance at its next meeting. Because of that, the applicant is here. They have a hold harmless agreement stating that they will have to abide by whatever happens based on the City Commission action. In an abundance of caution, staff is recommending an additional condition be inserted into the order, just to make it abundantly clear. And I'd like to read that condition, that the modifications to the CUP approved herein, which are related to the operation of the outdoor portions of the venue above the ground floor area later than 8 p.m., including the allowance of ambient level recorded music within the outdoor areas, shall be subject to adoption of an LDR amendment currently pending before the City Commission, as specified in the hold harmless letter provided by the applicant. In the event that such LDR amendment is not adopted by the City Commission or is modified in a manner that contravenes any part of the approval herein, the applicant shall be required to return to the Planning Board for an additional modification to the CUP prior to the issuance of any building permit, certificate of use, or BTR for the venue. So we just want to make it abundantly clear. If the City Commission doesn't get to it, doesn't approve it, they'll have to come back to the Planning Board and modify this order again.
That makes sense.
So that being said, the remainder of the operations are pretty consistent with what is approved today and what is going to be authorized by that ordinance should it be adopted. Staff recommends that the Planning Board approve the application subject to the conditions in the draft order and that additional condition that I just read.
Good morning, Nicholas Rodriguez again, joined by Eugene Rem, and just for the record, we have no objection to that condition, but of course, fine.
And one second, any disclosures on this item?
I spoke to the president of the Continuum and board members of the Neighborhood Association who gave their support.
All right, and you had no objection to that condition. Any others that you object to?
We have one requested modification that we'll get to in our
Okay.
slides, just a
ahead.
minor change to the order.
Okay, so no other disclosures on that?
And Nick, if you'd like, I can swear in your client.
Yeah. You want to raise your right hand? and
Do you
follow.
swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we also have Dave Koch via Zoom. I'm not sure if there are questions. We'll swear him in at that time, I suppose. All right, so we have our digital presentation, if staff could pull that up.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that one's not for us.
I'd say
This
it
one's
doesn't look familiar.
Catch too, and
Looks good, guys.
Catch Aspen? No, it's not.
We're
It's
just
palm trees.
building
Not
a new
aspen.
building.
That looks expensive.
Looks like this one.
There's Catch South Point, Catch Ocean Drive, Catch, yeah.
We promise it says Catch Miami Beach this time.
Just while we're looking for it, is this, I know that you have steak, you have seafood. What's
It's really the seafood concept.
Seafood, great.
Seafood and sushi.
Okay.
Are we having technical difficulties?
Just give us 1 second as we pull up the presentation.
Yeah.
Particularly different.
No, just our requests are outlined at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's the same slides, yeah.
In respect.
Yeah, I mean, just to recap, I mean, this application was before you, when the project was presented in July. I know Mr. Durham wasn't here. This presentation goes into a little bit more depth as to the actual plans for the actual location, not just the general overview of Catch. So we were looking forward to show that to you guys today. Hopefully we'll get the presentation up soon. But,
Yeah, we missed Gail. We're actually happy to have her back. I mean,
Yeah.
we missed her twice, I think.
Right. Yeah, I
Yes, you-
think, was it June and July? I think it was July.
Yeah.
So we will go through Catch's background again.
Well, yeah, one she was here, but she had to leave, so we did miss her. And then we had a recess. We were out in August, so that's what it was. It's been a while. Yeah, 2.5 months.
Yeah. It's rare that we have such a short agenda after the 2 months off. It wasn't the case for commission.
Market's changing.
Yeah.
Market's changing.
True. That is true.
Things are moving. Macro is different. We'll see if the micro holds.
Well, we look forward to a fine restaurant there. I know you're going to have tons of customers across the street even walking over if you have a good menu, good prices, and good food.
Right, that is the goal, and I know, there's our president, I know the neighborhood is looking forward to having the restaurant there. That's been our discussion with them. So,
Nice job on the logo update.
This was our one comment from the last meeting, so we are Catch Miami Beach. The branding is updated. We're getting our logo into place, and this
It's
is.
official, it's not just to butter us up here?
It's
in the
butter and the
flesh.
bread. It's everything. So that's what it'll be.
You know, it's funny. I was in visiting a place in Fort Lauderdale, and it's near Las Olas, and they had Pura Vida Miami, and I
Yeah.
thought it was just really interesting, and so it made me think about this. But anyway,
All right, so
Go
we
ahead.
can move on to the next slide. So just some context, we're talking about 200 South Point Drive, and as Gail mentioned, the Continuum is right next door. This property is actually part of the Master Association, and it's a very unique property, and it's surrounded on 3 sides by residential condominiums, and, they're kind of towering over, so of course, that was the concern with this application, to be sensitive to that. We can move to the next slide. So just to recap the history of the site, it was developed in 2012 as part of the Continuum. In 2014, Chibo opened there. They were operating under a settlement agreement, so they were not required to obtain a CUP. They were permitted special events, music on the rooftop. You can see on the lower right, that's kind of a photo of what their layout was like. In 2019, when Chibo left, they abandoned that grandfathered status, left the building kind of without a use. And then in November of 2020, the City Commission adopted a code amendment to allow this building to be used as an NIE, and Oki, the previous tenant, opened under the original CUP that we're modifying today. And so now Catch is trying to bring their very well-regarded concept here, but need these modifications. Next slide, please. So as staff highlighted, the requests are just to change the operator to Catch, amend the hours of operation to conform to the code amendment that is currently being considered by the commission. And really the changes are to the outdoor area. I know that there's a typo there. The ground floor outdoor area closes at midnight, not 2 a.m. That's consistent with the code and the CUP. And the one minor modification to the order that we're requesting is to be able to open the outdoor areas at 11 a.m. for brunch and lunch. Currently, the order has those opening at 5 p.m. We don't think that there's any really additional impacts from being able to open to lunch and brunch. And although right now it's not very hospitable up on that rooftop, in a couple of months everybody's going to want to be up in the open air area and not inside. So we're looking forward to having brunch up there if staff does not object to that and the board would be willing. And then, of course, the final request is to permit pre-recorded ambient background level music, and that requires an intelligent sound system with directional speakers and an automatic noise level limiter. It's not entertainment, it's just ambient background level music, no DJ, thing like that. So if we go to the next slide. Before we had even approached the neighborhood with this, we had Dave Koch conduct a sound study to determine what the actual ambient level music or what the ambient level sound was in the area. And this sound study has been peer reviewed by the city's peer reviewer, and he agrees with the conclusions of our engineer that ambient background level music played at 65 to 70 decibels will not impact the neighboring residential communities. And Dave Koch is on the Zoom line to answer any questions on the sound study should they come up. Next slide, please. And this is just to reiterate that within the ordinance that allows this use in the RPS 4 district and within the CUP, there are a host of other conditions that will still apply to kind of limit and control this use. These conditions were not part of what Chibo was subject to because they were under a grandfathered settlement agreement. So these conditions include a limited occupancy on the rooftop, the rooftops only open when serving full meals, no entertainment as discussed before, no TVs, no bar counters. So it's really kind of a tight and buttoned up use. And the last one there is, the neighborhood asked us to delay trash collection on the weekend so that the trash truck isn't, pulling behind the alley, behind the Portofino at 7 or 8 in the morning on a Sunday. And we happily oblige with that condition. And so with that, we will turn it over to Eugene to discuss a little bit of background on Catch again, and then go into the details of the project. Thank you.
I'll make sure to be respectful of everyone's time. Are there going to be slides that switch with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Oh, sorry about that. So we do have our neighbor support letters from the South of Fifth Neighborhood Association and the Continuum Master Association. And so we can move on to the next slide, and I'll turn it over to Eugene.
So just to repeat ourselves, and I'll be as brief as possible. Catch, we started this company in 2011 in the meatpacking district. We started our sister concept in 2019, also in the meatpacking district. Next slide, please. We have the two concepts. These are the two logos for the two brands. Next slide, please. This is the locations. Next slide, please. So these are all the markets that we are currently in: New York, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, and Aspen. Next slide, please. This is Catch New York, the original, which opened on 13th Street and 9th Avenue, indoor-outdoor facility. Next slide, please. This is Los Angeles, which opened in 2016 of September, indoor-outdoor as well. Next slide, please. This is Las Vegas, which opened in October of 2018 in the Aria Casino in the MGM property. Next slide, please. This is Catch Steak New York, our sister concept, which opened in September of 2019. Next slide, please. This is Catch Steak, which opened in December of 2021, indoor-outdoor as well. Next slide, please. This is Catch Steak Los Angeles, which opened in June of this year, which is also an indoor-outdoor space on Melrose Place. Next slide, please. This is the team, myself, Mark Birnbaum, and Tillman Fertitta. Next slide, please. This is some of our pillars, which is great food, which we're showing here. Next slide, please. Great service, which is our second pillar, which is creating a great experience through our team members. Next slide, please. And great vibe, which is just a wonderful experience to enjoy your dinner. Next slide, please. This project, obviously, you guys are all aware of what it is and what it means. We're very much excited to get to South of Fifth and to Miami Beach, and this is a little bit about the current project. Next slide, please. This is the layout of the ground floor. Next slide, please. I'll slow down at any point. I just wanted to be respectful because I went over last time.
Can you actually just go back a second? Show where people are coming in.
Sure. Can we go back, please, one? So if you take a look at that purple arrow, that's the street, and that's the walk into the, there's a raised platform area right now that's empty, and you'll walk in right there, and then into the entrance, right where you see the arrow from the street up. Any other questions on this particular slide? Yeah. Next slide, please. This is the rooftop. Any questions on this floor?
Is there glass on the parapet?
If the parapet, I'm not sure what that means. Is that the sides?
The sides of the,
No, there's not glass there. Now, there's planters on the exterior side with plants, and I believe the design, I believe you guys are using retractable awnings.
We're
So
using
there,
retractable awning, but that's for the top, that's not
Right.
for the sides.
so there
on
will be
the
a
sides,
space.
there's just like metal railings, right?
We're gonna
Is
use
that what-
dense shrubbery, like we
Okay.
find that shrubbery in boxwoods and a lot of beautiful greenery does a
Right.
better job than actually glass sometimes.
Well, I was just mentioning it because it gets very windy up there. I was at an event and my full glass of wine went flying. It just,
I'm staying at the one and I felt it last
Yeah.
night.
yeah, just,
There is. Any other questions on this one? Next slide, please. This is new. This is the entryway. So this is the walk-in right where that arrow is. So this is how you walk in. That's the reception desk. As you can see with the purple arrow. Next slide, please. This is the bar. We have 28-foot ceilings, so we really just wanted to make it a grand entrance and give some highlight to the vast height that we have in this room. Next image, please. Another angle of that same bar space. Next slide, please. This is the main dining room. 90 seats here, another 50 seats behind. Can close if it's a smaller day. Excuse me, if it's not that busy. Next slide, please. This is the sushi bar. Next slide, please. And this will be the rooftop. Next slide, please. Another view of the rooftop. Next slide, please. And this is just showing that our renderings are our reality and showing you a little bit of what we rendered and then what we actually do. Next.
For the interior spaces with really high ceilings, are there going to be soft fabrics to contain some sound absorption?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, tons of curtains, tons of... And then because the ceiling's 28 feet, you won't see it, but way up top is going to be a ton of sound. You won't even see it. It's just going to disappear into the ceiling because otherwise it'll turn to a big fishbowl. Oh, I'm done.
Mostly a market question, but how do you decide which location gets catch versus catch steak? How did you pick catch for
I
this
think we
one?
usually like to lean into the market with the original catch first. In Aspen, we did the opposite because there was a lot of sushi in the market, and we didn't think there was I thought there was a demand for a steakhouse.
Mhm.
And in this particular case, I think there really is a need in the market for some more great seafood and sushi, and that's why it was more of a business decision. But ultimately, we try to lead with the catch brand in every market, and once we've proven that successful, the second concept would be a catch steak to cluster and make sure that we can prove ourselves out of our first concept.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just want to reiterate, I think I mentioned in the last meeting that I was on the planning board, and it was a very heavily negotiated, litigated, for lack of a better word, with the residents. And it turned out to be a great, even the prior restaurant that didn't make it was great for the neighborhood. They were very supportive. My understanding is they're supportive again. So I am all in favor of it, and it's a big space, and it needs help to make sure it's successful. So I'm very favorable, and again, the only issue was any compromise of the quality of life of the residents around you, and I think you've done a great job mitigating any of those concerns, and I think, as Gail mentioned, that the neighborhood, to my knowledge, is very supportive, so I just want to say I'm very supportive of the project.
Thank you.
I think it's going to probably pass, but I just, commend you, Mr. Rim, and your council. I think it's this, if we get presentations that are this considerate all the time, then, hopefully we don't, because then we will be out of a job, but no, I'm just kidding. But this was, you kind of met all the criteria of the things that are constantly talked about at the planning board in terms of noise and nuisance for residents. So commend you for addressing those and the presentation. I look forward to hopefully visiting the restaurant once it's fully opened and moving forward. But I'll be in support of the item. But with that, I don't know if there's further conversation or support to move it.
Any public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Do we have?
We have no hands raised online.
I had just one more question. I'm sorry.
Oh, we have one second.
Sure.
Go ahead, Gail.
So this sentence stuck out to me in a positive way. And Rogelio, I just wanted to ask you, is this common that they are building, Catch is building a noise limiter that automatically reduces music volume if the sound exceeds 65 decibels. Is that common, an automatic noise reduction? Because they said some songs are, got higher bass or higher frequency and they sound louder. I just thought this is something that's unusual. It sounds good to me, and it should be like with all the sound systems. When we tell them it has to be a locked sound system, that's maybe not the optimum. Maybe this automatic reduction of volume is the optimum.
We have a few conditional use permits that have this condition. I think we had one recently. Was it the Shelburne Hotel? I think that had a lobby bar that we required them to put a noise limiting sensor in the portico share of the property, and then that would limit the sound from the internal bar. It's a case-by-case basis. In this situation, the ordinance that was proposed, that was considered by the planning board in July, included the requirement that it have a noise limiter. So it's actually required by the ordinance. So that's why you see that here.
Yeah,
But
so
it's
that
definitely something that we would like to explore moving forward as we get
If it was
CUPs.
citywide, I think this would, cure a lot of aggravation by the residents, by code compliance. I mean, this could be a real solution. So, and it's very polite of you to put that in. You said it was in the ordinance, though.
It's in the ordinance, yeah.
Okay,
So it's
so-
absolutely required. They have no
Okay.
choice in
Okay,
this
so
case.
let's keep it in
Yeah.
mind to put it, citywide at certain
Is
venues.
that-
Thank
Is
you.
that an expensive solution? Just curious.
It's certainly more cost prohibitive than the traditional just lower it, raise it, manage it, lower, raise it. It requires an expert and a team and some additional software and equipment that's certainly not cheap.
But it's
Yeah, I'm always just concerned about overregulation in regards to, people trying to make their way in the world. And, sometimes what may sound great may be a prohibitive thing for somebody who's trying to start a business. You're very well established, so you can maybe absorb those upfront sunk costs, but not everybody can do that. So I just always want us to be mindful of how we regulate. I hope that we always consider Miami Beach a bastion of good business and opportunity for folks to create business. But anyway, that's just my sole opinion.
Right. And
So any automatic or automated sound system is going to be more expensive than somebody with a hand on a dial, for sure. But is there a noticeable difference in cost between a sound system that is just controlled by somebody with a key versus, or whatever it is, but like an automatic sound system, or one that can also equalize, like the way you can put your settings on your iPhone so that, sound that has a song that has been recorded at a louder volume doesn't blast you out when you've got your volume at a certain level.
There's always economical solutions to every situation. In this scenario, it's not just as simple as a piece of equipment. It's someone who can execute and develop that piece of equipment, then also put it in, and then manage that equipment and make sure, we have a, and this isn't only just for the local neighbors, this is also for our vision and our thought process on how we want to hear music. We don't want rogue managers to blast it because they like it. We want to be protective of our community as well as our customers. So for us, it's a business decision, and it comes with a 24/7 support team that's based out of New York, and that's why we're able to operate in Aspen, Los Angeles, and New York on rooftops, because we understand it's very fragile, and we understand it could, in a second, some random individual who doesn't even have the best interests or the intentions of what we have as ownership can make that adjustment. So for us, it takes out a lot of the guessing game and allows us to sleep at night knowing that no team member who's cleaning the property at 1 a.m. is blasting whatever they want to hear.
And through the chair, I mean, in a case like this where you're designing a brand new sound system in an area where there is none, I mean, this is the kind of the highest standard you could do is hire an acoustical engineer to design the entire system. It's not just the limiter, it's the directional speakers, the cardioid subwoofers. I mean, Dave Koch has done a really good job of designing this system. So it's not just one piece of equipment, but it's an entire system.
Motion?
We have one person from the public wanting to speak on the item, correct? Yes. If you guys can just make room, Mr. Rim, let him have the microphone, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Planning Board. My name is Matthew Goltanoff. I'm a resident of this neighborhood, and just to be clear, I'm speaking on behalf of only myself as a resident.
Where is your address? What is your address?
I'm sorry, is that required for the Planning Board?
Yes.
Yeah, if you're a resident.
I,
in the
I, I will provide it, but is that required, Mr. City Attorney?
It's not strictly required that he state his address.
We'd just like to know where you are relative to the project.
So I live south of Fifth. Okay. So, look, first I want to compliment the applicants. They did reach out to the community. I believe it was back in June. There were a handful of people from the public on that call. I think it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It wasn't super convenient. But at any rate, this is a really nice proposal, for the neighborhood. Of course, it will bring a lot of activity. I just want to talk about the hours of operation and the residential character of the South of Fifth neighborhood. There's thousands of people that live in this dense, very successful residential neighborhood. There's also, a couple dozen restaurants, nightlife activity places. Part of the problem is that all of the new activity caters towards the evening, the late evening, and the early hours. And just like that, this applicant is proposing a similar type project. But not only that, they're asking to change the rules. They're saying that, midnight isn't late enough. We need to go later than midnight. And this has a big impact, not just on the people that live directly next door, but also to folks that live up and down Alton Road or Washington Avenue. I'm sure that a lot of you have been woken up at night by people in their loud cars, screaming engines, modified exhaust systems. And these types of projects and restaurants, they attract people from all over the city, the region. They come down here to show off their cars. So the impact isn't just on perhaps, whether it's 60 decibels or 70 decibels of noise, but it's the people that come to visit here. And when they leave at 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning and they decide to show off their Porsche or their Ferrari, it wakes up hundreds of people. So I just want to continue to bring the attention to folks that this is a residential neighborhood, but these are projects that are catering to 11 o'clock, midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. It's incompatible, perhaps you could draw the conclusion, with the character of the neighborhood. The other thing is that the outdoor noise, I believe, is chipping away at the protections that previous activists in the neighborhood helped enact, which are limiting outdoor music. Right? I believe that was a blanket prohibition in the South of Fifth neighborhood. And again, there's over 50 type of establishments, but yet we have one coming here saying that they need, to be the 51st. Again, this is just an example of the numbers, but to be the 51st, the rules need to be changed for them to be successful. And that just seems kind of odd to me that if there are so many other, dozens of other places down here that can succeed, why do we need to change the rules to allow this further late night activity and outdoor activity? So again, I compliment them on the application. I think it's an interesting idea, and I think it's nice that Miami Beach will perhaps join Las Vegas and New York City and Los Angeles and Aspen in having this restaurant. I don't think that we need to change the rules to allow them to operate that late in the evening in this residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Yes. I guess one follow-up. Wasn't the applicant planning on offering, lunch and brunch?
Yes, we're asking for the order to be modified to include lunch and brunch, and
So you would have a daytime operation as well?
Of course. It may be seasonal, depending. I don't know that if August would be the best time, but when
Staff, any problem with that?
We don't. We included those hours based on the number in their operating plan on page 4, which says dinner rooftop hours 5 to 11. It didn't say anything otherwise. I do see elsewhere in their plan they do talk about the brunch, so we have no issues with that.
Okay. And the commission's addressing the ordinance to this coming meeting, the next meeting?
We expect that it'll come up at the coming meeting, yes.
All right.
Okay. Motion.
There is one additional person with their hand raised online, if we want to take it.
Let's take them.
Alice Morrison.
Hi, Alice. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Great. So let me just turn my back down. So I'm a resident at South Point Tower and look directly over the rooftop, probably much closer than the Continuum or Portofino. And I too applaud. I mean, it sounds like a great restaurant. We love having great restaurants. But the concern obviously I have is that there will be continuous noise where I can't open windows. And so I have a couple of questions. You mentioned about the noise technology that you have. Does that include, because sometimes just conversation, as people start talking over each other, that gets very loud, and then you add music on top of that. What I'm worried about it'll be nonstop, and now I'm hearing Sunday brunches where we just don't have any peace. So that's kind of concern one. So I agree with the previous point that I don't know that we need to be extending the hours. Certainly locals, I doubt are going to be there, till 2 o'clock in the morning. So that's the one on the noise. The second is on I had understood that there was no kitchen up on the rooftop, but in the plans that you showed, I wasn't sure what was over on the total left-hand side. It looked like it might be kitchen facility. So I have a question. Is there kitchen, and is there, what's the exhaust for that? Because in addition to the noise, we could get a lot of exhaust from all the food like coming up nonstop. And then the third area is parking, right? We already know we have a tremendous parking issue. There's an issue in terms of that pumping station, and it's being, put on Washington Avenue, and there's going to be all sorts of road closures and anyway, and parking spaces taken away. I don't know where this parking is going to go. So noise, the kitchen exhaust, and the parking, I would love to hear the response.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Mr. Rim?
Alice, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your questions. The simple one is there is no kitchen on the roof, so you don't have to worry about the scent or the exhaust. In regard to the volume on the roof in the 2 a.m. statements, just to be clear, the rooftop is Sunday through Wednesday only till 11 p.m. The rooftop is only till 12 on the weekends, and the interior is 2 a.m. But if you look at any of our operations, there's very rarely a time that we operate at those hours, and those hours are, to my knowledge, in our STIPs anyway, the ground floor. So there wasn't any additional ask there. Just be clear, we are not a nightclub. We don't have a nightclub. Secondly, the continuum is very clear on what they didn't want, which was events, because events create a lot of those noise that you're talking about in big groups of people screaming and yelling, and that is why we agreed where the previous tenant did have events that we will not have any special events. Also, when you have the decibel between 65 and 70, you remove the ability for people to scream in large groups because they're not screaming over the music. So that is also there. But when we did our sound studies, that also is inclusive, and the way we have our shrubbery and a lot of the things that we have in place, that is also inclusive of protecting any kind of sound from leaving the bubble of the property. And that is what we work on with Dave, and that is what we work on with our sound technicians, and that is why we felt confident and comfortable that we were able to make sure that we would not affect the neighborhood. The last thing we ever want to do is be standing in front of you folks over challenges other than great job and welcome to the neighborhood. So we would never embark on this if we didn't think we can add value and not hurt or hinder any of the neighbors. We have neighbors in Aspen. We have neighbors in New York City. We have neighbors in the heart of West Hollywood. We've had some challenges in the past many years ago, and we've learned to work through them, which is where some of these new technologies that we use have been implemented, whether we had to or not. And then the final question on parking is, we have 120 spots on 125 Collins. It takes 3.5 minutes to go pick up the car. We have a massive restaurant that's probably 450 seats in Los Angeles with only 2 spots out front, and in this location we have 4, and we've been able to manage and mitigate any traffic challenges for the past 6 years in Los Angeles, and we feel very confident that with the parking spots, with the 4 spots in front, that we will be able to mitigate that as well. We are not the Ferrari popping venue. That's not our thing. We get people in, we run a good business, we want to take care of the local community as well as people from all over Florida, but we really lean into the local groups of every single market that we're in, and I hope that answers all 3 of your questions. So, yep.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else?
That's all we have online.
Yeah, and again, I think you have addressed a lot of the things that always are continuous issues with the planning board. Is anything going to be perfect? Probably not. We learn and we evolve, and it sounds like you're doing that. I had noticed the hours. I had noticed that you're containing most of the after 12 inside of the building. So with that, I mean, those are the things. And then the support you already got from the residents. Again, some people, you know, do have valid points, and hopefully you'll prove them wrong through your operations. And thank you for coming out and speaking on behalf. And I hope that they prove you wrong to the point that you can come back and say, hey, you know what, that's a great operator, and I'm happy that they're a neighbor of mine. So with that, is there any?
Can I just
Yes.
say one quick thing? I would just suggest when you build it and you start testing your sound system, that you invite the neighbors to come, or not come necessarily, but tell them when it's happening so that they can hear what it sounds like when the music is going and people are chatting on the roof or whatever, so that folks who have expressed concerns can have those concerns allayed, or if there is a problem that you didn't foresee, you'd know about it ahead of time.
Absolutely.
Any support for that item or
Motion to
further
approve.
comments? Gail?
Yeah, I'm always, Matthew, thank you for speaking out. I'm always very focused on the hours of operation, but because of the reasons Kareem mentioned, I'm going to go approve this.
You want to move it?
I move that we approve their conditional use permit
With their modifications.
with their modifications for hours and parking and whatever else you said.
Just lunch and brunch hours.
Lunch and brunch hours.
That's the only change.
Do you have those written down? It's just the hours for brunch?
Yeah, it will just be changing the hours to 11 a.m. wherever it says 5 p.m., but I can follow up with an email.
Was there anything
It's
else for
under
parking? I don't recall.
283, right?
On page 44 is the hours on our booklet, Yeah, it says outdoor seating 5 p.m. And you want to change that to 11 a.m.?
Right.
Yeah.
And your outdoor seating is along Point,
South Point Drive.
South Point Drive.
There's
yeah.
one small area, outdoor
Around the
seating on the
corner?
ground floor, and then there's the rooftop outdoor
Okay,
seating.
yeah, it's a small area.
All right,
All right,
Tanya,
so we
I
got
got
it.
Tanya seconded.
So those
Got
would
'em.
be on page 2 of the order, condition 2A3 for those following.
Right. And just 5 p.m. to 11 a.m. So it's been moved and seconded with those amendments that were proffered, plus the time change. And seconded by Ms. Bott.
So,
Moved by Ms. Durham, second by Ms. Bott.
second moved by Mr. Imson. Oh, and also, condition 2, would that affect condition 2A?
Wait, what are you saying?
So we have condition 2A3 is for the rooftop, 11 a.m., but then we also have condition 2A2 is for the ground floor.
Yeah,
Also-
the ground floor also, we would like to, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, 11 a.m. to
Oh, I see what you.
midnight.
Okay,
Yeah.
I missed that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Approved as modified. Motion by Ms. Durham, second by Ms. Bott. Roll call, Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham? Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden is absent. Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank
All
you.
right. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
One quick question.
Mr. Lex.
Nick, I have a quick question on this. What is required for a speaker? My own understanding was that they always had to identify their address, and they always have, so I'm just curious.
So,
You want to know where the aggrieved party may live, where they don't live.
Right.
Otherwise, anyone could come in here and oppose a project or be
Right.
supportive of a project regardless.
right. So I pulled the code during this item, and the code actually requires that we have a written sign-in sheet for where on quasi-judicial matters speakers list their name and actually include their address in writing. So I know we used years ago. I remember doing that, but we should start doing that again
Would you,
because the
would you
truth
be
is-
opposed to just stating your address just for the
No,
record?
I don't care if you do.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no, wait,
curious
one
what the
second,
rule
one second,
is.
one second.
Yeah.
So I have no objection to it at all. It's just I've never seen it happen in recent history, so I wasn't
Oh, it happens.
aware of it.
It happens.
I've never
People
not seen it happen.
People, is this on, by the way?
Yeah.
People voluntarily do that, but
I've
I
never
would-
seen it not happen, just so
Me
you know.
neither.
I've never seen, you're the first person that I've ever
Oh,
seen
okay.
not do
Look,
it.
I have no objection. I live at 125 Jefferson Avenue. It's,
Right.
I've said
Thank
it
you.
before, when required, but I don't think it's ever been required.
Right, the only concern I have is that when someone's reluctant to say where they are, it's hard for us to value or merit the opposition if we don't know where you could live 5 miles from there. And
Understood.
then we're wondering, well, why are you know, so
No,
that's all
it's-
I'm saying.
Again, city commission meetings, some people just say it out of habit because they also work in, say, City of Miami where it's required. I've never heard it, be required to provide it, and that's why.
And
I asked.
and not verbally. The code doesn't require that you do it verbally, but on quasi-judicial applications like this one, and there should be a written signage sheet. So we'll make sure that we have that moving forward.
And if there was a written
Thank you
sign,
for
should that
helping
be
me out.
There's
circulated?
no
Appreciate it.
issue
Thank
provided.
you.
Thank you.
It would be we would put it here on the lectern.
No, I understand, but if it's over there, we might not know what the address is.
Well, again, you're entitled to ask, and I think on quasi-judicial applications, it's particularly relevant.
It is relevant.
But
Let's do it this way.
I didn't want to read into the code a requirement that's not there that
Right, so
a
if I understand
speaker.
what you're saying, it's required to sign in,
Yes,
but not verbally.
that's right.
Okay. And
Would
how,
it, would it be fair to, I don't know how that's going to work. Maybe it'll work. We'll
We
see
used
how
to
it works.
we used
But
to do
would
it. We used to do it.
Did it work well?
I don't know, but we used to do it.
I know we used to put
So-
them out,
so-
and I
so-
don't think they ever got signed, so I guess
So
we just
look,
need to be mindful of it.
if somebody comes to the microphone and they don't want to state it, then we're not going to allow them, at least while I'm the chair, we won't allow them to speak until they go fill out the paperwork. Then how about that?
Okay.
Okay.
I like it.
And then.
And it rarely
we-
comes
We
up,
can look
but
at the
it-
paperwork.
yeah.
I just don't want to spend a lot.
Right, I
If
understand.
somebody's like that, in favor of not giving their address.
Right.
We'll make it easy for them. Stop what you're doing, go, fill out the paperwork. We'll come back to you when, we get to you. And then, we're going to see their address anyway, so.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Fair enough. All right, let's move on. Planning Board, thank you, Brian, for the clarification. That was important. Planning Board file 220518, 818 Lincoln Road, Oro and Elixir Restaurant.
Okay, so this is an application for a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment with entertainment, outdoor entertainment, and open-air entertainment. The applicant is requesting an application for an establishment called Oro Restaurant and Elixir Lounge. It's proposed to be located in an existing three-story building that was constructed in 2018. The proposal is for a 399-seat restaurant lounge with an occupant content of 592 persons. The establishment would occupy the second and third floors of the buildings. Access to the restaurant would be from an entrance lobby located on Lincoln Road. There would be an escalator to the second floor and an elevator to the third floor. So the second floor would be known as the Oro venue, and the third floor would be known as the Elixir venue. The second floor would have 246 seats with an occupancy of 325 persons, and the third floor would have 153 seats with an occupancy of 153 seats with an occupancy of, that is a typo. Can you give me the correct number for the occupancy of the third floor for the record? We'll clarify the occupancy of the third floor. The applicant submitted a sound study prepared by Brooks Acoustics Corporation. It indicates that all the noise would be contained within the property per the operations plan. The entertainment proposed on the second floor of the building is proposed to be played at a level that does not interfere with normal conversation, ambient levels. And at the third floor, the applicant proposes to have a DJ playing at ambient level. However, they would like the ability to have live music performances that would result in sound above ambient levels. And in those situations, they would close the doors and the outdoor terrace to make sure that the sound does not escape the site. The sound study was peer-reviewed by our consultant, Arpeggio Acoustic Consultant. I believe they're online if there are any questions. And they requested the window sound attenuation consistent with submitted operations. The outdoor terrace on the third floor, they requested that everything be closed. And they also requested some additional sound measuring and sound studies which have been completed. The applicant is requesting to be open Monday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 4 a.m., and that the outdoor terraces be closed at 2 a.m. with outdoor bar counters closing by midnight. Staff has concerns with noise impacts of patrons congregating outdoors in the early morning hours waiting for transportation. So in order to minimize the impacts to nearby residents to the south, staff recommends that all portions of the establishment close by 2 a.m. This is similar to other nearby neighborhood impact establishments that have been approved by this board.
All right.
The establishment is adjacent to the Flamingo Park residential neighborhood located directly to the south of the proposed establishment. The only thing between them is an alley and a parking lot. So that's why they have the most potential for being impacted by this. So I think with our proposed conditions that we've incorporated regarding the hours, and recommending that entertainment exceeding volume above ambient levels cease no later than 1 a.m. With those conditions, we think that the impacts can be controlled. And so staff recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Any disclosure on the item?
Yeah, I went back and forth with the applicant by email. And I also had extensive conversations with the neighborhood association, who recommended we add a condition, which I'll get to. I'll read it word for word. It's one sentence.
Oh, I got the occupancy on the third floor is 153 seats with an occupancy of 267 persons.
Say those numbers again, please.
When did you say you're going to read it?
267 persons.
Go ahead,
After the
Virgilio.
Okay.
Total is 592. I could have subtracted and figured it out, but.
Okay. Brian.
I just wanted Gail, she was going to read a condition.
After their presentation.
Oh, okay.
These are just disclosures. Yeah, any for you? Okay, seeing none.
Hi, good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the Planning Board. My name is Ian Bachakov with Ackerman Law Office at 98 Southeast 7th Street, here on behalf of Golden Era Hospitality LLC. Behind me is Philippe Khalifa, the principal of the applicant. Our architect, Patricia Duran, is sitting back there. Our sound engineer from Brooks Acoustic, Bennett Brooks, is there behind me as well. Our traffic engineer, Joaquin Vargas, should be on the Zoom. And my associate, Cecilia Torres Toledo, as well. We put together a presentation. I would ask, there we go. So let's go ahead to the next slide, please.
Sorry, I always like to know what's in the existing space now, or
Oh,
was
it's empty, it's vacant. It's essentially a new building, new space, hasn't been used before.
Okay.
Above the Sephora retail makeup shop.
Thank you.
Yes. So just to situate ourselves, this property sits in the middle of the Lincoln Road Mall on the south side facing the north. This area has a land use and zoning designation of CD3, which is the most intense commercial zoning designation in the city. And as such, we believe it's the perfect place for this concept. Next slide, please. There you'll see the property. It's located at 818 Lincoln Road. On the left side, the Sephora is the storefront facing Lincoln Road, and on the right side is the back of the building facing Lincoln Lane South. As you can see, the building is 3 stories high, but because of the design and the way it's laid out, you'll notice when I get to the next slide that it has step-back terraces on the 2nd and 3rd floor. So from the first floor or from Lincoln Road, you really only appreciate the Sephora storefront that you see there in the picture. And Oro and Elixir will only occupy the 2nd and the 3rd floors of this building. You'll notice that where the Sephora is, there's a doorway on the right side that enters into just a small foyer that has an elevator and a escalator that takes you up to the 2nd or 3rd floor. Next slide, please.
So there's nothing on the first floor?
No, it's just a door that takes you to an escalator, or you keep walking further and there's an elevator there. So nothing on the first floor other than the access to get up there. Before we get into the property, a little bit about the applicant and the operator. So Philippe Khalifa, he's a self-made entrepreneur. He's been living in Miami Beach. He had been living in Miami Beach for the past 19 years. Since he was 19 years old. He's been involved in a numerous amount of businesses throughout his career, which include real estate investment holdings as well as hospitality venues located in Wynwood. Next slide, please. So here are his 2 venues in Wynwood, El Patio, which is a nightclub lounge style venue. Doesn't have a kitchen. It focuses on the dancing and entertainment, which is one of the main reasons people go out to Wynwood. And then more recently, he opened up in 2020 Miami Mexicantina, which is a restaurant that also has entertainment components, but where they focus more on the food than the nightlife. The main thing I want you to be able to take away from this slide is that he has 2 successful hospitality businesses in Miami, or in the South Florida, and he is a responsible operator who knows what he's doing. What I want to note, though, specifically is that the venue that he's proposing for Miami Beach is nothing like the 2 concepts that he's opened up in Wynwood, understanding that Lincoln Road is a completely different type of clientele than what you expect to be going out in Wynwood. Next slide, please. So getting into the Oro and Elixir. So Oro is the restaurant concept. It's going to be housed on the 2nd floor. He envisions a very high-class establishment, and we have some boards. I don't know if you want to put them so we can see there, separate from the PowerPoint. He has a vision for a venue, something unlike the venues you've really seen in Miami, South Florida, Miami Beach, wherein you have a restaurant concept where it's going to be super high class. He's currently working with a recruiter through the Michelin companies to find applicants for a chef for the kitchen staff who've worked in at least 1 Michelin star or more restaurants. His goal of this restaurant is to be a Michelin star space. He sees Mila next door, and he thinks that this is exactly the type of space that he wants to do here, with a slightly different concept on the food from what they're doing, but it's about as similar as you can get to what he wants to do here, specifically with that restaurant portion of the space. What makes this space unique and what makes his concept unique is the 3rd floor Elixir, which is the lounge concept. And the purpose of that concept is that when people finish eating, they can go upstairs and have a vintage champagne, a vintage wine, and continue their night without having to go to Washington Avenue to Ocean Drive. He wants to be able to give them a place where they can have their dinner and then stay afterwards for conversation and drinks that you wouldn't be able to get anywhere else in Miami Beach at that level of the food, to, again, try and bring more Michelin stars to the city. Next slide, please. So with this slide, you can really appreciate the space. From above, you can see the stepped terraces that we have there. The 2nd floor being bigger than the 3rd floor. The terrace is about the same size, but really double the amount of the interior space. And you can see how, because of how it's stepped back, number one, the terrace from Mila actually looks down on our restaurant terrace, and the terraces from our venue are stepped back enough that unless you're sitting at tables right up against the edge there, you're not even going to see down to Lincoln Road, nor is anybody walking on Lincoln Road going to see up to you. So I thought it was important to show this bird's eye view of the building. Next slide, please. So here's the floor plan for the Oro restaurant. As you can see, the restaurant has the indoor and the outdoor areas proposed, totaling 246 seats. From the left to right, you can see the back of house components at the far to the left, with the restrooms, followed by a U-shaped bar, which is essentially where people can go and have their drinks while waiting for their seating. Ample indoor seating, including booth seating and tabletops, taking up the entirety of the interior of the space. A hostess stand that receives patrons right from coming in up the escalator. And an outdoor bar counter, as well as the outdoor seating. I will note a couple things I want to point out on this plan. Number one, that outdoor bar counter, we're not asking for any extended hours there. The code allows it to operate till midnight. After midnight, it would shut down. We're not asking for any extra hours there at all. And I believe on this floor plan, we actually show, or it might be on a later slide, but we show the locations of the speakers. There are no speakers on the terrace. We're not asking for anything above ambient on the outdoor areas of the premises, let alone of the restaurant floor. Next slide, please. So this is the floor plan for Elixir. You'll notice on the far right, it's just showing, looking down at the restaurant outdoor seating terrace. But from here, as staff mentioned, the upstairs lounge area has 153 seats. I'll point out there is a DJ booth on the interior, facing the interior, and there's really no dance floor there. It's just some standing space near the DJ booth. Again, this is a lounge, not a nightclub, so there is no dance floor here. The entertainment we're proposing is less about the sounds, the amplified music, more about the non-musical entertainment, aerialists, dancers, high-class things that visually will entertain while you sip on your vintage cocktails. Now, because there is a DJ, we would ask for the entertainment, so that's part of our ask, but it would be limited to the interior of the third floor space, only when doors are closed, so that none of that loud noise is escaping even onto the terrace on that third floor. This floor is, you can reach it by the escalator, or sorry, by the elevator, and of course the terrace is open below to the restaurant terrace. Now, as you saw on the boards that were put up, and we'll hold them on again, we're still working on finalizing color schemes and materials with the designers for the inside, but the mood board we were showing is the general direction that we're going for here with the upscale, high-class ambiance. Next slide, please. All right. And so here I think we're getting to the good stuff, the operational components of our request here. So as staff suggested, we are requesting hours of operation Monday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. Consistent with the code, the outdoor bar counters for the Oro would stop serving alcohol at midnight. Further, we're proposing to close the outdoor terraces at 2 a.m. So that after that hour, really just between 2 and 4 a.m., which is what we're requesting, and only on the third floor would there be musical entertainment above ambient levels. Staff has asked that we close at 2 a.m., close the outdoor bar counter at midnight, which is the midnight we have is what we're asking for, and that all live performances above ambient take place indoors with the terraces closed and end at 1 a.m. So the staff's concerns here is that the hours of operation and the compatibility with the neighborhood, which we really understand, but we think the recommendation is a bit constrictive and not necessarily on par with what's been previously approved. Specifically, Mila next door does actually have an approval for entertainment on their inside third floor until 4 a.m. So we're really just asking for the same thing that's been previously approved for the neighbor, which is going to be our essentially main competition here, and we're seeking a level playing field in that regard. As a preliminary matter, we don't foresee being open until 4 a.m. every day. It's more about the demand and just the ability to have the adequate hours of operation. Specifically, we know a lot of people who come down to Miami Beach and to Lincoln Road, when they come for a meal, they don't always come and eat at 7, 8, 9 p.m. If they're coming in at 10, 11 p.m., and they might be finishing their meal at midnight, 1 a.m., we want them to still have the ability to go upstairs and enjoy that lounge space for at least a couple hours if they so choose, because that is an integral part of the concept that Philippe envisions. I would note under the code, if we were not a neighborhood impact establishment, that we could go in with this use by right until 5 a.m. And so we're not seeking the late hour, and we understand due to the size of the venue that this is an issue. So we are asking for 4 a.m., which is what Mila previously was able to receive, to the extent that we're looking to do the same type of operation. With that regard, we also believe the 4 a.m. makes sense. With regard to people leaving the venue and the cars, we're going to have a text-to-order vehicle system so that when people are leaving, they can call their cars. Nobody's going outside and waiting in the alley for their cars to come in. By the time they take the elevator down, they know their car's ready and waiting for them to keep the flow of traffic moving down there. I'll also note that the venue will be staffed with 85 employees at any at any point during the operations, which we believe is what's going to be sufficient to run this operation. Access to the patrons will be exclusively from Lincoln Road, so that there's not going to be patrons congregating on Lincoln Lane South. And that's the side which would really impact the residential uses more, noting that these terraces all face Lincoln Road, and so any music escaping from the interior, even at ambient levels, would be going out to Lincoln Road, where you have pedestrians walking, not the residents who are behind the property where there is no openings facing south. And then, given the high-end nature of the restaurant and lounge, we expect most patrons will have will be making reservation in advance, so there's going to be minimal queuing there as well. As for the valet parking, we're instructed by the city to use the existing valet stand on Meridian, which is what Mila utilizes, so we would be using the same valet operator and area as Mila. And then, in an effort to avoid congregation of patrons on Lincoln Lane South, again, the text to order valet system. As for the entertainment, we propose generally throughout that the music be played at ambient levels at Oro at the restaurant level, so we're not seeking anything above ambient within the second floor within the restaurant. Neither of the terraces have outdoor speakers, so we're not asking for anything above ambient in any of the terraces or outdoor areas. And really, in the Elixir, in the third floor space, we're hoping to host live musical performances, to have these entertainers, non-musical entertainers, and so that's really the goal of the entertainment in our application, is for the interior of the third floor only. Next slide, please.
Mr. Chairman, I've added time. Would you like me to continue adding time, or?
How many slides do you have?
I've got 3 more slides.
Give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that should be more than sufficient. So with regard to the sound and live performances, here are the floor plans that I mentioned that show the location of the speakers. You'll notice the speakers in the interior were designed to keep the music inside. On the third floor, the speakers are facing into the space, smaller directional speakers to ensure that excess sounds do not leave the space. And again, anything above ambient will only be in the when the doors are closed, so that nothing is even escaping out towards Lincoln Road when the music is up above ambient. And again, those levels of music would really be reserved for when we have those special performances on that third floor area. I'll note what you'll notice when looking at closing times for venues on Lincoln Road. We took a look and saw, 10 venues, mix of restaurants, clubs, and lounges. Most are open till at least 2 a.m. 3 of them we noticed are open till 5 a.m. And so the 1 a.m. time that the staff recommended seemed a bit arbitrary, again, especially since our neighbor and the restaurant lounge that we're going to be operating most akin to Mila did get generally 2 a.m. with a 4 a.m. For their third floor. Next slide, please. I want to mention that we met with the Lincoln Road bid. We had 2 meetings with them. We gave them a presentation of our concept and discussed the project, and we received an enthusiastic support from them. They issued a resolution which was sent to the board members earlier this week. We believe the bid recognizes exactly the type of venue that this is, and that it's the type of venue they're looking for to operate on Lincoln Road. Next slide, please. Go ahead. So my associate Cecilia is going to hand out essentially one extra slide that didn't make it into our presentation, which lists what we're specifically asking for as far as the modifications to the recommended order. As previously stated, we're requesting 4 a.m. closing time with a 2 a.m. closing time for the outdoor terraces. If the permissible hours of operation in the city were to change, we would absolutely agree to abide by those hours. So if the city commission decided, nothing after 2 a.m. going forward, of course, we don't expect to be grandfathered in a later hour than that. Second and third requested revisions are to clarify that non-musical entertainment, namely the aerialists and the fire dancers, can perform indoors until the closing and outdoors until the closing. So the non-musical entertainment, we would like to be able to make its way onto the terraces to the extent that that's not increasing the volume of
What
above
is
ambient.
non-musical entertainment?
Dancers, so in the interior they'll have the ribbons they can hold and aerial dancing and spinning the fire sticks around, things like that. Yeah. So it's again,
So outdoor. In other words, you would also want that outdoors.
the ability until 2
2
a.m. to be able to have them go through the entire venue. Yeah. With fire extinguishers at all times, absolutely. And the final revision would permit the live performances until 4 a.m. on the interior of the third floor lounge area. For these performances and the terraces, we've identified 10 other venues that are open till at least 2 a.m. and 3 until 5 a.m. And with the precautions we've taken for patrons leaving in the evenings and the ability to get their cars without queuing and creating conversational noise downstairs in the Lincoln Lane South, we believe that it would adequately mitigate any potential nuisance to any neighbors residential behind Lincoln Road. And so just to conclude, we believe that this is a great project in a perfect venue for this concept. Philippe is a responsible operator with a proven track record in South Florida. We're going to take all the measures possible to ensure that the residential uses do not have any nuisances created, and we would respectfully request the approval of our CUP as amended. And to the extent we have 20 seconds left, I'd reserve that for rebuttal.
Ian,
Yes.
thank you. One thing I just want to say to you, I saw something that I hadn't seen in a while. You had the economic impact from the standpoint of new jobs created.
Yes.
I appreciate you having that in there. That's something we don't really talk about or think about often, but it struck something with me. Do we have anybody in the public want to speak on the item online?
We have 2 hands raised. The first is Jeff Donnelly.
That's right. Before you, I just want to point out one thing. I remember when we last had Mila before us, we added some conditions. I understand their text to valet system, but that's as good as the patrons honoring it and using it. But I remember when we did Mila, one of Gail's big concerns was people outside waiting for their car at whatever hours. And I know we put in a very unique and interesting condition. So while people are speaking, is there any possibility you could pull that CUP up and remind us what we did about their valet situation? Thanks.
Okay, yep. Should we start the public hearing?
Yeah, that's, I mean, do we have any, we did disclosures already on this?
I believe so.
Yeah, we did. All right, do we have anybody?
Yeah, I forgot, I have one more disclosure. I spoke to the Lincoln Road bid because they sent a letter of support and they explained to me why. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we have Jeff Donnelly.
Going once, twice?
Jeff, I believe you're on mute.
Okay, now I think
Yep, we got you, Jeff. Good morning.
good, thank you. I just want to call the board's attention to a part of the draft order, which reads, and I'm reading from it, sound generated from the venue, including but not limited to recorded music, patron conversation, entertainment, shall not be plainly audible from or beyond any public rights of way adjacent to the subject property, and that includes Lincoln Lane South. So if something is not audible south of Lincoln Lane, that would be a good way to protect the residential interests to the south of the building. Thank you.
Okay, so that's 6A, 6D.
But he's saying that's in the
Yeah,
order.
that he's right, that he's talking about. I just wasn't sure where he was until I had found it.
That's what I was referring to before.
Okay.
Jeff's suggestion, that one sentence in D.
So you want to
Yeah,
reiterate it?
reiterate it. Well, they said the sound study is not going to allow noise to leave the venue. So in that spirit, it reads following the recommendation: sound generated from the venue, including but not limited to recorded music, patron conversations, or entertainment shall not be plainly audible from or beyond any public right-of-way adjacent to the property. Public rights-of-way shall include, but not limited to, Lincoln Lane, South, and Lincoln Road. I think that's a good idea. It covers
Okay.
what they said the sound study is
Okay.
going to
Yeah,
accomplish.
you're just saying you're in
That's what it's-
support.
that's in there.
That's already in there. You're in support
Yeah.
of that.
Yes.
Okay. got it.
And we are agreeable to that condition.
Okay.
Perfect.
No, when Jeff sent it to me, I didn't know that it was in there already.
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay.
Anybody else?
We have Lyle, I suppose it's Lyle Stern.
Hi, Lyle. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Everybody hear me?
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the work that the planning board and every board in our city does. I come to you today as the chair of the Lincoln Road bid. I have no financial interest in this. I'm not a broker on the deal. I'm not involved in ownership of the building. Our responsibility on the bid is much greater. It's to overview the health and maintenance of Lincoln Road and to help Lincoln Road continue to grow into the next iteration of itself. The city's about to spend a tremendous amount of money on the James Corner plan, which we're excited about. This application, as others that come before the board, have been fully vetted. We vetted the operator, we vetted the operation, the intended operation, the level of cuisine that's involved. We discussed the length and kind of operation they'd like to do in the lounge above, which is significantly different than a nightclub. And we take our responsibility very seriously. We have 800,000 feet of retail, north of 8 million visitors a year, million square feet of office space in a very robust and being redefined market. Based upon all that and the time that we've invested, we've supported this application. We leave it to you, the board, to determine the operating hours along with the city. I would note that Mila, Juvia, Chotomate all have some level of live music or entertainment. We think and we can use Mila as a great example of what's been a major positive contributor to Lincoln Road. We find that folks choosing to come to Lincoln Road, there's a big investment necessary before they get to this level of application to the planning board. And we're further looking to incentivize these types of operators and operations, especially on the rooftops where more casual dining is much more difficult to accomplish. So we urge your support. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate the work that you do for the city.
That was Lyle Stern? Okay, thanks.
Yes.
And that's all we have online.
That's it? Anybody want something? Yeah. Anybody from the auditorium other than the applicant wanting to speak? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close. Sorry, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. Go ahead, Ian.
I was just going to add, I have a copy of the Mila CUP, and I could read in that condition unless Rogelio found it already.
We have it.
Yeah, but okay.
So
Yeah, and just so you know the background, we just didn't want, it's great to have the text, and a lot of people have that now.
Yeah.
But if they don't use it,
Sure,
they're going to
of
go
course.
down there and they're going to be congregating, and that was the concern. And I think we made them have either a security guy or you couldn't have more than 4 people in the queue at a time.
Okay.
Just to avoid because that's what happened in Sunset Harbor, Purdy Lounge.
Sure.
All their entertainment was inside, but then they'd come outside at 3 a.m, wasted, yelling
Yeah.
and screaming, and so
No,
that's the concern.
I understand the concern, and we would be agreeable to any additional condition related to ensuring that, that's done to avoid any further nuisance.
So the 2 conditions that were added first was private security personnel shall be posted outdoors adjacent to the establishment during all hours of operation. The security personnel shall ensure that patrons do not congregate on the exterior of the property. Second was the applicant shall submit an operational plan that incorporates a valet plan and rideshare plan to minimize the congregation of patrons at the exterior of the establishment, subject to the review and approval of staff. The plan shall be presented to the planning board at the time of the progress report. And then prior to the issuance of certificate of use, the applicant shall use best efforts to contact residents or property managers in nearby residential buildings within the line of sight of the establishment, provide the establishment contact information to address any concerns that may arise.
But there's something different. You guys are asking for a velvet rope to queue people to go into the restaurant on Lincoln Road. And I think that's a bad idea. I mean, usually restaurants don't need to queue. I saw that in the documents that you're asking for a velvet rope on Lincoln Road.
I think that was more just giving an idea of the high class level. We are not going to have a velvet rope on Lincoln Road, no.
Okay, and you don't lease any of the first floor?
No.
Except just an elevator. So how will you get people, is there space inside in your lobby in the restaurant to have people go to the bar? Or to, like, how many square feet do you have to people? Do you have a sitting area so people waiting for a table can get in there?
I was actually going to add that we have our architect and sound engineer. If you have any questions, I would ask our architect to come up and speak to the specific square footage of that portion of the venue.
And Gail, to
PJ,
your-
can you pull back up the floor plan so that the architect can speak to it and we can follow along, please?
And Mr. to your concern, we have a condition that no patron shall be allowed to queue on public rights-of-way or anywhere on the exterior premises of the property.
Okay, because I don't want this, you know, it's my greatest fear that Lincoln Road is going to turn into a second-floor nightclub neighborhood. Like, we don't want it to look like Wynwood, where there are just a block of people lined up on the sidewalk waiting to get into a club. I also have concerns about the hours of operation, but I'll tell you that next. Go ahead.
Just guide us. You can introduce
Yeah,
yourself
so
and guide
that's
us.
the second floor, so I'm gonna pass this so you can pass it around, so it's the first floor.
Introduce yourself first.
Yes. My name's Patty Duran, I'm an interior designer, I own Hybrid Creative, and I'm working with the architects, so I'm here in representation of the architects. So in that first floor plan, so on first ground on Lincoln Road, what we have is really we have, it's basically a foyer. So in that foyer, you have the electrical stair that's going up to the second floor, which is Oro. So if you're going to the restaurant, if you have a reservation, you would go up the electrical stairs, and then there's going to be a host stand that's going to receive you as you wait for your table. So really, you're not waiting for the table on ground floor. And then if you're going to Elixir, which is on the third floor, there's a path that goes all the way down. It's a hallway, and that leads you to the elevator. Also on the first floor, behind, basically next to the elevator, you'll see that there's a stairway. So if you prefer not to take the electrical stairs, so there's 3 ways basically to get you to the second floor and then the third floor as well. So we don't foresee people coming into Lincoln Road and waiting either outside on the street or in the first floor.
Yeah, the place is not open yet, so it's hard to imagine from this diagram how the flow is going to go. My next concern was, the hours of operation. Now, with all due respect, Mila is a totally different operator, business model. They have a private club, and as I remember, they had a private room had no windows, and 20 people can fit into this space around a bar. And yeah, the majority of us voted for 4 a.m. for Mila. I did not. I think because you have so many more occupancy and so many more outdoor areas with Nanodoors, for anybody that doesn't know, it's like a giant window that just collapses and the indoor becomes the outdoor. I know you said you're going to close them, but it still doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy about 4 a.m. I think your hours should be 2 a.m., and that's what I would ask the board to consider also, because it's not the same as Mila at all. I did extensive research on the operator. You know, I read the articles, and it kind of reminded me of EME, which is, you know, a restaurant that really is a nightclub. The owner said that he aspires to have a Michelin restaurant, which is pretty high bar, and it sounds a little bit like an exaggeration. His other 2 venues in Wynwood are basically nightclubs, and this article from New Times says he's like the nightclub king, and it says, he quotes, you know, you could have your dinner and after dinner drinks and a nightclub experience all in one place. I don't know, do we want to bring nightclubs to Lincoln Road? I think the answer is no. I don't think the mayor wants it, and I don't think the other developers want it, and I thought we were trying to tap this down, even, you know, not move, you know, Washington and Ocean Drive to Lincoln Road. So I think it's a good concept to have a little entertainment, to have music, but I just think it should be 2 a.m. and not 4 a.m. Thank you very much.
So before you respond, are you familiar with the places that she cited? Okay.
Yes, of course. Go ahead,
Nathan.
introduce yourself. And sorry, just before you respond, if I could just ask one follow-up question to you. So I guess is your overriding issue the hours or the use, just so I can kind of compartmentalize? Meaning if it was 2 a.m.
They have a large occupancy that has the possibility to move in and out, outdoors and indoors, and based on that, I think it should be 2 a.m. In general, I think you know me, I think Lincoln Road should be 2 a.m. all across Lincoln Road because most of the venues do have only outdoor tables, and in our city, outdoor tables on private property, which is what Lincoln Road is limited to 2 a.m. So basically, Lincoln Road does close up at 2 a.m., and I thought that was a good thing. I don't think we should have a few nightclubs scattered to keep people on Lincoln Road until 4 a.m.
But at 2 a.m., you're supportive of the general use that they're conceptualizing?
There's like, it's like this piece of paper that was handed to me. It's like a little confusing. You know, there's the second floor patio has certain rules, the third floor patio has certain rules, indoor, outdoor. It's like a lot of different rules with different hours. So I'm just trying to digest it. Well, I'll let others speak, and maybe we'll come back to this.
Yeah, and
You have the opportunity to respond first.
and I will just clarify, the outdoor areas, nobody's going out there after 2 a.m. They're going to be closed at 2 a.m. even with the modifications we're requesting, which is the same hours that any sidewalk cafe, I believe, can stay open on Lincoln Road until 2 a.m. So everything after that moves completely indoors, doors closed, and the goal is to have no sounds escaping. And with regard to the sound, you know, any questions can be asked our sound engineer who's here, but I'll let Philippe speak.
But just to point out, this here says indoor and outdoor portions may operate until 4 a.m. You're saying only the indoor portions?
Only the indoors, yes. The outdoors until 2 a.m. The indoor on the third floor until 4 a.m.
Yeah,
Okay.
so see, we'll just have to modify this just a little bit.
Yes.
Hello. I just wanted to clarify a little bit because of what was said by Ms. Dunham, that, you know, I'm looking to only be a nightclub, and she compares me to Emmy, which I strongly disagree, with all due respect. Emmys are not operators. They're just, you know, a bunch of people that decided to open a club that was very ghetto, if you're asking me, and that's the reason I guess they've been shut down. You compare what I did to Wynwood and say that I'm going to do the same thing in South Beach, which again, I respectfully disagree. Wynwood is a different area than South Beach. Like I said, I've been growing up in South Beach. I'm from Paris originally. I came here at a very young age in vacation with my family, and I've decided to live in Miami because I love the city. I saw the growth of the city, and I saw specifically what South Beach became. Because I mean, I've been in South Beach for a long, long time. I'm not here to be part of a problem. I think I'm here to be more part of someone that really wants to be part of the new South Beach and the change that the mayor wants to do. I agree with that. I understand that. When I say I want to bring a Michelin star experience and a Michelin star to my restaurant, it's not, you know, just words. We have this in writing with my landlord. I have to bring a high-end venue that has a Michelin star. If not, basically, he can kick me out of the property. I did this project especially for that. I understand you see me as an operator in Wynwood that has, you know, bars and restaurants. And by the way, Miami is a true restaurant, Ms. Darren. If I invite you, I would love to invite you there. You will see that we are a true restaurant.
Does it have bottle service?
So of course there is, but there is
Okay.
after hours at midnight because the area allows us to do that. But I don't think it's against the law as well. So, but saying that but Ms. Dunham, saying that I'm essentially a nightclub and I don't care of the restaurant part, it's not true. and you're speaking without actually knowing and without being in the venue. If you were there, you'll see that we have actually 800 seating that we serve in our restaurant, from Thursday to Sunday. We're a very successful place. And I was the only venue in Wynwood that wanted to be high-end and not something where anybody can go. We're very strong at the door, and we work hand in hand with the commander of the area, with the fire marshals. So I'm not the kind of operator who is here to create, a mess in the area. I'm actually here to make sure that I can give something to the area and bring something new. That's always what I've been doing in my venues. I understand your concern about me coming in South Beach, but there's nothing I can say right now that will make you change your mind. I understand that, unless you let me build it and show you and invite you the day of the opening of the type of venue that I'm doing and I'm gonna do. Because I'm just, I'm a passionate person. I want to bring a new experience to South Beach. I think that Miami became this landmark in the U.S., and we don't have that much high-end offering in Miami Beach with the high-end hotels that are going to be built in the near future. And I want to be one of this solution, for those high-end venues.
I'm sorry, well, I don't want you to think I'm picking on you, but
No,
it's
fine.
your documents and your letters of recommendation had all the venues in Wynwood mentioned, so that's what drove me to do a little research on that.
No,
As an operator.
As an operator,
yes, of course.
yeah.
And Ms. Dunn, I'm not going to be ashamed of what I did in Wynwood. I'm very proud of it. I mean, you can ask the commander in the area or commissioners in Wynwood. I mean, I don't think I've been a problem in the area. It's just two things. I don't want to take too much time. We have a certain occupancy because I think it is very important to see that with the rents today that are done, it's nearly impossible to do a business if you have 50 people inside. You have to be realistic about this. I'm looking for a high-end venue with high-end type of clientele, and for that, the occupancy helps us a lot to be a successful business as well. We're doing that as well to win, to win money and to have a good life. As far as the lounge, the experience that I want to give to my clients is kind of a champagne room, kind of champagne lounge. So it's really to give them an experience, a tasting experience after the restaurant. Why 4 a.m.? I have a simple explanation for that. We expect, people to come to have dinner, 9:30 during those times. Obviously, that's really the rush time. They stay till around midnight. So having a place that shuts down at 2 a.m., you have to pretty much clear the room at 1:30, 1:40. So it doesn't leave enough time for someone that might, buy an expensive bottle. Again, I understand my responsibilities. I'm not going to tell you I'm going to do a lounge if in the back of my head I'm going to do a club. I expect to be, have inspections, and to make sure that, what I bring to this panel today, it's what's going to happen in the near future. And that's my responsibility. But the concept has always been a lounge, and the 4 a.m. really is to just make sure that people have enough time to experience and not only an hour, because it's just impossible to operate with such short notice.
No, I understand. I'm cognizant to, the third floor, how do you get people up there? Usually restaurants are on the ground floor. You might have to have entertainment. I'm fine with that. And, we use it as a tool sometimes, limiting number of seats. And I didn't even mention that. I mean, I think you should have a lot of seats. You should get in as many people as you can to make as most money as you can. But I waver on the 2 a.m. for the reasons that I mentioned.
Understand.
But to be clear, the lounge is all indoors.
Yes.
Nothing exposed to the outside, right?
So we have a terrace on the outside, but
Right.
the point is to have the terrace closed because of the recommendation of the panel, and after to have the
At
inside.
2 a.m. that closes?
Absolutely.
Okay. Good, sorry.
Mr. Chair? Yes. I'm fully sympathetic to the, need to have a higher occupancy in order to support the high rents on Lincoln Road. I think if you walk up and down Lincoln Road, you see the vacancies, you see the issues that creates. Does your operation provide any solutions for the daytime dearth of activity? Is there going to be any type of lunch offered?
So
to try and bring some critical mass there during the day?
So, in all honesty, for the moment, no. The plan that we have in the future, and that's still something that I'm just thinking about, because we have a large portion of the Lincoln Road area in front of the venue, on the ground floor, will be to do a daytime concept as far as offering kind of in French we say salon de thé, which is, a fingerling sandwich, very tasteful offering that I think is lacking in Lincoln Road today. That's something that I would love to do. I just want to make sure that it doesn't mix too much with the concept of the high-end restaurant. That's why that's something that I will entertain in the near future, but obviously not opening all three at the same time, which will be, problematic and difficult to all do everything at the same time. But yes, I was thinking of a lunch opportunity on the ground floor, on the outdoor ground floor on Lincoln Road. Yes.
Because the way that I view it is, these multi-storied, retail spots on Lincoln Road. So you need floors 2 and 3 to support, floor 1 in these developments.
Mm-hmm.
But I also view it that, kind of any concessions from this board of the city that supports your nighttime activity, ideally could also help support and offset some of your daytime costs to try and, again, to Gail's point, give back to the streetscape and what's, I guess, lacking in Miami Beach.
I agree.
And another question, in terms of the future concepts of the two establishments, and at least certainly with Elixir, which is on the higher floor, do you plan on having like the bottle service in the future? Obviously, right now you're just talking about dinner and evening stuff, but another concern is that I have is in the future there being sort of a daytime party element. I know the sound will be monitored and everything like that, but bottle service during the day or anything like that?
No, absolutely not.
And thank you. And then in terms of, my hang up really, and I appreciate the presentation and what you offered with Oro, and it seems great, and I commend you for that. And clearly this, to me, seems totally different than El Patio. And so
it is absolutely.
The concern that I have is in the presentation, the statement where it says you'll have bottle service that delivers a club-like experience, and that'll also be available. That's the biggest concern that I have, is bringing a club-like experience to Lincoln Road. One of the issues, right now, the club experiences are sort of kept, east and inching its way toward the residential areas. Right now, you don't have anybody here speaking up against it, but it's one of those things where once the music starts and the people are around, then they start, they'll be here when there's a noise violation. We come here to discuss it. And so I have, one of the other things is with Mila, I think it's different. One, we've seen them operating, but two, they were presenting sort of a club, not a nightclub experience, but a membership club experience. And that's something that at least there would be more monitoring of the people, and at least there's the power of revocation of their membership if somebody's misbehaving. And so my concern with Elixir is the bottle service club-like atmosphere. I know it's going to be kind of hard because of the sound limitations, but people have gotten very creative in the past. And so I don't know what do you have to say?
When we put together the presentation and we use these words, in our thoughts, the word club, we weren't thinking nightclub, we were thinking like a private club, but without the members. We want to give that membership experience without having to sign up and pay a membership fee, right? Think of like a club like a yacht club or a country club where you have a room where people can have their drinks, relax, converse, meet each other. That was the concept with the high-end vintage champagnes and.
It's like a Casa Tua club upstairs. Lounge.
Yes. But then I haven't been to Casa Tua in a while, but Casa Tua doesn't have the fire blowers and the trapeze artists, and so it's hard to envision something that's like very low key and like chill and vibey when you're also having like flame blowers and everything like that. So I support you coming to South Beach and bringing something great. I have a concern about Elixir and the atmosphere and, you know, and then that feeding out onto Lincoln Road late and people, you know, and especially, you know, I'm sort of set on 2 a.m., but even the thought of people leaving at 2 a.m. it still concerns me, pouring out into the sort of residential adjacent area. And so
what we saw because of COVID is that most people today want an extra entertainment when they come to your venue, to the restaurant. Originally, when I did Miami and Wynwood, it was not meant to be a place that had shows. We did that basically out of the blue because we saw that when there was COVID, there was no more concerts, there was no more activities. So we said, we were allowed to bring people back in the restaurants, and we said, okay, let's bring the entertainment to the restaurant, like this people can have this enjoyment of feeling to have a concert in the restaurant. And when I say concert again, is not the noise and all the bells and whistles. We saw that, you know, there's really people having dinner or in the lounge having an extra entertainment. It just, you know, it's a plus for us. It's just bringing something extra to our client, where the money that is spent, you know, is not only for a bottle and that's it. We're just trying to bring them new entertainment every time, something new, because we saw it works really well. I understand your concern for the night type venue. The reason as well for that is because of the decor. Obviously, it's kind of Oro is a very, you know, restaurant, very high end with a lot of gold everywhere, blue, pastel. We go into kind of the Eden kind of garden to as well. The original concept was the vintage bird cage that we mixed together, and Elixir goes back to kind of this. Goes to the same concept and opposes it as well. So it's the night version of the Oro concept basically. So that's the reason of the night type of thing, night type of venue. But again, the concept always been actually. Thank you very much for that. It's the example I think is perfect. Is a Casa Tua. I don't understand the membership concept. I really don't. It's not for me because I think you're very capped in that sense. But it's really to bring a club.
Membership fees.
Yes, but still, you know, I had a hard time envisioning someone coming every week just to go to a restaurant. Or it's very difficult for me. But yes, it is that kind of experience that I want to bring. It's really the champagne and wine tasting that we want to bring to our clients. Elevated experience mixed with, you know, beautiful, nice ambient music. Because again, and we have, you know. We're not buying speakers for that because our speakers, if you saw the size, I think will make you think much better because they're really like this. It's really to give this ambient level, you know, music, but you know, without a crazy party atmosphere. We don't need that.
Jonathan, I'm not sure when, I know you came in late, but we pointed out that what we did with Mila to try to avoid people pouring out on the street together, we put in some conditions that would hopefully prevent that. I know you came in, but I specifically asked for that.
No, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, they were three in nature: private security personnel, operational plan, address patron congregation at the right of way or the property line, and then no queuing at the property line in the immediate right of way. Ms. Bott.
So I have a few scattered thoughts, so bear with me. I'm trying to try and collect them all. First of all, I think it's thrilling that Michelin has finally graced Miami with its presence, and I applaud your effort to get us another star. So go get him, Tiger. But aside from that, I do have some concerns that my colleagues have addressed, and I do think that we should incorporate the conditions that we gave to Mila about their queuing and parking and egress and all that to your application as well. I also am very concerned about the 2 a.m. Closures. And here's the thing, somebody mentioned a lot of the businesses on Lincoln Road can stay open until 2 a.m. They have their tables and chairs outside, but what we're talking about, what we're concerned about, that's not where your people are going to be going. Your people are going to be going to the lane behind to get their cars, and that is directly adjacent to a residential neighborhood. No, am I wrong on that?
The valet ramp is actually, I believe, on Meridian, not in Lincoln Lane South.
They're going to share it with Mila.
Yeah, it's.
Okay, so nobody's coming out into that alley behind?
No, there's no, that's a fire exit.
Okay, so that helps a little bit. When you, I'm not surprised at all that the Lincoln Road bid is fully supportive of this. Shocking. Have you reached out to the neighbors adjacent across the alley to you?
No, I don't believe we did.
I would highly, this is a refrain everybody
Yeah.
hears from me, I would highly recommend you do it now and not later,
Okay.
so that if there are concerns that you guys haven't thought of, we haven't thought of, that they know there's a quirk in the way sound amplifies because they heard it from the guy next door, whatever, you get ahead of that now.
Sure.
Because if this goes forward in any capacity and you start hearing things, we're going to be back here, and it's better for everyone to do it right the first time. Just ask the folks at the Good Time Hotel.
Absolutely, yes, understood.
I am also concerned about having any kind of noise emanating from the open air spaces, the rooftop lounge, even if it's just to have the firewalkers or the dragons or whoever you're having go through the restaurant and include that as part of the experience, because if somebody does something really stunning and they're doing it right, everybody will say, oh, that was amazing, and that can carry. So not everybody needs to stay up till 4 a.m. I know we're a late night city, and as a planning board and as a planning department, you guys have been doing this forever. There's a gentleman who came to almost every planning board meeting for a number of months, and then I think finally gave up in desperation. But the point was made. You've got businesses sharing walls that have different laws governing what they can do, which is a reality, and it's a very unfortunate one. So yes, Mila has certain permissions to do certain things. A lot of that was predicated on the fact that they are a membership club, and so they had more control over who came, and that they are a smaller venue, a smaller capacity. And I understand your position that critical mass is necessary to make things work. Of course, I'm so business person, and I share with you that the club life is not for me either. So I appreciate that. But at the same time, I would rather have you start in a more limited fashion, with a little bit tighter control on the time and what can happen where, what can happen outdoors, how late. Make sure that you speak with the neighbors. And then let's say 2 or 3 years, when you have proven yourself and it's going gangbusters and it's a beloved neighborhood institution, come back and say, we've earned the right to extend, if that's part of the conversation. But to start off that way, and I'm not as concerned, I understand where Gail's coming from. You look at the information you have as, of course, and I think we all feel a little bit burned by MA, who kept claiming that they were a restaurant when clearly they weren't. So, that's nothing to do with you, but understand that's where we're all coming from. I think we would all like to see this sort of thing happening on Lincoln Road and down the road, no pun intended. To have it include a lunch offering would be a great way to help reanimate the sort of moribund part of our city that should be thriving and bustling, and especially if all these new office buildings come online the way everybody promises they will and be occupied, which is a big if. Those people will be hungry, and if you have something that's a little higher end but not astronomical, that could be a great business opportunity as well. So my view on this is to proceed with prescribed hours, with limiting the outdoor entertainment period, and to include the same the same conditions that we imposed on Mila to help protect the neighborhood. And please go talk to the residents next door, like today. Start finding out who they are and put together a meeting.
And what about indoor alcohol, did you say? They're asking for 4 a.m.
No, I'm saying the 4 a.m. should move to 2 a.m.
So, one second, Mr. Joby.
Yeah, I just had a few clarifications. So on the requested modifications that you handed out, in the original board order, conditions 6A, 3 and 4, they state entertainment shall be limited to DJs. And then in your order, you say the musical entertainment shall be limited to DJs, but then you also refer to non-musical entertainment.
That's right.
So is that a creative way of just saying no restrictions on entertainment?
No.
Because before it was just DJs.
Entertainment that creates sound, yes. Entertainment that does not create sound, the dancers, the entertainers that, not the DJ, not a guitarist, somebody who's not playing music, that's entertainment that we don't believe will cause sound levels to increase above ambient. Those, we believe we should be able to have slightly later hours because they're not creating the sound that, an amplified speaker would create.
Is it right that prior to this, I forget what you call them, fire breathers and things like that, that would be not allowed? Only DJs would be allowed with staff recommendation?
No, we have, if you look at condition 6A5, Roman numeral 5, it says on the third floor, entertainment above ambient levels, including DJs and live performances, shall be permitted between 11 a.m. and 1 a.m., subject to the following. Entertainment above ambient levels shall only be permitted indoors, and doorways to the outdoor terraces shall remain closed while there is above ambient level entertainment indoors.
Seems the only entertainment we're restricting is music, like live music.
I think what they're trying to do is, if I'm following this, is they're trying to create a distinction between the indoor and outdoor area, and they want to be able to have these non-musical entertainment components be able to go outdoors.
Not exactly. So in the city's code, there's just entertainment. There's no differentiation between entertainment that creates sound and entertainment that does not create sound. Like a dancer, like a belly dancer, for instance, who's not making any noise and is just dancing, that's still entertainment under the city's code, correct? And so that's the differentiation we're trying to make.
No, but with all due respect, have you ever, belly dancers make noise. And so it's not amplified noise necessarily, but also typically even the fire breathers are operating or performing against the background of some kind of soundtrack. It's very rare, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that where a venue has entertainment provided where they're not
Sure.
performing in response to some kind of oral.
So to address that concern, and as we showed in our presentation, all speakers are on the interior and they were all going to be set with those limiters so that they can't exceed a certain decibel limit. And so the entertainers will be performing to that ambient level music that's being played. But you said that when there's music on the inside, you would close the doors going to the outside. Above ambient music. So the ambient music will be facing inside, but when those doors are open, the ambient music will also be able to escape onto the terrace. And so that's the level of sound that will be in the terrace in the outdoor areas. So nothing above ambient will go outside, but that ambient level will reach because it's going to come from the inside to the outside.
And your wish is to have that happen up until what time?
2 a.m.
Okay, so again, it goes back to let's start a little bit smaller, prove the concept, prove that you can manage the sound, prove that the doors are being opened and closed the right way, install also one of the sound
limiters. Yeah, that's a requirement.
Yeah, so, and then once it starts working and it's fabulous, then you can come back to us and say, we want to.
The only concern we have, and this I think you can appreciate, if everything's closing at 2 a.m., the restaurant downstairs and the lounge upstairs, everybody's going to end up leaving. An entire seating of 2 floors are going to leave all at once, creating a congregation potentially outside because they won't be able to stay even 1 hour, let alone 2 hours, to be able to have people shuffle out.
But
Again,
that's
in
making
step
the assumption
basis.
that everyone's sitting down for dinner at 11 o'clock, and that's not a realistic assumption. I mean, there's still some people who get hungry before 11.
No, of course, and I don't doubt that a majority of the patrons will be coming at 7, 8, 9 p.m., but there are a lot of people in this town, as Philippe can attest to as an operator of nightlife venues, that go out and eat late. They stay late. They want to have that experience of the lounge. And again, it's all about the tasting. We can all appreciate the fact that Michelin does not star lounges and nightclubs, and having loud music is not going to help get those stars, right? This is about the experience, the tasting up there. And really, it's all part of the experience that differentiates Philippe's concept from everyone else in the city.
If I could just I just want to clarify, I mean, I feel the way this is written is confusing.
Yep.
Because now you have
yes.
non-musical entertainment, which has music as a part of it, potentially.
But below ambient level is not deemed entertainment under the city's code. So we're kind of tied to the definitions in the city code, and so we're trying to differentiate our ask based on the terms.
But why use the word
I just
musical?
think we
Why
shouldn't
is
categorize it.
Not, it's very difficult when you add that word musical for me to follow. Why just like non-entertainment?
It's not a definition in the code, and we shouldn't be using his definition. Also, entertainment includes dancing also, because people cheer and people clap, and that makes noise, and that's all part of the entertainment. So I don't think we should differentiate. Can I just cut to the chase and make a recommendation what we should vote on? A motion?
Yes, but I want to clarify.
Okay, sorry about that.
And I think it's to your benefit not to have confusing language here, so.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, does it even make sense? I mean, I guess staff only had entertainment limited to DJs. If we're going to expand it beyond that, does it make any sense to?
We do have performances listed, live performances.
But do we have something like non-musical entertainment somewhere in this order? I don't know what benefit that gives you to call it that.
Yeah, we want to have entertainers, but not necessarily musicians.
But then you might want to have belly dancers, and you might want a little bit of music with it, I think.
Anybody?
Just asking if we did public comment yet.
Yes, we did.
We did, yes.
Can I ask a question too?
Yeah, that's my point, basically.
I didn't hear you guys talk about this, maybe I missed it, or maybe you haven't gotten this far. On the third floor outdoor terrace portion, what do you have planned aside from the speakers being indoors and pointed indoors to mitigate the sound from spreading beyond the confines of the terrace?
If and when the sounds, the music is played above ambient on the interior, doors are required to be closed. So at no times will there be sounds generated above ambient levels while those doors are open, while the terrace is open, and there's no speakers in the terrace, so presumably the only sounds coming from there will be from patrons having conversation.
I'm sure you have the experience, as everybody, I'm sure, has had. Sorry. I'm sure you've had the experiences everybody has of sitting next to a table, very happy customers who are or are not deep in their cups, but are very jovial and boisterous and loud. Not inappropriate, they're not like dancing on the tables or anything, but they are really loud. I mean, I've had experiences where I've had to move tables. I think as part of your plan, you should be looking at mitigating even voices of the patrons. Other applicants have done that either as part of their initial application or have been forced to as sound has traveled in ways that were unexpected, with hedges and sound baffling things and whatever other tricks your sound engineer might have up his sleeve. Again, prevention is better than cure, and I would encourage you to not presume that your patrons will be muted at all times.
No, of course, and we fully plan to mitigate that, and I can bring up our sound engineer to explain it on the interior. The ceiling, just like you heard with Catch, it's all acoustical panels to absorb the sounds. The goal, again, is to not have any noise violations, to be a good neighbor. We're not trying to be a nightclub here. We want to be respectful.
No, I understand that, but just because you are, cheek and jowl with a residential neighborhood, and you're talking again about interior mitigation, I'm talking specifically about exterior, so to plan accordingly.
Yeah. There's no entertainment being asked for outdoor.
No, I understand that. I'm saying regardless of the entertainment issue, and regardless of how late it's open, voices carry, as, who was it, Annie?
Yes.
Amy Lennox sang that or something?
The mitigating factors we would absolutely include in our operational plan, but yes, those
well,
are
in what you build.
Yes, absolutely, in what we build. Oh, and by the way, we do plan on having like retractable awnings on those terraces to also help, if it's going to rain and to, people don't always want to sit in the sun, but it also helps, as an acoustical shield from the noise coming up as well.
And let me make sure I'm understanding this. This issue or condition on the outside where it's a level above ambient is only happening at the third floor, not the second floor open terrace.
Not in the exterior, only in the interior in the third floor.
Okay.
To answer to actually the voice issue that you said, some clients being sometimes too voicey, you're right on that. the types of awning that actually we're bringing in the area and on the concept as panels that deployed on the entire side of the awning, those panels or new types of panels, well, that mitigates the sound. So in the event that we see that it becomes too noisy, because my job, I'm always on site, so I'm an operator that's constantly there. So I'm to make sure that if we see that the venue becomes too noisy outside, because my job is to make sure that it stays, on acceptable level, we'll have to bring those panels down to make sure we mitigate the sound on the outside portion when it's even at 10 or 11 p.m.
I have a question for staff. So this whole thing it looks like the requested order modification is changing the entertainment around DJ to, what I believe they're trying to identify as things that are not DJ. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is the definition of entertainment, and I forget what it actually is. I know it's, live show, live performance or something like that, but does it not encompass, do they have to break it out like this? So it's just, if you take out the last line, the entertainment shall be limited to DJs, then they shouldn't have to have this bifurcated definition. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
So,
Well, but then,
We would agree with that. If it's not limited to DJs,
That is
would
broader,
allow us to
though.
have
I think
So-
just
so-
don't
we'd
limit
like
to
to have.
DJs, because then they can't have live entertainment, because that's not a DJ, right?
Well, a DJ is under our code. I think it is considered live entertainment, but if you struck that last sentence that entertainment shall be limited to DJs, then I think you're permitting. Just wanted the board to know
Okay.
what.
So I understand. So then can it be DJ and whatever else that they're trying to get at? I mean, it seems like they're trying to make a passageway for something, and they're trying to identify it specifically, and I'm just not following. I mean, it just seems like we're adding something there that we can do it a lot simpler, and I don't know necessarily how to do it, but it just seems like they're making it more complicated to me.
And maybe I might flip that to the applicant. Is there a different term you might use as far as what specific, beyond a DJ, what specific types of entertainment you're looking to have? Because I think what the chairman's saying is
We had a difficult time with it, which is why we presented it the way we did, and it unfortunately is a bit confusing because under the city's code, it is still considered live entertainment, and they did have the condition here specifically that the live entertainment shall be limited to DJs. And like you said, I think you hit the nail on the head. What we're asking for is some additional type of live entertainers, but the type that don't generate noise the way a DJ does.
In their proposal, they use non-musical entertainment, so couldn't you just put limited to DJs and non-musical entertainment?
We would agree with that.
I'd rather strike the word entertainment and say non-musical something else. I don't want to create the confusion over the definition of
Non-musical
entertainment.
entertainers.
But I like that.
Did the dancers not dance to music?
Well, the music below
performance or
ambient is not entertainment, so
It would be
it would al-
non-DJ music. It would just
Yeah,
be.
correct. So the music that they're dancing to
Right.
would not be deemed entertainment because it's below, it's ambient or
Right.
lower, but the entertainer
Well,
themselves.
it's not the sound.
is-
If there's a DJ even playing ambient, it's
That's right.
entertainment.
That's right, yeah. So.
It's the fact you have a DJ is what makes it
Yeah, and
entertainment
so-
regardless of the sound. I think it's kind of weird that it's like that, but
Yeah,
it
because
is.
in the same conditions, guys, we have entertainment at ambient volume.
Yeah,
Right.
so.
That just allows them
and
to
that-
have a DJ doing it
yes.
as opposed to just a stereo.
Well, that's on the second floor, though.
Yeah, so I mean, calling it.
That's the
calling it-
second floor. Let's not, we got a lot of floors here.
So what we understood the request was that they only wanted DJs on the second floor. The performances and the live
Third
music
floor.
would be on the third floor.
Third
So
floor.
the way the order is drafted is essentially they can have DJs
Rather,
playing.
sorry, it's the third floor, I think.
Yes.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, the performance is on the third floor.
Go ahead, Rahel, yeah.
So the way we understood it, DJs can play on any floor throughout their whole
Right.
operation.
Right.
We only want the DJ on the third floor indoors.
So there would be no DJ on the second floor,
No.
no music on the second
No,
floor at
the
all?
DJ booth is located on the third floor. On the second floor,
On the second floor is just, ambient music for
Right.
the restaurant, that's all.
Without
yeah,
a
so
DJ.
no, yeah.
DJs
And no
for
entertainment, no other entertainment on the second floor.
So let's just, so 683,
Is unnecessary.
683, the last sentence is unnecessary then, or the whole thing,
The whole thing is not necessary.
the whole thing.
We don't need.
All right, so we can strike that. So now let's just concentrate on this third floor.
So the way this is worded on the third floor, while they are operating, they can have a DJ throughout all hours. Between the hours of 11 a.m. and 1 a.m., they can have live performances, provided that those performances, if they are above ambient levels, are only indoors, and that the doorways to the outdoor terraces are closed while there is above ambient level entertainment indoors.
So until 1 a.m. above ambient level.
Yeah.
Indoors. Right.
Indoor.
And we're asking that be modified to 4 a.m.
Indoors.
Indoors, third floor indoors.
That's going to be a tough one.
Sorry, when we strike out subsection three there, are we opening that up to not limiting the second floor?
We might want to say, instead of striking 3, just say entertainment is prohibited on the second floor.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, or you could just say like,
If you prohibit
music at ambient, yeah, you could say that too. I just want to make sure that the music doesn't, go louder.
Then that would be entertainment, yes.
Okay, then that would be entertainment, okay, fine.
Music, recorded music played at a background level is exempted from the definition of entertainment.
We would ask that sub 3 remain, specifically in the event we want to have those dancers walking through the restaurant entertaining during meals as well. So not the DJ, not loud music.
I'm fine with that and just striking the last sentence if they want to keep it. I mean,
Is that all right with you?
Well, then you open it up to a whole nother set of entertainment.
Right, any entertainment.
You can prohibit the DJ on the second floor, because there's no use for that. We're not going to have that.
I mean, can't you just say non-musical entertainment?
We're back to his term, sure. Maybe we do.
I don't like creating definitions, but it was very difficult to find a way to.
Well, you know what they want, so I don't know why it's so hard to articulate it.
Well, I think we should
Wouldn't it be
say
on
what-
the second floor, only entertainment ambient volume level shall be permitted indoors and outdoors, and then that's it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, wouldn't
Just
that
strike the
accomplish?
He's saying it's ambient.
Yeah, that's.
Strike
So
the
you
last
just-
sentence.
So you strike the last sentence, you put in only entertainment at ambient volume level.
Sounds good.
And that's agreeable to
Does
us.
that work, Nick?
Yeah.
If that's the will of the board, yeah.
Okay. Let me ask, go ahead.
In the past, our concern with conditions like that is there are certain things that by their nature cannot be ambient. So if you have a trumpet player playing with, even if it's not amplified, it's still going to be loud. So that's.
Right, but
that's
fine.
been
But hold on,
our-
but the condition says no higher than ambient.
Right.
Yeah, that would be.
Right, so, I mean, they would be subject, we
Then it's
would
a
have to
violation,
do
yeah.
the enforcement mechanisms, but that has been our concern, that was our concern when Mila first opened, when they only had the second floor venue. We limited their entertainment to a DJ because a band by its nature, even if it's not connected to an amplification system, is gonna likely travel a little more, even
Yeah,
if it
and-
seems like it's ambient.
Yeah, we wouldn't have that, and to the extent that exceeds ambient, it wouldn't be allowed anyways with this condition, so that's agreeable to us.
So they're okay with
that's-
just only ambient
Okay,
and
we can
striking
keep
last
it
sentence.
ambient.
Right.
On the second floor, entertainment not to exceed ambient levels.
Only entertainment not to exceed.
Third
Second,
We're on the
third
second
floor,
floor.
it's the third floor, it's having entertainment.
I think
not
we're
the
just
second.
striking the last sentence.
Yep.
Yeah,
Doing second, yeah.
In number
doing
3.
Second floor first.
Right.
Yeah.
Talking about how that's only ambient level.
Right,
and
but
they're
the
gonna
word,
strike
they don't
those.
want entertainment on the second floor, that's all I'm
So,
saying.
so I guess the confusion then is on the second floor, can it just say at ambient level without the word entertainment? And they self-restrict if they accept, or you can't do that?
no, I mean, it's the entertainment that brings them before you.
Got it. Okay.
So where are we on 3 and 4? What's the final language?
So 3, based on the board's discussion, we would strike the last sentence, the entertainment shall be limited to DJs, but the remainder of the paragraph would remain. Entertainment at ambient volume level.
So, but we're not adding only, on the second floor, only entertainment.
Well, we have a separate,
I think in 3, you would add the word only before the word entertainment.
Yeah,
And then
that's
that's
what
what
I
caps.
Oh,
them
that works,
at-
yeah,
at
we can do that.
Exclusively ambient level.
Still take
that's
out the
agreeable.
last sentence.
Yes.
we can do that.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that's
So
agreeable.
on the second floor, only entertainment at
Or-
ambient volume level, et cetera, and then strike the last sentence.
Yep.
Okay, so that's number
That
3.
technically gives you the right to a DJ on the second floor then.
Let me ask.
I know, but it does. It's the word entertainment is what gives it to you.
But the DJ would have to be at ambient.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
It's better, I think.
Good luck.
So, So I have a question about the Mila operation. So, and I may be mistaken. When the 4 a.m. piece that we gave, or we authorized Mila to have, wasn't that exclusively at the club level? That wasn't at the main restaurant level?
Yes.
So that was in a section of that building. If I remember that I've been there a few times. I don't think I've been to that. I don't have enough money apparently to get. No, I'm just kidding. But on that floor, it doesn't have any windows, right? So that since you opened your argument with wanting to be very, 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 very
Even
similar
playing
to
field.
Mila
Yeah.
and equitable.
Yes.
The issue I have with your outdoor terrace is the time. And so I think, for me, I want to restrict your outdoor area even further. Definitely not 4 a.m.
Oh.
Any type of operations out on there.
We're not asking for 4 a.m. on the terrace. Outdoor
Right.
areas, we were asking for 2 a.m., which is essentially the same as any sidewalk cafe on Lincoln Road.
Okay.
And and just to your point, if the music is required to be ambient, then I don't think the fact there's windows is going to make a problem.
Right, that's right. If
it's ambient.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
So the concern then is with sub 5 in the order where it talks about entertainment above ambient levels. And it has the additional restrictions there, which go with what we say. The only thing we're asking for is that the indoor above ambient, when the music is contained within the inside during those late hours, would be allowed to keep that open to the extent that no sounds escape the interior of the third floor only.
Right, and I think what I'm trying to get at is I'm going a little bit further. Why even have operations on the outdoor area where you have to restrict the doors? We can say that we're going to restrict the doors, but it should just be closed at a certain time.
Oh, yeah,
Why
at
have
2 a.m.
operations out there?
Closed at 2 a.m. completely.
Okay,
The terrace would completely close at 2 a.m., and that's when the music on the interior would be turned up if permitted.
And that's what I want to clarify, just so that there's no ambiguity when a code officer comes and tries to understand, like, well, is it supposed to be open or not? So maybe we need to add the language that says that the terrace is closed.
That's fine.
At a certain period of time.
That
So
is
there's
ab-
no, like, oh, I thought so, maybe, the manager
After
doesn't
2,
understand,
close
has
it.
amnesia of what he told them last
Right.
month, and that kind of thing, and we have the residents to consider.
That's absolutely right, and we're agreeable to that, yes.
Okay.
But then are you talking about allowing it to stay open?
Well, I haven't gotten to that yet.
Oh, okay.
I'll let you go.
No, well,
I am.
that's still, so closing the outdoor terrace at 2 is good, or even earlier is good, but that still doesn't address the staying open till 4 in general, which was granted to Mila only for their private club access.
And so their private club is on their third floor, so we feel, even though ours is slightly bigger, our third floor interior is what we make akin to their private club third floor. So again, we would close the doors at 2 a.m., terrace is completely closed, so that, anybody who is eating late that wants to come up there and have that tasting experience in those late hours still has the ability to do it to the extent that the demand is there.
The big difference, though, is the number of people who could be there enjoying that amenity that you offer.
Sure, yeah, no,
So theirs
absolutely.
is very proscribed, and yours is, by definition, going to be larger, potentially larger.
What's the occupancy differential between Mila and the applicant? I don't know if you have that readily available.
We can look it up for you real quick.
How many can we fit? Yeah, I'm looking for Mila's.
Yeah, I think, Ian, if the closer we can get you to an operation that looks like Mila, I think the more equitable that is, and I think
we
more
would agree with
agreeable,
that,
I think the
absolutely.
board can be.
And like we said, that's what we're looking for, is equity with what's been
Yeah.
granted next door.
Mila has an occupancy of 669 persons.
But the third.
For the part that stays open till,
For the whole venue.
no, but the part that stays open till 4,
The private club?
the private club.
And
We'll have to open
in the indoor space of our third floor, 53 seats. So it's not that big.
But that's kind of the problem, though, because then there's 100 seats for the outdoor area.
Well, the outdoor closes,
That'd be
so only the interior remains open during those late hours.
Wait, hold
Yeah.
A lot of people talking. Hold on, say that again.
So the outdoor area of Elixir closes at 2 a.m. and generally if there's people out there, they'll come inside or they'll leave. Because there's only 53 seats in the interior, that's really the only piece. Those 53 seats, that's what would remain open per our request past 2 a.m. So it's not that much bigger, if even. I'm not sure how big Mila's private
Well,
room is.
I think that's what they're looking at right now.
Yeah,
Well, it's definitely more than 50.
I thought it was closer to 60, so it's actually pretty similar in size as far as the interior of the third floor.
Well, we use the same mixologist, and he showed me the plan of the third floor, and they're definitely bigger than what I am inside, so.
I thought the Mila was a room that had no windows, and it was a large bar that you just sat around the bar. And
It had no, it
and it
definitely
had
no
maybe 20
windows.
chairs or something, but I don't know if it.
But I think, Gail, if they're going to have glass that's going to be shut and shuttered, I mean, yes, it doesn't have the
It's impact
STC
glass,
rating of a wall per se, but I think that we, at least from my perspective, I think we can consider giving an operator an opportunity to prove us wrong.
I agree.
I'm still confused about what is allowed indoor, outdoor, entertainment, alcohol hours on the second floor versus the third floor.
We just went through all that.
Yeah, it's very complicated.
No, it's really not.
I think
It's not.
second.
The second
It
floor.
took us an hour to
Ambient.
spit it out.
I think second floor is ambient volume level only. Indoors.
Correct.
And outdoors.
And outdoors.
outdoors.
Both second floor entire, indoor and outdoors, ambient only. No entertainment.
Second floor.
No, there
On-
is
on the-
entertainment
on
not to
the
exceed
third-
an ambient level.
On the third floor, they are allowed entertainment until, and the hours I think we're trying to work through, but I think it would be until 2 a.m. outdoors.
Right.
And then until 4 a.m. indoors.
That's right, and by the way, we pulled up Mila's website, and it shows their private room and floor plan, 110 seats in their
That's what I
private
thought.
dining room, so it's over double the size.
Does Mila have entertainment outdoors?
No.
No, and.
But to Gail's point, too, I still don't think we have it quite right. Entertainment throughout the second floor, not to exceed ambient level. On the third floor, the way the draft order is written, it is entertainment can exceed an ambient level, but until 1 a.m. Is that right? An indoor.
Correct.
You're seeking to get it outdoors or not at all?
No.
Okay.
Outdoors.
You just want to change the hours from 1 to 4?
Nothing above ambient outdoors, second or third floor. The only place we want entertainment that exceeds ambient is in the interior of the third floor and only when the doors are shut.
And until 4 a.m.
And until 4 a.m. is what we're respectfully requesting.
Maybe we can just limit indoor entertainment till 2 a.m.
I'm not
and let them
supportive
have
of that.
alcohol service until 4 a.m. That's my compromise.
You know, I think the other conflict is, you know, for me, and Gail, I'll try to just address it to you, but in general, it would almost create like this special provision for Mila, and I just don't like doing that.
I voted against Mila. I didn't think they should get 4 a.m.
Well-
So I'm going to vote against this 4 a.m. But
Fine.
that's
Can we
okay.
make a
You can
motion?
pass it if you
So,
want.
I'm against 4 a.m. right now.
I'm not.
But what I'm 100% in favor of is you operate for a little while. We see you've got a great operation, the crowd is good, not loud and obnoxious. And then you come back to us and you say, hey, you know, you can see we are a good operation here.
As a matter of fact, in the order, in the recommended order, we are required to come back for a progress report, I believe 90 days after the BTR. So, you know, if we have that, we can show coming back after 90 days that we've had no noise violations, we've been a responsible operator. It tells you more than if we weren't even permitted to do it and asking for it at that time.
Sorry to cut you off, but the issue that, and it's not an issue, I mean, there's, I think, two different approaches for testing 4 a.m. versus 2 a.m. The issue that I have with allowing you to open until 2, if you do well, then you go to 4. But if there's an issue with you at 4, then you have to come back and you have to we have to, you know, hear everything again. My preference would be, you already have to come within, 90 days of opening? My preference would be allowing you to open till 4, you come back, if there are issues, know that this board has already heard it, we've expressed our concerns, your operations will be scaled back.
That's absolutely right, and that's our understanding, and that's what we're absolutely agreeable to.
And I think that allowing it with the conditions that we've just discussed with the guidelines where there's only entertainment indoors until 4 a.m., again, if you screw up, I hate to say it, but
No, and we expect
this,
that,
this
and that's.
board is going, to rule with a heavier fist because of that.
Of course, and that's the purpose of the condition and the recommended order, and that's absolutely, it's the checks and balances.
I just think we should be giving the residents the benefit of the doubt here, and I think it benefits the residents more if you restrict it and let them come back after they've proven themselves, because in the first 90 days, who knows when they're going to open. If they open in the middle of summer and there's not a lot going on in the summer, the 90 days, and then they're not before us anymore after the 90 days, and then comes our Basel and the winter, and it's upsetting everybody. And so I don't, this is going to be a new, however we want to phrase it, it's a nightclub with bottle service, and it's going to be small. There's not a huge crowd there, but we're putting a new nightclub on Lincoln Road, and I think that's against what the residents want. And so if you want to, there's certainly a middle ground here, which I think is with a 2 a.m. closure, and I commend you because I think you've done a good job, creating what seems to be a very high-end, classy environment. But I just don't think it's good for the residents to have automatically a 4 a.m. nightclub. And I get it, it's not a nightclub, but it's, you're doing bottle service and loud music above ambient levels with entertainment,
Look, in the service of being equitable, nobody wants to give anybody else a competitive advantage that puts any new applicant at a competitive disadvantage.
Certainly not through a regulatory process.
Well, at all, and certainly not through the regulatory process. But the fact remains that Mila was an operator for a couple of years before they came back to us and said, hey, we've been in operation for a couple of years, and now we would like to do X. And the difference is you're coming to us and saying, we'd like to create this and do X at the same time. And I understand that what you have in Wynwood is totally different. It shows that you are reputable operators, so that's a good thing. I'm not comparing what you do there to what you're proposing here. I totally see the difference. But at the end of the day, they prove themselves before coming back to us saying, we'd like a little more. And I think there are a number of us on the board who would like to see that happen again. If you were someplace where there were no residents adjacent, that might be a different conversation. But between the residents and what we're trying to do with sort of steering the ship of the city into a different feel and looking to make sure that things don't have unintended consequences, my preference would be to limit you to 2 a.m. for a year or two, and then have you come back and say, look, it's going great, now let's expand, and then we could discuss.
So can I ask a question to address your concern, Tanya? If they're committing and their CUP requires that they only operate indoors, is your concern leaving the venue, or is it you're not sure the music won't stay within the walls?
All of the above.
My only concern, and ultimately, obviously,
One second, I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you.
No,
Let me do something. I want to make a motion. I'm going to move the item. I want to move it with these conditions. Tanya, I heard everything you said. I do agree with a lot of it. I'm just not there on having to make an operator go through a period of time of, I get that, and that benefits somebody who's already been in business, but for somebody trying to open a business and be competitive with an existing model, I just can't get there. So I want to make this motion.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I would just suggest if you're going to make the motion that you pass the gavel.
Oh,
Pass it to me. I'll take
Pass
it.
to you.
I got it.
I'm sorry, my vice chair.
Fine. Nick, you got it.
All right, so here's the motion. All right, so I'm going to move that we approve this conditional use permit with the following changes. On 6A2, we're going to strike the words the indoor and outdoor portions. So it would just say here, the indoor portions of the establishment may operate from 11 to 4, and the outdoor portions may operate from 11 to 2. This is just my suggestion. The board can.
Wait, the indoor portions may, okay. And then
From 11 to 4.
Yeah.
The outdoor portions from 11 to 2. And then you can put in there if you want to just overemphasize that all outdoor areas shall close at 2, if you want to overemphasize.
I would ask that you add that,
Yeah, so add that.
that all outdoor are closed at 2.
That way, if there's a hallway or a closet around the corner outdoor, we've addressed it, okay? All right, 6A3, change the wording, add the word only in front of entertainment, and strike the last sentence, beginning with the entertainment shall, the sentence, the entertainment shall be limited to DJ. Okay? On item 6A4, we would keep all of that together. And then 6A5, I don't think that there will be any changes there per se, since they're already limited to 1 a.m. And we've already addressed that the outdoor will be closed at 2. So this is just covering for that hour. It's just covering for that hour between 1 and 2.
No, it actually suggests that the interior close at 1 a.m.
It's for the entertainment.
That's just for the entertainment, that's not the operations.
Oh,
You proffered that already. I'm keeping what you were.
No, we had actually asked for that sub 5, that be where the 4 a.m. is, because that's the entertainment above ambient
Okay.
level, 3rd floor interior.
Understood, all right, that's fine. That makes sense.
So on 5, would that be between 11 a.m. and what
And
time?
4.
And 4? Okay.
And then since that A and B are already there, I think that that's fine, that's over protecting the residents.
And Kareem, to clarify, 6A3, you change, you change it to say on the second floor, only entertainment at ambient volume level.
Correct.
Yes, yes. And then the other additions to the CUP would include the 3 items that we talked about that we applied to Mila, which will be the private security personnel being required. I don't remember the exact language. The operational plan to address any kind of congregation or queuing on the sidewalk. And then the requirement that no queuing be permitted at the sidewalk.
Just wait for the battles as to whether it was Mila or them who created the problems.
Remind me, I apologize, Kareem, for condition 6A5, you kept that at 1 or you changed that to 4?
To 4.
You changed?
Yeah, right, because that's on the 3rd floor. That's specifically speaking to that 3rd floor issue that they want to have with the closed area.
Sorry, one more clarification for 4. Shouldn't we also add on the 3rd floor only entertainment ambient volume? Because then 5 talks about anything above ambient levels. So just to keep it consistent, to make sure there's no confusion.
That makes
I think the
sense.
word only should be inserted before entertainment on both 3 and 4.
So 6A4, we would also add the word only before entertainment.
Correct.
And would you also remove that last sentence so it matches, so 3 and 4 match other than second and third floor?
Yes, and remove the last. I think that makes sense.
So you're saying, so at 2 a.m. on the 3rd floor, everybody has to be off of,
the outside.
The outside
has
is
to
closed.
be completely closed.
Correct.
Which addresses your
So if
concern.
the indoor is at capacity, how are they going to get the 100 people who are outdoors to leave the establishment?
Well, they're going to have an operational
Yeah,
plan of how
that-
they're going to close down so that they're closed at 2 o'clock.
Yeah,
I'm not qualified to tell them how to do it.
Well, I guess what I want to, but so there will be but basically there will be no music and nobody out on the on the 3rd floor outside.
Second and 3rd
Post
floor,
2 a.m.
that
Second and
outdoor
3rd.
area.
Correct.
Everything outdoors has to close by 2. That way we're given that protection that I think you were asking for, Jonathan, for the residents, and I think some other concern here.
And then this is a question for staff, but to the extent that they have, over capacity issues on the 3rd floor, then it becomes a fire issue, and then there are a whole other set of kind of issues that they would face.
Correct. If they're over capacity, they have fire issues, and then also they would be in violation of the conditional use permit, and we could cite them, bring them back to the board.
Okay.
I will second that
Mr.
motion.
Chair, I got a motion on the floor.
I'll second it.
I just have one question on the last suggestion of inserting only. I think you're saying in condition 5, on the 3rd floor, entertainment above ambient levels. I think
No, no, the
No,
only
just on
was only
4.
on 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
For both of those.
6, 8, 3,
So
and
essentially,
4.
3 and 4 should match each other. The only difference is on the second floor and on the third floor.
Okay, does that make sense? Putting only in the other, it does?
I
Okay.
think so. I think, as in on the third floor, these other things only apply if they plan on going above ambient.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Kareem and seconded by Mr. Elias.
Motion by Mr. Brantley. Second by Mr. Lewis.
Sorry, guys, we had to get moving.
Yeah, I agree.
And I would just
Okay.
state that, given that, the motion is that if they're not good operators and it's coming back,
Right.
I think the presumption is we go back to 1 or something like that, okay?
Okay, motion by Mr. Brantley, second by Mr. Elias. I'll do a roll call. Ms. Bott?
No.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
No.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. The motion fails.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to?
It needs 5?
Needs 5 to approve the CUP.
Ms.
anyone-
Frieden, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just going to say, would anyone like to make an alternate motion with a different hour?
Yeah, I'd like to make the same motion and just change the 4 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
Okay, there's a motion by Ms. Bott,
I second.
seconded by Ms.
All
Durham.
right, I have a procedural question. If that were to fail, what happens?
If this
In
motion.
other words, if I don't agree that they should be cut back to 2, or Cream doesn't agree, and it doesn't pass, what happens?
Okay, so strictly speaking, the effect of the first motion was to deny the application. So I need a motion to reconsider, if you want to take up additional motions, and it needs to be someone from the prevailing side. So somebody who voted no would,
I'll make that motion.
okay.
To
Is there a
reconsider.
second? This is a motion to reconsider the prior vote.
I'll
Anyone
pass
else?
the gavel back to Cream and.
Wait a minute, I don't understand what you're saying.
The
In
first
order to-
motion failed.
Okay,
The effect of that is that the application's denied.
okay.
So if the board is interested in discussing a different motion, you would need to move to reconsider the vote you just took.
But then you would change it.
Yeah,
I
then there'd be
agree
another
with
motion.
Tanya's motion.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so
And all I'm asking,
seconded.
you got a second
yeah, you
right
got a
there.
second. All I'm
All right.
asking you
I'll-
is if this failed, what would
second.
happen?
Well, let's get to the reconsideration.
Yes, sir.
All in favor of the reconsideration?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay.
I'm
So,
going to pass the.
Tanya, now you can make your motion to approve. The only change you were proposing was anywhere where we say 4 a.m. to change it to 2 a.m., right?
That's correct.
And before I vote, I want to know what happens if that fails.
Well, again, a motion to approve that fails is a denial.
Application.
So their application will be denied in its entirety.
Right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
one other option that I would be amenable to would be to end entertainment at 2 a.m., like above ambient level at 2 a.m., so that it brings so the late night element of it is not really a nightclub, so it's very, loud for the neighbors.
Keep the operation until 4.
So it keeps the operation open, you can still sell alcohol or whatever,
All right.
Well, let me just ask for clarification, 1 second here. The 4 a.m. piece is going to be less dense. In terms of building, it has glass versus, 1 wall of glass versus 4 walls of CBS block, right? If it's almost, it's a requirement everywhere to have impact glass, so that's a mitigation from a sound transmission standpoint. And if there are no operations outdoors, and they have less of a load than what we previously gave to another operator, my question to you, Jonathan, is what is the hang-up? Like, what do you fear? I just want to make sure I understand what the concern
opening up
is.
another nightclub on Lincoln Road, which is right next to a residential area. I mean, that's the concern, and that's, the residents and the city have been very clear that they want to, clamp down and reduce the impact of nightclubs on residential areas. And we're not talking about you know, South Beach, we're talking about Lincoln Road, which it has a heavy residential around it, and is not really a nightclub scene. I don't consider Mila to be a nightclub. I think it's a very different circumstance than this. I understand what the owner and the attorney have said to us in terms of it's not really nightclub-y, but that's, based on what I see, it seems like when you have music above ambient level, you've got flame blowers and throwers and everything, it becomes nightclubby and with bottle service. And so I want them to be able to flourish. I want them to be able to operate. I just want to make sure that there's enough restrictions so that we're not opening up a nightclub on Lincoln Road.
And I just have one last question for you, and I don't mean to single you out, but you have the opposition. Why don't you think the mechanism of violations and coming back before us to amend or modify or rescind their CUP is not sufficient? Because there's one of two ways you can go. You can say, make them open at 2, and if they're good boys and good girls, then we can come back and add. Or you can say, let them have it up front, and if they don't behave, then we rescind it. I'm more of favor of that, to give them a fair advantage to start, than making them prove it and then coming back. I'd rather let them have it, and if they can't behave, then you rescind it. So that's my only dilemma as to why you're fearful that we can't properly regulate it after the fact.
Right, well, I mean, first of all, we've seen in several situations how long that takes. So when the residents start to get upset, then they send out, code compliance. They get kind of a wishy-washy violation. It takes a long time. There's appeals. There's questions when they come before us about whether it was even a violation, and it's difficult. I don't see why we couldn't do the opposite, which is start with the 2 a.m. and I'm even in favor of staying open till 4. And that was one of the things with Mila is they were representing to us that they weren't having a nightclub. They showed us how the seating was done. With planters in the middle, it's very different. It's a lounge. It's a very kind of low-key lounge, and this I have concerns that it'll be different, which is why once it's open and we see that it's not different, that it's the same, and it's going to be low-key lounge. That they serve nice champagne and nice wine, and they want to stay open till 4. I have no problem extending their alcohol or their music till 4 if we see that they're doing well. I just have the issue with opening up more nightclubs in residential areas, especially when you have very little input because nobody really knows about what's going on just yet.
Yeah, and maybe I can suggest a compromise between what appears to be a stalemate among the board members. With the 2 a.m. and the 4 a.m., maybe we can agree on a 3 a.m. until we come back for a progress report. That way, either way, if we're good, we can ask for the 4, same as Mila, and if not, you bring it back to 1.
I think that'll be to the board members who oppose the motion that was put on the floor.
Yeah, because again, we're not a nightclub. That's not the point,
that's the problem. When you keep calling it a nightclub, I don't know if that's a fair accurate representation.
Do you have, I guess, just programmatically or something you can show in the plans that would indicate, similar to what Mila showed us, how your operations would not, I guess,
become
a nightclub? Do you have anything that you can point to?
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, there's no dance floor. There's 53 seats and no dance floor.
Okay, so maybe can you just pull up the presentation or something where you can just indicate, here's our...
If I'm able to make a club at 53 seats, no dance floor, then I'm really
of course, but listen, to the opposition's point, we've had many people come and give us a whole beautiful story.
Sure.
I think if you can point to something in your plan to show how it doesn't lend itself to any type of dancing or partying, that might help. That's the second floor, though. I think we need the third floor.
Well, advance the slide to the third floor, please.
One more slide. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, so the way it's set up, yes, we have the cocktail tables and we have the seating and the DJ is there because that's the live entertainment that we have. But again, there's no dance floor. There's some standing area.
What's happening in the middle over there, where there's a kind of the faded bar type seating? Is that just the bar? I just can't see it from here.
Sorry.
On the right side is outside.
The far right is actually the second floor downstairs. It's faded because it's not
Yeah,
part
so,
of the
so what I'm talking about is kind of on the inside portion.
Yeah.
Right, you see how there's this, at least it looks to me, these faded kind of bar-type seating?
So those are cocktail tables?
Those are
and
cocktail
banquettes?
tables and lounge seating.
Got it,
Yeah.
okay.
Now, but are they fixed to the floor?
Yes.
So they're bolted down to the floor?
They're not removable.
They're not movable.
They're fixed to the floor,
We're not going to be able to move it and create a dance floor,
I mean-
no. They're going to be bolted down.
Even so, I mean, that's good, but even so, and no, it's not a dance floor like Live, but people who go to drink champagne at 2 o'clock in the morning are generally tall and skinny, and they could fit in, they could fit in there, and
No, there's no argument with that. There will be music and people will be sitting at the tables if they
and
stand up.
dancing. If it's a good DJ,
But-
there's no
but-
way you can keep your butt in the seat and not
more
dance.
comfortable?
Look, I don't want to
Yes, yes.
litigate this on whether
No,
or not
of
people are
course
going to
not.
be
Nor are we
sitting.
arguing that. point.
Just to close this point, does seeing this,
If you're willing to represent to us that those couches there are bolted down, they're not moving,
Absolutely.
and this is the layout
Make it a condition,
that
I have no problem with that.
that we're looking at, that this is what you plan, then I don't have a problem.
Then we're agreeable to that condition.
All right, so we want to add a condition that the couches and the tables are not removable for purposes of their operations.
So everything we said before plus that, who's moving that?
Yeah.
Don't
You're
we have
okay
an
with that?
Don't we have an open
John,
motion on the floor?
Yeah. I know you're not, but
It's to modify the motion.
Yeah.
So let's deal with that. I'm sorry,
You can even have no dance floor if you want in the motion as well, I have no problem with
and
that.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Well, there already is no,
Yeah.
well, can you have no dance hall?
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's add no dance hall.
So
That's fine.
So this is now the motion I made, which I'm sorry, but I'm sticking to my guns on the 2 AM. Because, and let me just say, part of the reason why is we are trying very hard to shift the direction of our city. And we have 8 bazillion laws on our books. And I cannot believe, with as creative an entrepreneur as you have proven yourself to be, with as great an idea as you have demonstrated or have shown us to be presenting here, that 2 hours of operation is going to make or break your enterprise. Because if I may, if that's the case, you've got a bigger problem than if you can stay open till 4. So what I would really like to do is have you blow the doors off this and have this be phenomenally successful, bolt the chairs and the tables to the floor, come back to us in 6 months and say, look, this place is amazing. We had calls to stay open a little later. We'd like to do it. Because when we do something here at the planning board, or when the commission does something, that is the tip of the iceberg. And somebody will say, like you guys legitimately, with good reason, said, but look, you did it for Mila, so why aren't you doing it for us? And so then somebody will say, but look, you did it for Mila and for Oro and Elixir. Why aren't you doing it for us? So I understand where my colleagues are coming from, of give them a chance to succeed. My view is prove that you can succeed, because I think you will, and I welcome your success. And then say, look, we've earned it, extend it, as opposed to the other way around. We have so many people in the city who demand the most and produce the least, and then we have this negative situation where residents are impacted and it takes up code time, and it's this cyclical, nasty spiral. Just prove us wrong, that we should have given it to you from the beginning. Like, have a great time and have a tremendously successful experience. Bolt the chairs and tables down, stay open till 2, come back in 6 months, and we can revisit.
So your motion is?
Everything we said, changing it to 4 AM and bolting the tables and chairs adjacent to the DJ area to the floor.
4 AM?
4 AM?
To 2 AM. Everything we said before, changing 4 AM to 2 AM.
Okay, so we're going to change.
So Kareem's original motion, except where we say 4 AM, it would be 2 AM, plus Jonathan's condition that interior couches and tables are not removable, and prohibiting a dance hall.
To be clear, my extra conditions were so that it could get me to 4 AM.
Right, that's why if we will reconsider.
So just to be, so that I'm being fair, I'm going to be voting against this.
Me too, okay.
So that we can get something done here.
Go ahead and call the roll.
Well, do we have a second
I
to
mean, should
Tanya's
we
motion?
do,
There's no second yet.
Or do you want to amend yours to go 4 and then 2 a.m. for entertainment? So they could still operate till 4, but no.
no, I want to stay till 2.
I will second Tanya's because that's what I really want.
Okay, let's vote. We got to
So let's
move on.
Let's call the roll on Tanya's motion.
Motion and a second by Ms. Durham. 2 a.m. Approve. Okay, Ms. Spot?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
No.
Mr. Cement?
No.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
No.
Mr. Frieden?
No.
Mr. Jalpi?
No, it fails anyway.
Okay, I move to reconsider the vote one more time.
Okay.
Third time's the charm.
Okay.
Okay, motion to
make the
reconsider by
motion.
Mr. Elias. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Jalpi, second.
We can do a voice vote on the reconsideration.
Okay. Anyone opposed?
All in favor of the?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay.
And I'm
So the motion to
moving-
reconsider
I'm moving-
passes.
I'm moving for the same exact motion that Tanya just made, but for 4 a.m.
Okay.
But with the other conditions we just added.
With entertainment till 2.
Correct. Everything else we talked about, plus, what was the one we just added for Jonathan?
Stationary.
Bolting
Oh, yeah,
the
that-
tables
that-
and.
Yeah,
And prohibiting a dance
that for
hall.
purposes of their operations, they can't remove the furniture.
No dance hall.
And no dance hall.
I'll second that.
Can I, so we, condition 6A2 is till 4 a.m. indoor. However, condition 6A5 is till 2 a.m.?
Yes.
Wait, let me get there, hold on. 6, 8.
No, I think 5 was till 4 a.m. because they're now allowed to have the entertainment indoors until 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Provided that they
Right.
bolt down the tables and there's no dance hall.
5 was
Right.
4 a.m.
And that everything outside is closed at 2.
I
Yeah,
thought
that-
Jonathan's motion was that.
No,
Oh, no.
I didn't add that extra. That was my suggestion before to try to reach a consensus, but we found another way to reach consensus, I think, which is not to shut off entertainment at 2, but rather to bolt down the couches so that there wouldn't be a lot of gathering there, and that also no dance hall. And then, but the outdoors is going to be closed.
At
Like
2.
nobody's out on the outdoor terrace, either one, after 2 a.m.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the motion.
All right, so just so so I'm clear. So no outdoor anything after 2.
Right.
The business stays open till 4.
Mhm.
The furniture is bolted down, no dance hall.
Mhm.
And the entertainment can continue until 4, inside only with all the doors closed.
That's correct.
And only on the third floor.
Only on the third floor.
only.
Correct.
Yeah.
With the, and I know this is already, I'm assuming
the last
assumed,
With all the Mila
the
caveats.
conditions, the MILA conditions that Kareem articulated in the beginning.
Right.
I'll second that.
You
I
want me
missed the
to?
last part, the third part of your motion? It said the couches would not be movable and couches and tables would not be movable and there
No
was one
dance
more
hall.
No dance
Okay.
hall.
Dance hall.
No dance hall, okay.
And when you say the MILA conditions, do you mean the no queuing on the sidewalk?
Yes. Yeah,
Those
Uh,
3
private
provisions.
security.
Right.
Okay, so in this motion, the entertainment can continue to 4 a.m.
Yeah, you guys gonna have to watch tape on this one.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Can you call the roll in reverse order, please?
In reverse order?
I don't know about that one.
Go ahead.
Let's go youngest to oldest.
Okay, we have
Shortest to tallest, I mean.
the motion was made by Mr. Frieden
Yes.
and seconded by
Mr. Cement.
Mr. Cement. Okay, roll call in reverse. Mr. Jalpi,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden,
Yes.
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Ms. Durham,
No.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Ms. Bott.
No.
Oh,
It's all right, it passes.
yeah, so close.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
To your credit, I will say, I've been on the board almost 2 years. I've never seen the board works so hard to find a solution that works for everybody.
And
So clearly-
Including the residents.
We really,
we expect a big party at Miami.
we really do appreciate it.
No, and I would say that even, I don't mean to speak for Gail, but I'm guessing that she and I are aligned on this view, that we really want you to be successful, and the 4 AM versus 2 AM was not a reflection of you or what you propose. It's a reflection of the city and what we're trying to do and all that kind of stuff.
Of course, and we really appreciate it. We look forward to coming
And
back.
I'm just
with that
going to be honest
progress
with you,
report.
I'm trusting you as an operator. I've heard great things about you, and I'm trusting. That's why I'd rather punish you if you don't behave than
No.
not
and
reward
I'm
you up
always
front.
available, I'm always here, and any concern, I know I will have to respond to my actions, so trust me, I will not.
And just, and one note for staff, they're going to come back 90 days after they open.
After
In
BTR.
addition to
Yeah.
that, I'd also, to your point, if they open up in the summer and it's dead there, when they come back after 90 days, I'd like them to come back again at some point in the winter.
The lawyers love that.
We look forward to proving you right.
I haven't seen you smile all day. Look at that.
We really do look forward to coming back and proving you right.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Get out of here before we revoke it.
Thank you. No problem.
All right.
To the board members, lunch is here if you guys want to get your,
Yeah, I think we should. Not- Which one are you here for, Alfredo?
I was just gonna, Alfredo Gonzalez for the record. I am technically the next one. I was gonna ask to be pushed to the last one. My client just landed. He's on his way over, so, I think,
Yeah,
whenever you're ready to take it, but I just wanted to.
Is 1790.
Did you talk to 1790 Alton? Are you
Yes,
guys
they're-
ready?
they're
You
fine.
okay with that?
That's why you're here, right?
they want to go home.
Any board member opposed to that?
Nope.
All right. So, let's do this. See, I was trying to get us out of here by 1 o'clock. See, I was on a roll, but the ones you think that are not gonna be so long, really long.
That was a long
It's always the longest, right?
Chair, can I approach for a moment? I'm
Yes,
here
sir.
for that item that the applicant just requested to be moved. I won't be able to speak if it's moved to the end of the day.
You want to speak on Washington Avenue?
Yes, I do.
Okay. In deference, would anybody be opposed to allowing him before we take any breaks?
Nope.
Okay, please go ahead, sir.
The only problem with that is that I think that is a quasi judicial application. So the applicant has the right to cross-examine. It really should be done as part of the hearing. You could dial in.
But if the applicant is okay
Let
with it.
me ask you something. One second. Alfredo, will you do me this favor? Would you allow him to speak?
Yes, I won't object to.
Thank you.
Okay.
And you
And
can,
you can
and
rebut.
you can question
Okay.
him if you want.
Can I
Will
go
do.
grab my laptop from outside
Yeah.
and go back?
Sorry about that.
And we may want to, is there a way that we can, it's a little unorthodox, but can we call just the address and the file number so that,
Yes, we can. I'm sorry, Nick, for doing this. I'm a softie for the residents, man.
So I guess we can open it and then table it after we open it. So this is file number PB22-0503. It's for the address 1665 and 1667 Washington Avenue, and it's for an office building. Conditional use approval for a new 6-story office development exceeding 50,000 square feet, including the use of mechanical parking. I'll give my
Yep.
give my
Do your
presentation
normal-
later, or do you want me to
No,
go ahead and do it
do it now. We'll do it again.
Do it now? Okay.
Yeah, do it. I think.
Do it now?
Do we need to, Nick?
I don't think you need to do the presentation now if this is just for purposes of getting someone's comments on the record.
Okay, fair
And-
enough. Come on.
And I appreciate that, Chair and Board, and of course, Mr. Gonzalez. So my name is Matthew Goltanoff, and for the record, my address is 125 Jefferson Avenue. And of course, the address for this project is 1665, 1667 Washington Avenue. So if anyone does the math or looks at a map, yes, it's more than a mile away. I want to compliment, of course, the applicant on this project. I did review the plans, I did see the renderings, and I've spoken numerous times in support of more office space, more office development on this city. And I am supportive, not that it necessarily matters, I am supportive of this project for the most part. One thing that did stand out, though, is the extra curb cut along Washington Avenue. And I did note in the staff report that they had serious, I don't know if the word's objections, or they had serious concerns with that extra curb cut.
And I do hope that this board looks at those concerns, does note that directly on the southern property line, there is an alleyway for service, for egress into any potential development, and does, perhaps look at a way to make an accommodation so that an extra curb cut isn't necessary. And the reason why, of course, is, for people that walk, that bike, that take transit, that drive, curb cuts create extra dangers. There's more vehicles entering, exiting the sidewalk. It's not conducive to an urban, walkable environment. Staff probably has noted this already. And I'm going to note there's one really egregious example on West Avenue, the Trader Joe's garage, which has an extra curb cut. Again, they could have used an alley. It's dangerous. I know for a fact I've seen one bicyclist that was hit by a driver that was exiting the Trader Joe's parking lot. It's not built very well. There are no sight lines as well there. So I want to note, there and other places in the city, especially recent developments, this is a major safety concern. So whatever can be done to limit these, I think should be done. And I hope that later this afternoon, when the full presentation and deliberation among this board is done, that they take that into account, and perhaps the applicant will find some other way to make not only loading for their proposed but not required parking garage. Again, there's no parking requirement in District Number 7 where this is located, but also for the loading. So there is required loading for a vehicle, and I did see the letter that was written, and there probably is a way to make the, I believe it's an SU-30, is that correct? Rogelio? SU-30 type truck? Yeah, so there probably is a way to make it work. Again, considering there is a full alleyway on the southern portion too there. And then lastly, the last point I'd like to make is, the city keeps saying that they want to be a less car-centric city. It's in the comprehensive plan. It's in a bunch of adopted master plans, including the Washington Avenue Vision Plan, which is why they have no parking requirement. But then every time it's always, this project needs something special, or in this case, I think the staff analysis said that the applicant represents that their potential tenants need it. Is there any evidence to support this, that they need it? Nick and I worked at Bureau for a little while, and I'm sure Nick could probably answer that. Could I continue? That the parking garage at the Bureau office building on Alton Road is empty. There's mostly empty. There's 3 levels of parking, and it's mostly empty. You have 1 level of office space on the top, and you have 3 levels of parking in between the ground level retail. And it's empty. I mean, why are we building empty parking spaces for a city that has, the highest levels of, definitely in the region, of people who walk, who bike, who take transit, and people who choose driving last? So again, I just want to stress the curb cut, unnecessary curb cut. The parking, again, parking District Number 7, where this is located, has 0 parking requirement. 0.
Matthew, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Are you saying there's already a curb cut, so a second one is excessive? Is that what you're saying?
There is, directly to the south, along the whole entire southern property line of this project, there's an alleyway.
Mm-hmm.
The right-of-way is about 20 feet plus or minus. So if there's, again, I don't know what the setback requirements are along a southern property line, but there's probably a way to make, I would almost guarantee there's a way to make this work, that you could have the off-street loading requirement met, and any excess parking built on this project also get into the potential garage utilizing that existing alleyway, an existing curb cut on Washington Avenue.
Got it. Thank you, Matt.
Thank
We're going to have our resident architect give us some advice on that a little bit later, but thank you. Do you have anything to say, or that's fine?
Just to say, I appreciate, again, this opportunity. I was here specifically for this one and the one earlier, and the fact you allowed me to speak is very much appreciated and noted.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I'll reserve at the end the rebuttal, and I'll address all comments, including this.
All right, so then, given that, I move to table this until the next applicant comes, and
Does anybody have an opposition to that? Okay, PJ, we're going to take a 10-minute break. All right, welcome back to the Miami Beach Planning Board meeting for September 20th. Apologies for the little bit of delay we had. We have 2 items left on the agenda for today. Mickey, are you still going to go before?
That's what
Yes.
we're ready, yes.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna take up Planning Board File 220548, which is 1790 Alton Road.
Okay, so we stated before, this is a request for conditional use. This is a request for a conditional use permit for a 5-story mixed-use building, including the use of mechanical parking and a restaurant with more than 100 seats and a floor area in excess of 3,500 square feet. As I stated, it's a 5-story mixed-use building. It has 12 residential units, a rooftop pool deck, 2 accessory restaurants, and mechanical parking. It's located at 1790 Alton Road. The residential units are located on floors 3 to 5. 1 restaurant is located on the ground floor, and it's proposed to have 24 indoor seats and 57 outdoor seats for a total of 81 seats and a maximum occupancy load of 122 persons. The second restaurant will be located on the 2nd floor and is proposed to have 141 indoor seats and 38 outdoor seats for a total of 179 seats and a maximum occupancy load of 194 persons. And then there's 19 parking spaces proposed on the ground floor, 18 spaces, and they consist of 18 of the spaces consist of 6 3-level vehicle lifts, and then it has 1 handicap accessible space located on the surface. The proposed development is located in parking district number 5 that provides parking exemptions for restaurants less than 100 seats that have less than 3,500 square feet of floor area, as well as non-residential uses located above the ground floor. So these restaurants do not require parking. Because they're located in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, there's the Sunset Harbor Garage, and there's sufficient centralized public parking in the area, so we don't foresee any major issues for the restaurant. The 12 residential units do have the parking requirement, and that's why they're providing those 16 spaces. And given the site constraints, they have to provide them using those vehicle lifts. And the way they're being provided, it'll all be through valet parking, and so we don't foresee any issues with the parking. The rooftop pool is intended as an amenity for the residents of the building. Commercial uses are not contemplated, and given that it is in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, entertainment uses and speakers not related to life safety are prohibited on that pool deck. And staff does not anticipate any negative issues from the rooftops, but we do have conditions incorporated in the order to ensure that the rooftop operates as expected. The restaurant, because it's located in Sunset Harbor, entertainment is prohibited. And the outdoor portion of the 2nd floor restaurant must cease operations no later than 8 p.m. per the Sunset Harbor regulations. And additionally, outdoor speakers are prohibited for the restaurant, so they cannot have any ambient music in the outdoor portion. We don't expect any negative impacts on the surrounding community if it is if the project is properly managed. Staff has incorporated several conditions into the draft order, and we are supportive of the project, and staff recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
All right, any disclosures on this item?
With 2 people in the neighborhood, Bruce Backman and Sarah Della Reyes.
I had a conversation with Mickey Marrero.
All right.
And Mr. Chairman, since I see some new faces, I'd like to swear in anyone in the room who's going to be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, Mickey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Before I start, could we get our presentation up on the screen? And while PJ does that, I want to just say for the record, as Rogelio said, there's no entertainment proposed here. Also, no fire dancers and no belly dancers. Hopefully that alleviates some of the concerns that may arise.
Fire blowers? Fire blowers?
We reserve the right to have fire blowers at our quiet little restaurant. No fire blowers, for the record. So again, Mickey Marrero here on behalf of the property owner who's here today, Ronnie Finvarb. With me also is our project architect, Jennifer McConney, and from my firm, Michael Larkin and Emily Volter. We together represent Sobe 18 LLC, the owner and developer of 1790 Alton. Next slide. So the property is located in the very, very southeast corner of the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. It is facing probably one of the busiest intersections in the city on Alton Road and Dade Boulevard. To the south are 2 hotel units, 2 hotel buildings. To the north is Michael's. To the west is Office Depot, and to the east is an office building with Chase on the ground floor. That's our surrounding area. What we're proposing to do is a 5-story mixed-use project with 2 what we believe will be fantastic restaurant additions to the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, and 3 stories with 4 residential units on each floor. What we're here before you today, the reason we're not a 50,000 square foot project, it's actually about 35,000 square feet of total build out with about 20,000 square feet of floor area. So comparatively speaking, a relatively small new development, taking advantage of a site that has been complicated, to say the least, over the last decade plus. It was a service station for many years. It was built in the 60s and through the 70s. We were involved, our office, there may have been others, but there was a Madani furniture store approved there that was never able to go forward. There was a bank approved there a couple years ago that did not go forward. Mr. Finbar purchased it a couple years ago, and as some of you may recall, he purchased it to originally build something different, which was a hotel project. The Sunset Harbor Ordinance was happening around the same time, and a hotel prohibition was added. Even though this board recommended that it not be added, it was added by the commission, and Ronnie's had to figure out what to do with it. And what we have is what we believe is a great project, not what we originally bought it for, but something that we believe will be fantastic for the neighborhood. Next slide. So here's a rendering, and Jennifer will do a little bit more of the plans than I do, but here's a rendering of that neighborhood. You see where the new project is located. It's got a unique design with these sort of undulating bars along the edge. That's covering the residential units. On that second floor, you see a balcony that faces Dade Boulevard towards the Palomar Hotel, which happens to also be owned by Mr. Finvarb, and that's the second story restaurant, so you know, is more like a Houston's type restaurant, that type of offering. The ground floor is going to be more of a gourmet market and deli with wonderful wine selection, charcuterie, which I always pronounce wrong, and those type of offerings. But a really high-end deli experience that is something that we believe will be welcome in this area. Next slide. This is a breakup of the building. You'll see the 34,000 square feet of total area includes the parking and includes the outdoor areas. The actual floor area is just 20,000. We have an 81-seat restaurant on the ground floor, and that's because most of that ground floor is for the deli and the gourmet market. The second floor is really a traditional restaurant, and that's got 179 seats. Next slide.
Just curious, what's the average size of the residential units, square footage?
So there's 3 floors, and there's 4 on each floor. They range from about 800 to 1,300.
Square feet?
Square feet each unit. So they're traditional residential units, on the larger side. I think each floor has 800, 2 at about 900, and 1 at 1,300.
And this is going to be condo, or?
We're not sure how it's going to be done yet. It could probably, we're thinking right now rental units. Okay, but it's up to him. And
Sorry, you're thinking what?
Rental.
Rental. Units, yeah, but we're not exactly sure. Maybe condo. He hasn't fully decided how that's going to happen, but they will be permitted, CO'd, and built as residential units. Next slide. Here's again a breakdown of the occupancy and the floor area that we've gone over already. Next, so we can show you the mechanical parking. Again, here's the mechanical parking, which is really what brought us here before you. Because these 2 restaurants don't individually require parking, they take advantage of the Sunset Harbor parking regulations and use that garage. We also want folks from the neighborhood to walk to this restaurant, but we do have the 19 required spaces for the residential, and those are provided through 18 through the mechanical parking and 1 handicap space. Next slide. And with that, I'd like to pass it over to Jennifer.
Where was the parking within the building? Where is it?
In the first floor.
Bottom floor.
And it's first floor, and it's all valet.
Is it mechanized, Mickey?
Mechanical parking, but the residents won't be using it, their guests won't be using it. It'll be all 24-hour valet operation.
But, and again, the valet is only for the residents, not for the restaurant patrons.
It's the required parking for the whole structure is for the 19 residential units.
Do you anticipate valet being offered for the restaurant?
Yes, yes.
And I thought I read in the docs that you're going to ask the valet in the city parking lot?
No, we will, ultimately, we want to offer valet, although we think most folks will park in the garage. That's the purpose of the Sunset Harbor parking ordinance.
No, I thought I read in the documents that you were going to ask if the valets
Gail, turn on her mic.
I'd answer, once it's open, we're talking like 2-3 years from now, like with any operation, we will contract with a valet operator, and they have access to whatever lots they have access to. The closest one would be the best one, but.
I'm just confused. The 19 spots are for for whoever's
Correct. The required
either
parking
renting
is-
or owning.
Correct.
The
For the
valet
residents.
service will obviously have to park somewhere else.
There's no parking
Got it.
requirement for the restaurants, so like so many of the restaurants that have valet, they will have to work with that valet operator to go to the city, get approval for a storage lot.
But restaurant patrons will be able to use those valet spots.
Not really, but if we find, if our residents end up not, let's say 2 or 3 of the residents don't have a car, it's potentially possible that we can work something out there, but as an underutilized parking, but the intention is for the restaurant parking, we'll contract with a valet operator.
Right.
And use a storage lot.
Okay, all right.
But we're not quite in that minutia yet, but the required parking is solely for the residents. With that, I'd like Jennifer to go over the architecture.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Jennifer McConney with Studio MCG Architecture. Just to orient everybody, the north side of this plan is 18th Street. On the right is a kind of pass-through onto Dade Boulevard, and Dade Boulevard is on the south. Across Dade Boulevard is the canal and the Palomar that Ronnie Finfarb also owns. We have all of our ingress and egress coming out of 18th Street on the north side, and the restaurant on the ground floor, which is fairly small, it takes up the corner that faces Alton Road and the intersection. So that's really the kind of display retail area that you see on at the ground level. Next slide. The second floor is the second restaurant. We placed the building on the north side, and that really was to kind of block any noise that could happen. And so that shields anything from the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. So all of our seating, we have 40 seats outside, and we have the remainder of the seats on the inside. Next plan. And then levels 3 through 5 are 4 apartment units each. They range from, I think, 700 up to 1,200, similar to what Mickey said. We're meeting the required average unit size. Next slide. And we have our residential pool up on the rooftop. Next slide. These are some elevations. You can see there's a brise soleil screening around the facade on 3 sides of the building. Next slide. And even the facade on the west that faces Office Depot, we've also defined that facade as well. Next slide. And here on the sections, you can see how they work. So on the ground floor, we have about 18-foot clear for those triple lifts and for the retail space, and also providing resiliency for the future floor slab. On the next level, we have the restaurant, and then you can see the 3 levels of units above. Next slide. Here you see the triple lifts on the ground level. Next slide. And then here's some renderings. This is the view from Alton Road, looking down Dade and looking down 18th. Next slide. And then here's a view from Dade Boulevard, kind of where you're at the intersection of Alton and Dade, that busy intersection. So you can see that the corner is completely activated. Next slide. And then this is a view from 18th Street. So from 18th Street, which is the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, you have nice, kind of simple, the charcuterie retail on the ground level, and 3 levels of units above. Next slide.
Do you have any renderings of the side that's adjacent to that other building? Because I see one of the renderings, but it's not like one of the 3D renderings.
Next to Office Depot, or?
Yeah, I guess that's Office
Sure,
Depot.
we can pull that back up again.
Because there's one, it's just not placed, it's kind of standing alone.
If you can go back to the elevations. There.
Yeah, go back.
Next one. There. Yeah, so on the bottom, that's the side that faces Office Depot.
Okay.
Can you describe what we're looking at? I mean, I think, Jonathan, where you're getting at this is that 3 sides look spectacular, and the 4th side looks like a delivery, I'm sorry, that it doesn't look as beautiful as the other 3. I apologize, that was uncalled for. My friend Roberto Espejo, who helped build the Arts Center, indoctrinated in me the notion that no side of a building should be less than any other side. And to me, maybe it's just because it doesn't translate as beautifully on the elevation as the renderings do. This is lacking. And I know we're not the DRB and that's not our purview, but it's, Jonathan, this is the first thing that jumped out at me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I'll explain. So if you see on the bottom, you'll see a dashed line that shows the outline of Office Depot. So I don't know if you can see that, but there's a dashed line. So so you only see what's above that. So the Office Depot is going to take up almost half of that facade. And the other side of the bottom, what you see is along Dade Boulevard. It's an oblique angle. So the real elevation facing Office Depot is just what's above that dashed line. Because we're 5 feet from the property line, we're only allowed a certain amount of windows because of fire. So, you know, that's really where we have the stairs and elevators because they have to go somewhere, right? So, so the other elevations are full glass facades. And then if you have a site angle from Dade, and also that Office Depot is zoned, 5 stories as well. So most likely one day that will be another building.
I guess the thing I'm thinking of is just at least putting some sort of design element to it so it's not an eyesore, or, we've seen other buildings do greenery of some sort, but I'm not saying redo the whole building, it's just, I'd hate for one of the sides to be sort of an eyesore, and especially as we try to improve some of those older buildings in Sunset Harbor, maybe
Sure.
there's something that can be done, because as Tanya and I noticed, that's the one side that's lacking. I get it, not every side is going to be, you do need to put the stairwells somewhere, but at the very least, the big blank walls are what I think bother the residents.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think we're in
Yeah,
agreement. What
yeah.
I was going to say is we do, as Tanya mentioned, we're actually going to the design review board in 2 weeks. What we could do is take that comment, which I think is a good one, and apply it maybe to something we can show the DRB that application's been submitted, but we can show it as an exhibit and take, maybe there's a condition you could put in that we will work with staff to apply some treatment to that side. It won't be, as you said, it won't be as fantastic as the other ones because the stairwells, the elevator, the core has to go somewhere.
It doesn't need to be a big architectural lift. Not a lift, not like literally something, but something as simple as like a beautiful mural or I know green walls are complicated. It can be complicated, although that would be amazing. Like a tile mural or something, or a painted mural.
I think a mural is what we sort of had in mind, 'cause that, as you said, the landscape, especially so close to the other building, it's going to be very difficult to maintain and won't get light. But I think a mural is something we can do, and Ronnie's shaking his head. So I can't design it on the fly, neither can Jennifer, but we hear the comment and we agree with it.
Get out your sketch pad.
Also, I'll just chime in. I don't think it's necessarily such an eyesore. I think there's something to be said for a nice complement to total glass on 3 sides. Probably, I'm sure you can do a great job with that. A nicer rendering would probably satisfy us.
So just, what I was going to do is just conclude to say that we agree with all staff's conditions. We're excited to take this project to the DRB in a couple months, and we hope to have your approval. Reserve time for any rebuttal or questions you might have. Thank you.
Did I read or hear correctly that the restaurant outdoors closes at 8?
So, yes, the code requires that today. So this what's before you is that 8 p.m. with a limit of 40 seats in the outdoors. To be transparent, we are seeking modifications to that down the road, but that would have to come back before you. What's before you today is 8 p.m. and 40 seats outside.
I have some questions. Maybe I missed this. To get to the restaurant upstairs, it goes directly to that restaurant, or do you go through the lobby of where the units
There's an
are?
outdoor stair that goes directly to it from the outside.
Okay, so people, okay.
Yeah, I think you may be able to go through the inside, but there is a direct
Like, we wouldn't
stairwell.
want restaurant patrons walking around the lobby, the
Correct.
hallways of where people are living,
There's a direct stairwell
Okay.
on
I had
that.
a question about the number of required parking. I always thought, Rogelio, that I did the math, 1.75 times, what was it, 3 spots equals 5.25 required parking spaces, but you guys put down then only 5 are required. I thought we always bump it up. Like, if you're required 5.25 parking spaces, then it really is 6.
We round up everything at the end, so
Oh, really? Okay. Okay, then it comes out to 19.
yeah, we have, there are 9 units between 550 and 999 square feet. Those require 1.5 spaces for a total of 14. And then there are 3 units between 1,000 and 1,200 square feet. Those require 1.75 spaces, so for a total of 5 parking spaces. So we add those together, we round it up. We do the bumping up at the end.
So you added 5.25 plus
Mhm.
blah, blah, blah. All right, so okay, we'll double check that. It's okay if you're correct, then it's correct. What else? I have a bunch of questions. Just a second, I have a bunch of notes here. So the development is allowed 2.0 FAR? So it's going to be 20,000 square feet. And then the final project is 34,000 square feet. Gosh, it sounds like an extra 14,000 square feet.
So required parking does not count against floor area.
Right, so that's
and
what's really taking
The outdoor
it?
areas don't count against floor area.
Oh, the outdoor patio upstairs doesn't count?
Correct.
Oh, okay, that's why. But it counts in the overall.
So there's a requirement that if you're building, and it's not FAR, but total construction is
Yeah.
50,000 or more, that's an additional request before the planning board. So we always do that calculation to see if we fall under or over. So here we fell under, so that's the total build out, but FAR is still 20,000.
Okay. When you do the count for the seats in the restaurant, do you count both restaurants together, or are they separate? I know it's over 100, but let's say one restaurant had 50 and the other one had 50. Do you count them together?
We count each restaurant independently.
Independently? Okay. Okay, and I guess the elephant in the room is you are going to the commission to get changes in the code. The other elephant in the room is, I've studied up on this because it is complicated. You're not allowed to have a hotel, but because of state law preempting our short-term rentals, you are allowed to have short-term rentals that actually act like a hotel but aren't labeled a hotel. And so I was wondering, it seems like you did a good job trying to do an extra loading dock because it's going to be a short-term rental. You're going to have laundry and all that service. Can you explain what else you're doing to mitigate the effects of short-term rentals in a neighborhood that really doesn't want short-term rental, but you are allowed to have short-term rental?
Is this going to be short-term rental?
So they're residential, and so let me just answer both questions, if you don't mind. So there is an ordinance, as I alluded to it before, as Gail mentioned. We would like, for this particular development, to have, because the second floor restaurant it's going to be a very high-quality restaurant, and most restaurants that have a dinner operation go past 8 o'clock. So we've approached the commission, it's been referred to the land use committee, and hopefully we'll be back before you all in a couple of months, an ordinance that would include this property, that would allow outdoor areas in the second floor to be open till midnight instead of 8, and it would allow more than 40 seats in that second floor balcony. We believe that would be a huge benefit for the success of this project. But that's not before you today. If it comes back before you, if it's referred back to the planning board, it would be late October, probably like November, and would go to the commission, and then you'd have to see this project again, if that does pass, as a modification to this approval on those conditions. But that's not before you today, but it is a process. The other thing is, the state preempted municipalities regulating duration of stays for residential buildings. So for any property that had a restriction prior to that, I think 2014 adoption by the state of that preemption, they were regulated. If you didn't have a regulation in that neighborhood or that zoning district at the time, the cities cannot. So the question is, there isn't a regulation here, and the state preempts the city from regulating it. We've confirmed that with staff. So these are residential buildings. These are residential units. They're CO'd as residential. They're going to be built as residential.
The answer to the question is you could be short-term,
We
you
don't want
know
to
yet.
restrict here the use.
At the planning board level, haven't we put in restrictions where?
They've been proffered. We can't require, but the applicant has
Not if they
proffered.
preempt
That's
state
right.
law.
That's right.
That's true.
So
So-
we've put it in there as I guess, a
A
condition of
recommendation.
our approval. And then if the applicant accepts that, it's binding? Or how
No,
does
we've
that
only
work?
included it where an applicant has voluntarily proffered it.
So is that something you would consider proffering? I mean, it's a huge issue in the city.
We don't want to further restrict the use in any way. I mean, these are fully CO'd as residential. That's how they're going to be built, but we don't want to limit ourselves any further than we have to.
They're going to be short-term rental, but they're going to have like a lobby with a registration desk. They're going to have lots of employees. It's going to operate just like a hotel, not like the very undesirable Airbnb apartment buildings that we have. So I commend you for that, at least. But I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's right, but you're
Seems
allowed
like
to
it's
do
more
it.
like a Sonder, like 17 West.
They have no employees on site. That's like, and that is the opposite, I think, of what they're doing.
Well, in
Sonder,
terms of the state, not
yeah, in
necessarily
terms of what they're allowed to do, yeah.
Gil, while you're looking, I have a quick question for staff. The 8 o'clock limit that's currently in place, is that an ordinance just applies to Sunset Harbor?
That's correct.
The entire neighborhood?
There's a section of the CD2 district that has special regulations for Sunset Harbor, created as part of a vision plan that was approved about, I would say, 1 or 2 years ago. And that includes that limitation on 8 PM for outdoor areas.
Oh, for only outdoor?
Oh, I had one more question. If you want to look on page 133, number E. It's the end of the last sentence. Proper restriction covenant being provided limiting the use of each lift, that is the mechanical lift, to the same unit applicant. What does that mean? Like each lift is deeded to a particular unit? Is that what that means? Do you see that, Rogelio? Page 133,
Which letter, Gail?
E.
132.
So it looks to me like the valet can never be used they can never use a mechanical lift. That's what this looks like to me.
So what that condition, 132B, which one?
Page 133,
133.
letter E.
Okay, so the distinction here is this is not self-parking, they are using valet parking. So they allow you, if the way the code works, if you have a parking lift that only has 2 spaces, one on top of the other, it can be used only for self-parking if the 2 units are for 1 unit owner, if that makes sense. If it's not for 1 unit owner,
I
it all has
understand.
to be run by valet.
Okay, then it meant something different than I thought. Okay, I got
We're
it.
all valet regardless.
Okay. I'm done, thank you.
Mickey, I only count I think 20 seats outside at the restaurant on the outside desk. Is that what you're limited to?
We're limited to 40. Maybe some of them are two-sided, but Jennifer can speak to that. There are 40 seats.
Yeah, on the second floor.
On that outdoor.
Correct.
Question for staff. Considering these units are somewhat larger, and I think the eventual intention is to have them as short-term rental operation, is there, number one, occupancy limits, considering they are larger units? And 2, is there a requirement to have kind of a manned lobby, so to speak?
The only requirement we would have is for them to obtain a BTR for the short-term rental from the city and pay resort taxes. But we would not treat it any differently from a typical residential unit otherwise. So,
Okay, so no requirement for manned lobby?
I guess one question that I would have is in terms of protecting the Sunset Harbor residents, is there any sort of, if they do go the route, I guess I understand we can't restrict whether they do short-term rentals, but can we require because that is their clear intent, can we require at least a security, I mean, there's gonna be valet on site, can we require a security guard or some other mechanism short of having to call, code compliance or the police department if somebody's on the balcony, having a party or whatever? Just to ensure that there's no, that there's an internal set of controls for renters.
Yeah, we have conditions in several orders requiring that there be a security personnel on site 24 hours a day.
I was going to ask, is this a doorman building? Is there any plan for a doorman in the lobby?
I think we can agree that there will be just managing the entire building, a team member, be it a security guard, a door person, manager, someone that would be there to manage the whole operation, the restaurants and everything else. I think we can have at least one person. I mean, we're not expecting any major issues, but that seems reasonable, and if that's a condition that you'd like to see, we can agree to that.
Yeah, I think some sort of, it doesn't have to be like a licensed security guard, but it's somebody other than the valet who's going to be there, I would think.
That makes sense.
May I have a question? I know this is for another day, but the ordinance that you're trying to get passed that's going to land use, forget whatever else it is, but with respect to hours of operation, would the ordinance cover all of Sunset Harbor, or?
No, it's limited to the area really in this corner.
Okay, away from the residents.
Right.
Okay, and I'd love to hear Sarah's comments on that, because I do think there's a difference between restaurants that are like where Lucali and bars, which are right in a residential area, versus these on the outskirts.
Yeah,
But you're not trying to get it Sunset Harbor wide. Okay.
And we're working with staff. I came up with some language. I'm sure through the process it will evolve, but the idea is to make it really this distinguishable area that we're talking about Alton Road and Dade Boulevard.
Right.
And all commercial uses around it.
Thanks.
Sorry, one more question, but you can tell it's a sensitive topic for me. Would there be any, I guess, trade-off that the applicant would be interested in if it got to that point later on where it was in front of the planning board for extended hours to limit the short-term rental operation, or the short-term rental operation is, I guess, key going forward?
It's not something that has been fully established as to how it will work. I mean, these may be longer term. I think there's an assumption.
If it was. I'm making an assumption if that assumption was correct.
Yeah. If that assumption was to play out, we'd have to discuss it. We're not ready to limit anything today.
Got it.
And in terms of the rooftop, I know that, there's no entertainment or anything like that, but is there any restriction, I guess maybe for staff, to make sure that there's no residents don't bring their personal speakers and everything? That's already in there.
Yeah, that's in there, and that's part of the Sunset Harbor regulations.
Yeah, Palau has a rooftop pool. Palau, right?
Yep.
And then, so just that it has to be ambient or whatever?
No, I think it's
no speakers.
No speakers whatsoever.
So they cannot take a boombox to the pool deck.
Well, I just want to make one more point about the mechanical, because I'm pretty sure you can do short-term rental, but if you did do condo, then there's 19 units, is it 19?
No,
12 units. 12 units would have to pay for 24/7 valet, and I think that's pretty expensive. I'm just saying, I don't know how to solve that, but, yeah.
I mean, it's definitely unique, but
Yeah.
that's what we plan, and that's what we think will work.
Okay.
Yeah, you must not seen these rents lately. Yeah, I think Sarah's going to speak. And I messed your name up earlier. I'm so sorry about that.
And we have two members with their hands raised.
Yeah, let's go there.
We have Marilyn Frundlich.
Hi, Marilyn. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Frundlich, and I live in Sunset Harbor in the townhomes. Actually, I'm Mariah's neighbor. We are supportive of this project with a lot of caveats. The first thing is, of course, this is going to be short-term rentals. We know that, and there's nothing we can do about it. And that's fine. The problem is the things that are coming down the pike. They want to extend the hours of the outside, and they want to put speakers outside. And that's where we absolutely need to draw the line. They want to extend the hours outside that's doable as long as they do not have speakers, they do not have music. And it was mentioned at the commission meeting that the vision plan has been altered in the past. That is true and not true. We requested that the vision plan that we worked so hard for so many years and finally was passed last year, that it be altered for office buildings, which of course we already have office buildings in Sunset Harbor. But what we do not want to happen is that speakers outside be allowed, because then everybody would want speakers outside, and then we would all have to move from Sunset Harbor because of the noise. And as far as increasing the number of seats, if other restaurants on the outside, on the second floor, want to do that, okay, they're not best. But really a game changer would be outside speakers. There's no need to have outside speakers. What happens is you have speakers, people talk, then they can't hear each other, the speakers have to be louder, then people have to speak louder. And we are a residential neighborhood, very residential neighborhood. And we've been living with our neighbors, restaurants and businesses very peacefully in the last many years. I've been there 22 years. So please make all the rules possible here so that that won't happen, because we will be back at land use and we have to live with the short-term rentals. That's what is going to happen. And it is going to be a hotel. So we have to be, not a hotel, but like the previous application, not a nightclub. So yes, we all need to be very careful here what we have coming for us.
Thank you, Marilyn. One more.
Joseph Magazine.
Hi, Joseph. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes. Thank you very much. I guess I'm just at a total complete loss about lack of comprehensive plan and vision in this city. As I wrote in an email to the planning board just last night, the two things I've advocated for tirelessly over the years are economic development and full-time residential housing. The fabric of any community is borne out by full-time residents. We are the only city of over 5,000 people in Florida that has lost full-time residents census over census. We are in a housing affordability crisis. Just today on the planning board's agenda, the first item was going to be discussions about affordable housing. The only way to address the affordability crisis is to increase the amount of supply. We live on an island with finite amount of land. Every piece of land that is dedicated to a short-term rental takes away from any possibility to add full-time residential housing. We can sit here and try and come up with ways to accommodate the developers' economic interest to make money, but also fit it into the vision of the overall city. Right now on the referendum, I mean, it's the commission's goal to try and eliminate short-term rentals in specific areas of the city. The voters of the Miami Beach just overwhelmingly, by I think 70%, supported a measure where property owners would be able to be offered incentives to do away with short-term rentals and redevelop into full-time housing. Why don't we get out in front of that now before the property is developed and try and come to a matter of understanding to bring the needed housing inventory to this area that we need. This is exactly where we need it, is infill areas that are non-luxury, places like Alton Road, where we can help starting to address the affordability issue, address the quality of life issues that have been deteriorated by an overabundance of short-term rentals. I just think we need a more comprehensive plan here, because we say one thing out of one side of our mouth. Yes, we need to address the affordability crisis. The only way to do that is bring on more supply, and then we're sitting here approving short-term rental projects. I just don't see how the two kind of go hand in hand. I think
Joe,
this is
Joe,
a
just interrupt you one
fabulous
minute. Joe, just interrupt you 1 minute. We're not approving a short-term rental here, just so you understand. We're handcuffed by Florida law on this one.
No, I get that, but, the city attorney
Well, it's
is
important,
applying
because
this
I don't want you
always.
to
If
represent the
developer-
word. I just don't want,
Yeah,
I don't want
if
the
the
public to think
developer-
we're approving a short-term rental, because we're not.
No, of course. I appreciate that, Brian. Essentially where I'm coming at is let's try and come to some sort of compromise here, similar to the measure that was just done in the referendum, where a developer can be offered incentive, and if they make it, if they get some type of incentive from the city, they can essentially waive their rights to short-term housing. It's something that the city attorney's office is opined on. That could essentially a way to, I don't want to say circumvent the Florida law, but a way to, kind of craft a way around that. I just think we can solve many issues with one stone here. Again, I think there's a fabulous developer that has done a tremendous amount of good for the city, but let's fill a need while still allowing the developer to meet his economic interests. So just wanted to add that to the discussion. Again, I appreciate everybody's time. Housing is an issue that's near and dear to all of us. So on a finite land here, I just view every opportunity not to bring housing in place of short-term rental as a lost opportunity to help the affordability crisis. So thank you all for your time.
Yeah, and Joe, just so you know, I agree with you. I just wanted to clarify that, and I told you the other night when I saw you, I greatly appreciate your activism and your care and your thoughts and your continued contributions to our planning board meetings. Thanks.
And likewise, thank you.
1 second, Sarah. Do we have any more?
That's all we have online.
Go for it.
Hi, Sarah de los Reyes, 1800 Sunset Harbor Drive. I'm a resident of Sunset Harbor, and I'm also the president of the Neighborhood Association. We have been talking to the developer. It is a problem for us. We do not want short-term rentals in Sunset Harbor. There is no way to regulate the state. And we have asked every single developer so far that I have been dealing with, the one on Alton Road with the Class A office, that he's going to have an apartment up there, and he waived the right to a minimum of 6 months, that he would rent the place minimum of 6 months. The same thing happened with the one next to on Purdy Avenue. I have asked, and they have being able to be gracious enough to give us that covenant that would protect us. I have asked because, of course, that is something that we don't want, and if we can do a deal, yes, probably we will be able to extend the hours, or we might be able to extend the time on top of the second floor. The reason why the second floor came about is because we do not want a rooftop restaurants in Sunset Harbor because the way we are situated. So Stillsville was the only one who was allowed to have rooftop restaurant on top. But what happened with Stillsville, we fought that. We say, fine, you can only have up to 40 seats. You must cover it with a canopy. We put all this restriction, and they were even going to have music because they were the only ones allowed to outdoor speakers, which we're not allowed in Sunset Harbor. We agreed to that. They were never able to build the rooftop because the structure didn't support it. So that's the reason why we're into the 8 p.m. I understand where they sit. I understand the area very well. And, I've spoken to the developer, and I said, if you're willing to give up that part of the short-term rental, the neighborhood will support the ordinance to be able to extend the seating and to be able to maybe change the time up to 12 p.m. because everything outdoors in Sunset Harbor closes at 12 p.m. And we wanted to keep it as a standard, makes it a lot easier. Yeah, we like, I don't love the building, but it's a nicer building than we ever had in that corner. It is a tough corner to have. I understand his point. It is a tough corner. But yes, I would love for that to happen because we can't regulate the state. The only way to do it is for them to give up, honorably for us.
Sarah, what was the response when you asked?
He hasn't made up his mind yet. As you can see, it's condo, rental, but it's really short term. If it's condo, there will have a problem with the mechanical, how they're going to park their cars. They would have to have 24/7. Ballet costs a lot of money, 24/7. We have it. We know how much it costs. It adds a big expense into the maintenance of a building, especially with 12 residents in there. So It's something that he can have and he's allowed to have. We're not going to fight that, but as long as we can actually do a deal to extend the time, not every day, maybe, a month to 3 months. You can do 3 months, 6 months, and a year would be great. That would be this way. It's not so short-term rental like 3 days or 2 days, like a hotel. Okay. That's where we are. I have tried. I'm trying.
Thanks, Sarah.
Rogelio, I had a question. Is this project right now considered an apartment building with an accessory restaurant, or is what's the zoning?
It's in the CD2 district, which is a commercial district, and so it's a mixed-use building. It has both residential and
Okay, so there's no
commercial.
restrictions with that. Okay.
So, go ahead.
Anybody else wanting to speak on the item? Okay, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. Go ahead, Ms. Bott.
If I recall correctly, this is the site where Mr. Finbarb, you wanted to build a hotel?
Correct.
The first time around, so you've owned this plot for, I don't know, a year and a half, maybe longer?
Yeah, probably around there, maybe longer.
Okay, so can't imagine that makes your accountant very happy.
Correct.
So it's a little frustrating because I saw the project and I love it. And I love the fact that there are apartments that actual people could live in, not micro units, not palaces for the uber wealthy, for their fifth home, for their granddaughter or whatever. It was exactly what we're trying to accomplish as a city by building more office space and encouraging the new office space tenants and their staff to live in the city. And so I was thrilled. It looks great. It's a very convenient location. Can you imagine working on the buildings that's being built or is likely to be built near Lincoln Road and being able to walk home? I mean, it's like a dream. And I know it's permissible to have short-term rentals, and we are hamstrung by Tallahassee, as we are in many things, on trying to govern our own city, what works best for us. So it is really frustrating to see a project that is this good for so many reasons. You have a retail space that basically provides similar kinds of offerings to what Epicure used to provide to that neighborhood. Everybody would be happy to see that succeed. A moderate price restaurant would be fantastic. Nice to look at, great location, like I said. And yet, there's no way to prohibit it being effectively a hotel. And that's your prerogative. Nobody can do anything about it. But I am really profoundly frustrated that when there is a compromise being offered of, a covenant so that short-term rentals could happen but not less than 3 months or 6 months, which helps improve the quality of life for residents and visitors alike by having a more stable population in those units rather than transient people coming through every 2 or 3 days, that it's not something that is heretofore being considered. And I don't know you at all, and I don't know what you have in your mind, and I understand that at the end of the day, this is a business proposition for you, but we're all trying to collectively improve the quality of life in our city for business operators, for residents, for tourists, for anybody who sets foot within our city limits. And to me, this would be a great opportunity to do that, to compromise a little bit, and everybody gives up a little bit of what they want, and everybody gains a little bit of what they want. So those are my comments.
Thank you. And as you may recall, I was here about a year ago for the hotel. So I brought something that is pretty much as of right in front of you, and something that the neighborhood desires. I would not do anything that's going to compromise my 2 hotels across the street. So, hopefully the board is mindful of the fact that if I compromise the guest experience at the Palomar or the Marriott, that's it. We're one and done. I'm not going to do that. So I'm on the same page as all of the residents. I'm a very active developer in this market, as you all know. I'm not a developer that cuts, shortcuts at all. And I'm doing things that, have been, well received in the neighborhoods, and I look to continue to do that with this property.
From what I've heard, unless I missed something at this point, there's going to be a valet on site.
Correct.
24/7.
24/7 valet.
And there's going to be a person on site.
There will be a person.
In addition.
I will make sure there will be a person A
And-
team member on site 24/7.
So does that, would that team member,
It could be separate from the valet.
no, I understand that, but so would that team member, could it be a security guard?
It could be a security guard, it could be a manager, it could
So
be,
could it be, could it be more than one team member? Could you have whatever you need for security? And then also, you know, the problem with
Yeah.
STRs is that they're innkeepers, they're inns without innkeepers. And having somebody on site who is not a valet person and is not security, but is sort of the person in charge of the facility might help mitigate some of the drama caused by STRs. And I understand your point is very well taken about you don't want to do anything to jeopardize your existing hotel business.
it doesn't make sense.
Understood.
Those
But-
are much bigger properties.
I'm sorry?
Those are much bigger properties.
Right, but still having somebody on site who would hold guests accountable.
I have no problem with that. I just can't say that there's going to be a security guard 24/7 because it's not required in that neighborhood.
No, and I'm
So-
less interested in the security
So
guard,
there
frankly,
will be an on-site team member. I'm not sure exactly what to label that team member, but there will be an on-site team member 24/7. There will likely be more than one team member, but I'm not sure exactly, you know.
The idea is that
go
this
ahead.
team member is somebody who, when the short-term renter is having a party, they go and knock on the door and say, hey, you're actually violating the rules. It's not
Yeah.
like a maintenance person who's just there if there's a leak, you know?
Yeah, right. So as far as the on-site, you know, team member or members, whatever that might be, is there to make sure that the building is held to a standard that will be reflected in the F&B at the property. So there will be somebody to make sure that, you know, the operation, you know, the property as a whole is operated to a level that we're typically accustomed to.
It seems to me that you're trying to protect your existing business interests across the street with the bigger hotels. You want the new property to be insulated against any kind of excessive wear and tear from irresponsible short-term renters. You're asking for some additional variances for hours of operation, and the neighborhood is asking for an agreement to have some kind of limitation on how much churn you can have with the STRs, right, or the STR with renters. So, I mean, my goal is always to find some compromise, and it seems to me the compromise is staring us in the face, and, you know, I won't beat this horse, it's already dead, but that's my view on this.
I would just to respond to that very generally, what's before you today does not have any of those additional requests that are
we
before
know.
the commission. We will be back before you, hopefully twice on that, for the ordinance itself, for your recommendation, and if approved at the ordinance level, back for a modification of this order, if approved today, to reflect those changes and update those conditions. Any proffers related to that, I'd rather, you know, whatever those are.
Listen,
whatever
let
those
me
are.
just chime in, and I've known Ronnie and his family forever, and they're great people, and he's a great operator, he's done a lot of good in the city, so, but that being said, to Tanya's point, since that may be coming back to us, all I would say is, you know, I don't know the economics, maybe short-term rentals are more economically beneficial to you than letting people lease, you know, residents lease your apartments for a year like everybody else does in rental units. So I would just implore you to like, think of the best alternative you can, if it makes sense economically, not to do the short-term rentals and to make them either condos or apartments that have annual leases, just to think about that. That's all. Because I live in Sunset Harbor as well, and that is the
Right.
big fear, is that you have a bunch of crappy people coming in that put 10 people in a room and
Again, yeah.
ruin the whole experience for everybody.
No, I get it. And again, we're doing residential units. Residential units is permitted as of right. We're not doing anything other than
Yeah,
that.
I understand.
We're doing residential units.
Yeah.
And 2 restaurants.
I get that. I'm just saying, I think the board
Right.
would implore you to like, think of alternatives than just short-term rentals, but it is what it is. You're allowed to do it, we get it. But we would like to preserve quality of life in the area.
I get it. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the only reason this is before us is for the automated parking, the mechanical parking and the,
Restaurant over 100
seats over
seats.
100?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you weren't able to do mechanical parking, how would you handle the parking requirement?
If we weren't able to do mechanical, we are able to do mechanical parking. If we weren't,
You'd have to, you'd probably have to decrease the size of the ground floor restaurant, which I don't think is a win.
Yeah, we would.
You'd have to build a
I guess we would minimize the program somehow.
Yeah, there you have a site, they have diagrams showing if they can't do mechanical, they take out half of the restaurant on the first floor, something like that.
I don't think parking podiums are a good use of anyone's time.
Right, I mean, yeah. Parking is very underutilized right now in the city.
And I'm glad we talked it out and everything, but I think it's okay the way it is, the way it came to us. I don't know what else we can do.
Well, it's going to be back before
Yeah.
us. I mean, I agree, and I think it's an unfortunate situation with the other.
I make a motion, oh, no, I thought.
Let him finish, though.
Well, Brian's not here, so let me just kill a little time. I was just going to say one thing to Jennifer and Ronnie. I think the design looks great. I like the undulating wall. We're not the design review board, but I can't help it. I mean, I think it would be great. One thing about it, because it kind of spans 4 full floors, kind of makes it a large-scale item, and I suspect you'll need some horizontals in there, and I think if you maybe brought the slab edges out, it would break down the scale of it a little bit, and give it a little bit more of a residential scale. But either way, I think you've done a great job.
Thank you.
And sorry, just before a motion is made, from your comment, so what kind of language would be included as it relates to 24/7 ground floor coverage or building coverage?
And attendance.
I mean, you could just say, sorry.
What I got was the building shall have a staff member on site 24 hours a day, excluding the valet parking attendant.
I mean, can we put any more teeth into it, whether that's to be positioned in the ground floor?
I would say just a building manager on.
That's fine.
Because the staff member, it's like a maintenance, like everybody's got a maintenance, but they're not gonna go, a maintenance person is not gonna go knock on a door.
Can we require a den mother? Would that be a technical term?
I've heard the board use manager on duty. Could be a manager on duty at all
Yeah, but
times.
then, I mean, then a
Manager
maintenance
on duty.
person can be designated manager on duty, so, not to get into the semantics, can we just ensure there's teeth to ensure, I don't know, security or whatever it might be?
The manager on duty shall make best efforts to enforce the requirements of the conditional use permit.
I mean, the requirements as currently contemplated, I don't think, speak to order.
What are the requirements when you get your BTR? Are there requirements for the BTR?
For a short-term rental?
Yeah.
Not real, just that they pay their fee and that they pay the BTR fee and that they pay resort taxes.
And that's it? It doesn't
There are a few areas of the city where short-term rentals were prohibited and we became less restrictive. In those areas, we have more conditions, but those are very limited. I think maybe in North Beach along Harding Avenue, and that's about it.
I was just going to say, there, just because I've worked in them in other places previously, there's heightened building and fire requirements, fire code requirements if they do seek a BTR for short-term rental. So there are more. I'm not saying that's,
Right, but they're more about
anybody would
sort of
have
life safety, but not about quality of life, like having somebody on board 24/7 who's, focused on making sure that everything is, proceeding the way it's supposed to, as opposed to having unruly. I know your vision is not to have unruly anything. I got that loud and clear.
Believe me.
But look, people are people, and, people come to Miami Beach and like, woo, no rules apply. Forget the fact that
Right.
I'm an accountant at home with 3 kids. Like, they don't seem to remember that detail, so.
If you promised to be there 24/7, I'd feel more comfortable,
Yeah.
but considering you're not.
Me, myself?
Yeah, but considering you're
Absolutely.
not.
I'll move.
Ronnie's pretty wild. You don't want him there all the time.
Yeah, or
He's a wild
Tanya.
guy.
Yeah, I'll just
I
move
mind if
on.
I just check with the boss, and I'll be right back. Hold on, honey.
She'll hate me. Or she might love me, I don't know.
Right, exactly.
Look, I think everybody likes the project a lot for a lot of different reasons. I think there's a frustration that we, as a city, cannot manage our own future because of Tallahassee, and that's what the reservation is. I'm sure you're hearing it loud and clear. I mean, and obviously you don't want to jeopardize your existing business interests in the neighborhood, and you also want to maximize what you're investing into this. So it's like, just how do we fit the pieces together? And I guess that we move this forward based on what's in front of us and what the existing laws are, with the fervent wish that, somehow Sarah and you, and before we get together at the next opportunity to discuss whatever you want next, come to some kind of agreement on how to limit the damage done by STR people. Even though I know that's not what you intend. I got that. But, having a provision to limit short-term rentals to 6 months or even 3 months would go a long way to mitigating that damage.
I'll move it. Oh, sorry.
An amendment about a manager? Is that,
It's already in there.
okay, I'll second it.
So
But you're moving it.
You can't move it and second it,
I thought,
No, so you're moving it with that
Yes.
amendment, right?
and I'll second it.
Okay. All right,
That's the manager.
let's roll.
So the language manager on site, 24 hours a day. We have a motion by Ms. Durham. And who seconded the motion?
Me.
Ms. Mott?
Ms. Bott, second. Okay. Roll call, Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
yes,
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you all very much. Enjoy your last item, and we hope to see you soon on this project. Thank you. You ready? Yeah.
All right. Get me the fuck out of here. We are on
Somebody's getting coffee there.
12, number 12. Got it?
Are you a short-term rental?
No belly dancers, no short-term rentals. I mean,
You got the whole,
oh, no,
Got the
no,
This is just not exciting.
extinguishers.
Yeah, we're leaving, okay, sorry.
but we would like a Michelin star in our coffee shop. All right.
I'm so happy you need readers. That makes my day.
Huh?
That in fact, you need readers. I've known this since we was 15, and I don't need them yet. See that?
Wait, contacts and my readers.
You're funny.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
ready? So we're going to move on to our last item of the day, Planning Board File 22-0503. This is 1665, 1667 Washington Avenue, office building.
Okay, this is a request for a conditional use permit for a new 6-story office development exceeding 50,000 gross square feet, and it includes the use of mechanical parking. Currently, half the site has an office building that will be demolished to make way for this for this proposed office building. There is a separate application being made before the Historic Preservation Board as it is in a historic district. Staff is generally very supportive of the project. It's consistent with the city's goal of diversifying the economy from an overreliance on tourism by developing Class A office space. Recently, the City Commission adopted an ordinance increasing the height limits for this area from 50 feet to 80 feet. And so this building takes advantage of that ordinance. However, staff does have concerns with the ground level of the building. The building is located in parking district number 7, which does not require parking for office uses. However, the applicant is proposing to provide 58 spaces, which is consistent with the requirements of parking district number 1. And the spaces will be provided in the upper levels of the project with access via 2 car elevators. And all parking will be via valet attendants. The applicant is proposing a 22-foot wide 2-way driveway fronting Washington Avenue, coming off of Washington Avenue. And then this is adjacent to the alley, as was alluded to earlier in the public comment section, in the public hearing. Staff has concerns with this driveway. Given the proximity of this 22-foot wide driveway immediately next to an alley, there's a very long area of curb cuts, which staff has seen many situations where this creates issues with pedestrian safety. So we have serious concerns about that. The location, the 22-foot wide driveway is oversized and out of scale with the character and context of the immediate area. The area for the most part, is surrounded by active uses. In this case, the active use of the project would be very limited to an entry vestibule and a small cafe, and the majority of the frontage would be dedicated to vehicular uses. The location of the driveway and the loading spaces sort of creates a suburban modeled space as opposed to the more urban type context that we want to create. And then the applicant is not proposing to utilize the alley in any way on the south side of the property, and that could be used to minimize the need for driveways into the property. So to address these concerns, staff recommends several conditions. The first is to reduce the amount of parking provided on the site by 18 spaces, to reduce the width of the driveway coming off of Washington Avenue to 10 feet, which can then be expanded to 12 feet inside of the property to minimize the amount of driveways. Revise the driveway access on Washington Avenue to move it southward to the south end of the property, no greater than 15 feet from the south end of the property, subject to the review and approval of staff. The revised driveway should also use a mountable curve with applicable signage to maximize pedestrian safety. This means that the vehicle would be brought up to the sidewalk level and the sidewalk would remain at a consistent plane rather than at an angle where somebody walking would then all of a sudden be walking at an angle. Egress from the parking circulation and car elevator shall be onto the abutting alley on the south side of the property. So the driveway that we would be supportive of would be to allow cars to come into the property, and then cars coming out of the property would use the alley and then go out to Washington Avenue via the alley. We would request that the loading spaces be accessed directly from the abutting alley on the south side of the property. And then additionally, that the office lobby and accessory commercial use area at the first level become a primary component of the first level of the project facing Washington Avenue, and the driveway shall be reduced to an ancillary access point, and require that this redesigned frontage be reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Board. As far as the rooftop operations, the plans indicate that the rooftop will be used as an amenity for the building. Staff does not anticipate any negative impacts from this, but we've incorporated conditions into the order to ensure that it operates in this fashion. And so with that, as I said, we're supportive of the project overall. We do have these significant concerns with the ground floor, and we've incorporated conditions to address the issues with the ground floor, and staff recommends that the planning board approve the conditional use permit subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Sorry, just before you go, I didn't see the draft order here.
Oh, I apologize. We had emailed it. We inadvertently forgot to include it in the packet, so we have copies of it.
Thank you.
Do you have any disclosures on this item?
Yes.
To Matthew, who spoke earlier, I spoke to him about this.
Okay. All right, none others, Nate.
Okay.
Showtime.
I will start. Good morning, good afternoon, almost good evening. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez, Office of 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, on behalf of the applicants. Here requesting to approve a building that is being proposed with a gross square feet of over 50,000 square feet, car elevators, and mechanical lifts. With me today is the owner, Michael Schwo. I have Kobe Kark from the architects, Kansas Goodrum from David Plummer, associated with our traffic analysis, and we have several others, the landscape architects, so we have anyone to answer any questions that you may have. We were here earlier before the planning board back in March for that text amendment that was referenced, which allowed office buildings to be built up to 80 feet. On the same block, we have the Thompson Hotel that's at 83. 100 feet is allowed across the street, and we have some buildings that are even taller. So we do fit within the surrounding neighborhoods at our proposed project. And we're excited today to come here and propose a luxury Class A office building. And we'll explain to you why we think, as the applicant's proposing it, with the parking and the driveways, would be the best scenario for this project. And with Kobe Karp, before I introduce him to come up and speak, I really wanted to, Kobe collaborated with Peter Marino, an architect who's working on the project as well, who's always taken design and interior design and the architecture to a new level as well, working on flagship stores throughout the world for Dior, Chanel, to say a few, and many more stores. So with that, I wanted to set 4 points on this project that I just want to keep as a premise as we go through it. Number one, this project is addressing the city's goals in diversifying the economy. We hear all the talk about over-reliance on just tourism and other. We're providing a new product, a luxury, a Class A office, with some of the other projects being proposed throughout the city. In addition, it's leading the charge, this project, in revitalizing the east end of Lincoln Road. You've heard a lot of discussions about how the issues and the concerns of how to pick up the eastern portion of Lincoln Road. Commission actually just referred an item last meeting talking about maybe pedestrianizing that portion between Washington and Collins. So they want to look at things. The more important point, I think, is on point 3, is the fact that we have a crown jewel. We have Soundscape Park, and this will help anchor and activate Soundscape Park, which is in dire need of activation. And at the end of the day, what's existing today at this site, which is actually about 2/3 of the site, is a legal non-conforming parking lot that operates 24/7 with over 30 spaces. It has been operating for over 30 years, so there is a curb cut that's equally or larger on the site today. So it's not that we're relocating the curb cut. And the rest of the site is a 75-story office building from the 90s. So we're trying to combine both sites, and I'll let Kobe get into the design. And Kobe?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kobe Karp. If you give me a second, maybe I can just walk you through the presentation. If we can just bring it up on the screen quickly. So this is the image looking at the new hotel, which is currently under construction. Between the new hotel and us is the Greenview Historic Hotel. You'll see that there's also landscaping, and we are talking to our next door neighbors as well. And then you can see the office building. And this is an image looking towards the east from a Soundscape Park. If you go to the next image, please. This is the location. I think we're all familiar with the location, so I can go to the next image. This is the existing site plan survey, which shows how the Greenview is set back a little bit. And as Alfredo said, it is a parking lot right now that Michael has assembled. The parking lot which came with the Raleigh, which is something that we are working again together with Peter on, and the existing office building, which we're looking to demolish, which is along Lincoln, the alley. If you go to the next image, please. So this image is what Bourgeoisie building is. The entry door, some of you might remember, is the entry door to the gym upstairs. It used to be to the church on the second floor. Regretfully, the garbage cans are outside for that building, and they have been in the past, and I believe they will continue to be in the future. And that's the alley that currently exists. Next image, please.
Is this the
I'm
building where
sorry.
Duck Tours is?
Yes, the tall white building, at one point it had the Duck Tours.
That's the building that hopefully you'll
Right, it's right
demolish?
across the street from
Okay,
Moore
got
7,
it.
yes.
Yes, sir. And then next image, please. So this is the same view of the alley looking back towards the west. The Bourgeoisie building is on your left, and the building is on the right, the one that we will be demolishing. Next image, please.
And Kobe, what's the
Yes,
building
sir.
being built on the corner right now?
So the building being built on the corner is a Thompson Hotel.
Thompson, okay.
Yes, that's where the bank was.
Yep.
And it's currently under construction.
Got it. So you're next to them.
Yes, we are. And between us and them, you can see in this image, there's the Greenview Historic Building, which we are talking to as well. We met with them, and they want landscaping and so forth in the front because our program is substantially up in the air. So there is an opportunity to create that gesture. And like Alfredo said, there's a curb cut there that brings you into the parking lot. Next image, please. So this is the same image looking at the existing condition. Next image, please. And this is the image of the building that is currently under construction, the Thompson Hotel. Their entry is where the pickup truck, it's right to the left of that pickup truck. The green view is immediately right there to the right. Next image, please. That's the building under construction. I'm sorry, Alfredo.
That's our second, that's our other driveway.
Yes, and, I'm sorry, and they have they have a point of entry, which is on 17, and an exit, obviously, on Washington. Next image, please. This is an image looking back from the corner of the building that's currently under construction, and our proposed office building in the background. Next image, please. This is from the park, looking back. Next image, please. And this image is from the corner, from the south west corner, looking to the northeast. Next image, please. This is, so the entry is really the whole entry that opens up to Washington Avenue, because Washington Avenue is not only the pedestrian entry, it's not only the experience to this luxury office building, but it is also the front door when you come back out that looks towards the park. So we feel that this porte cochere, point of arrival, is extremely important to us. On the right-hand side, you can see we have the valet. We have the FP&L vault. We have been in communication with FP&L on this project. Next image, please. I'm sorry, go back one image, I forgot. And then the notion is that you have gorgeous floor materials, ceiling materials, wall materials, a la Chanel, Peter Marino style. Next image, please. And this is the valet would be on the right, and the path would be to look to the north. Next image, please. And this is looking back the other way, where the porte cochere that really opens up is mostly pedestrian. We do have tenants who desire and demand to have parking on this site, which is why we have the parking available, and it's valet full-time on the site. Next image, please. This is upon entry to the porte cochere. This is the experience. The green wall, in the landscape architect, she's here, and I have the wall elevation as well. The idea is to let light and air and ventilation. The FP&L vault is immediately to the right, facing the alley. FP&L is dictating to us where they want to have the entry, where they want to have the vault. And so we feel that this is a glorious space, point of arrival. It'll be used mostly, it's like the living room of the building. It is a very highly important public space, cross-ventilated where people come in. Some people will come, they'll give the car to the valet. Most people will come and go into the lobby, pedestrians. Next image, please. That's the site. Next image, please. This is the updated image that we have, where we have valet on the front, on the right. We have the lobby on the left. We're stepping back towards the Greenview Hotel with landscaping. And of course, we have the entry to the drop-off rotunda porte cochere. Next image, please. This is a graphic of what the materials look like in plan. You can see on the bottom left-hand side is your valet with a seating banquette. So the idea is to have like a terrace that opens up to the street. On the left-hand side, there's a seating banquette. Artwork probably by Peter and Michael. Michael is here too, Michael Chevaux. He came down. So this is the point of arrival is you enter, you walk in. You can walk into the air-conditioned lobby seating area with a terrace in the front. And also you have the whole art and chandelier experience at the porte cochere itself. So this is a very point of arrival for us. The alley is quite narrow. FP&L is requesting us to enter the FP&L vault from the alley, as well as have our garbage holding in that location. We will have a garbage holding area enclosed. We're not proposing to do what some of our neighbors can do. We are looking to meet all those criteria. On the upper right-hand side is the elevator lifts for the cars that take you up. But the substantial amount of the experience here is to really have a living room point of arrival off of Washington Avenue. And also when you depart or you leave, you look across and you look into the park by West 8 and the Frank Gehry building in the background. Next image, please. That's just the parking layouts. Next image, please. Same, next image. We have the building figured out, structure, mechanical. Next image, please. Next image. Here we go. One more, please. Just going to take you up the building. There it is. So we have a rooftop. No loud music, no Marshall speakers, just for the owners of tenants of the office building. And if you give me a second, we printed out these boards, and I wanted to print out these boards just so that sometimes you look at these pictures and so you have a close-up, you can share it, you can look at it, of the materials and the finishes that we're desiring to have, and the street experience that we're desiring to have on Washington Avenue. As Alfredo said, we want to have a variance-free project. And this is the entry. I have materials too. I just don't want to. Oh, and then we also met with the next door, Greenview.
Supported.
Yes, sir, they support us. We are landscaping that area as well, and we have a landscape image that I can share with you.
Oh, sorry, is this how it exists now, or how it's going to be?
This is how it will be once we.
Your building isn't going to come right up here?
No, the landscaping in the, so that's the green view. We are set to the north and, forgive me, to the south. Yes.
The parking lot, I could answer that. The parking lot is within the property of our building.
All right, wait a minute.
No problem.
I thought I had
Nice
it on
ringtone.
airplane.
It is nice.
It's not going off. It's not, I don't know why it's not going off.
Here, I got the site plan
sorry
here, I
about
think,
that.
someplace.
I'm on
Do you have the site plan I can take back to?
So I thought your building is going to go all the way over to this Art
Okay,
Deco.
no. Okay, so
Thank you.
there's a 5-foot separation between our property line and the green view, and then we're stepping back our building almost a foot. So what we've worked with staff has, for the HPB portion, the design portion, is to, because it's the green view, we have to cross the property line, per offering, and we've worked with the green view, that we will enhance their landscaping on that buffer, so you don't have the condition that exists on the other side. If you look at Thompson, that is literally.
So that's why so I drove my bike down there, and I almost regret giving you guys the height. I voted for your height increase, and I almost regret it, because now I see that little tiny Deco building is so cute and small, and that new development on the north is right up against them. And I don't know how they're going to stay in business. If you guys come up against them, no one's going to be able to look out their window. Did you try to buy their property?
Because of the landscaping.
Well, I mean.
5 feet is nothing.
Well, I can tell you that one of the issues with that.
Maybe I'll answer the question. Did you try to buy the property?
Huh?
She
No,
asked you if you tried to buy the property. No, hi Gil, how are you? Michael Schmo, sorry. No, we did not try to buy their property, but they are supportive of the project. We have support letters from them. They very much prefer our building than what is there today. I mean, you guys know this area. It's across the street from City Hall. It is a current parking lot that is operating 24 hours, either self-park at some point. Sometimes there's an attendant there. It's leased out to third party.
So they told you they prefer to have your
Yeah,
building?
100%. And there's support letters that were shared previously with you guys.
Okay, I didn't see that, but I'm sorry if I missed that. Okay, that's
That was
a good
part of the
answer.
text amendment, that they provided support letters. The idea of having obviously a Class A office building instead of an old Kobe car building and a parking lot, no disrespect, of course, but is something that they find attractive, and I think everybody in the neighborhood that we've spoke to, including Mr. Herring from the Symphony across the street, who's a big supporter of this, really to bring life to that park. And not just the idea of having restaurants that are, as you guys were talking earlier, operating in the evening, right? This is actually a day use. It's going to be an all-day use and not a night use. So we don't have the issues of, as Alfredo said, the belly dancers and the music and all the other issues. We're going to have people working there over, through the day and hopefully supporting the businesses on Lincoln Road that we all think need some support.
Will the valet be manned 24/7?
Yes.
And what's the floor plate of each floor? Off of office?
Around 10,000 square feet, roughly.
Why 24/7 if it's an office?
Because if you need to have somebody that can operate it. If you decide to work until 2 in the morning,
Okay.
or you're doing an all-nighter because you have a big
That's
deal,
me, that's me.
or you're preparing for the next commission meeting, somebody needs to
No, I
be
have
able
no
to
problem
be-
with the mechanical parking. I think it's a great amenity to, have really good tenants for your office. I just thought that building it so close to that hotel, but you said they're okay with it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions.
Should we do?
Oh, are you not done? Sorry.
Are we done with you're done with your presentation? We're done? You want to switch to questions?
Well, we're going to go to the public, but she had a question real quick.
Okay, but happy to answer.
Well, two technically.
Okay, 2, you get 3.
Ooh, a bonus question. So a couple things. There's a trend in building high-end office buildings now where a lot of the communal space is open to the public. From the renderings, there's no sort of pass-through and it's across the street from a beautiful park, so you don't need to create another beautiful park. But if you're not a tenant or a guest of a tenant of the office space, is your vision to have this sort of open sculptural chandelier situation and then the lobby be open to residents, to just passersby or whatever from the street, even if they don't have a specific business in that building? I mean, in New York, you see it all the time, and you read article after article about how this is part of the new, gestalt of building a higher-end office building. Is that something that you imagine, a use that you imagine for these public spaces that you're clearly putting some thought into?
So, I can answer that. The answer is yes. I mean, you know that I think you know, we're quite a large developer of office buildings in New York and San Francisco. Part of what, and I think some of you have attended the Raleigh Gardens when we did that public art installation, we incorporate art in every single project we do. We believe that art brings people to properties, and because as a company, our mission is to elevate super prime real estate. And you guys are familiar with some of our assets. You know that they're always in high traffic prime locations. And the idea is that to bring art to the public is something that has always been something important for me. Peter Marino, who's designed this building in collaboration with Kobe, is actually known for commissioning artists for each project. There's a beautiful book, happy to send it to you guys, called Art and Architecture by Peter Marino, that shows every single property, how he commissioned a different artist. He doesn't go buy art that's pre-made. They're all individually commissioned. If it's for the Chanel store, Louis Vuitton, or Dior, or for the museums that he's done, or private homes, or offices that he's done for us, including the Raleigh, these are all commissioned art. So the short answer is yes. People, of course, will be able to come in and see the art, but this is also going to be art that's exclusively commissioned for this property.
So would there be an opportunity to, the other challenge with an office building is that when people go home, other than Gail, who's pulling the all-nighter to get ready for the commission meeting, is that area then becomes moribund when the workers leave, and then you have this space that's not there, but you have nice public space outdoors in that covered area, and then the lobby, and you are adjacent to the New World Symphony Park. Would there be an opportunity to create some kind of cultural programming, which then ties into what the mayor has been talking about, sort of activating that part of Lincoln Road and Washington to sort of up the ante? I mean, you referenced this being the living room of the building, and my favorite structure in Miami is the Perez Art Museum because of the front porch that overlooks the water. And even if you don't go to the museum, you can hang out on that front porch and enjoy it. So is that something you envision?
So you're touching on a totally different subject, and I could talk forever, and you don't want to stay here all night. But unrelated to this, we've been in talks with the city and with the New World Symphony on bringing in a very important art institute to the park, to have the park activated. Because our property, at the end of the day, is a small property. It's a 50,000 or 52,000 square foot. There's so much that we could do on site. But because of our love for art and because we think it's going to, maybe I'll take time out. In New York, the most valuable properties are the ones that sit on the park. In Miami, there's no real appreciation of parks, and it's kind of weird. You look at Lincoln Lane, and I've said this, I don't know if I've said this to this board or to the commission, Lincoln Lane is basically the ass of Lincoln Road. It's where deliveries come, but it's sitting on a beautiful park. That, we've said, and I've said this to the mayor and I've said it to the commissioner, we're huge supporters of that being activated, and we're proactively working on other properties. Hopefully we'll come before you to be able to activate Lincoln Lane around this park. So while the building itself has limited, as you said, the art is going to be public and people can come there off hours, on hours. We're working on a larger initiative, and I hope through the bureaucracy and everything we have to go through with the city to activate the park, Soundscape Park, at a much larger scale than just once a month, because at the end of the day, they just have these monthly concerts there, which are great, but you have another 30 days that nothing happens there, and if anything, there's some unwanted people there, as somebody said, I think Mr. Elias said earlier.
Thank you.
We have anybody, by the way, related, has the new office in the Grove? Oh, it's fantastic, fantastic. Anybody waiting to
We have no hands raised online.
Anyone in the auditorium? Seeing none, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. Yes.
I wanted to at least provide my rebuttal
Sure.
and my recommendations on the staff report. I can do it after the questions, or I can do it right now.
You can go into it.
Okay. While we're supportive of the staff recommendation, the draft order, clearly the one sticking point is the two driveway versus the one driveway issue and the call for reduction of parking. And that is condition number 3. So we're asking that condition number 3 and all its subparts except D, which is creating what Rogelio had mentioned earlier, that smoother slow-down surface for pedestrian, to be deleted and not part of the order. And the reasons for this, I will tell you that, and I have our traffic consultant, if you want, I have boards and exhibits, it's part of the package, that if we do go to a one-way drive, because the alleyway is about 20 feet wide, it doesn't allow for the turn radius from our Perker Share into the street and coming out for the bigger vehicles, for the trash trucks, for the 30-foot vehicles, even for the vans. I mean, cars could do it, but the other vehicles would not be able to do it. And then our traffic study that we did submit, that the city had asked us to go back and make an analysis of this two-way drive versus a one-way drive. We show that with a one-way drive, because the valet is inside the building, it's not on the public right-of-way, since we're supposed to be inside the building, the valet would come, get the car from the garage, go out the alley, come back in. So effectively what we're doing is, we're so concerned about the pedestrian conflict between cars, by going to a one-way drive, you're actually increasing by 48% the trips crossing over the sidewalk. So you're creating a more difficult situation for pedestrians. We are improving the situation what's there today, because today you have a large strip that's over 20, 21 feet, 22 feet, and up to 24 feet driveway that exists today for that valet lot that's operated for 30 plus years. That's open 24 hours a day. So our project would actually reduce the current conditions. So because it's reducing the current conditions, to go one-way drive would subject us to 48% more trips a day. The fact that our vehicles can't maneuver out because of the narrow driveway, and as you saw in the earlier image, for the Bajwani building, there is no trash room. So the trash bins are there 24/7, taking part of that alley. So cars will have to maneuver through that. We are asking for that condition not to be approved. And I wanted to point one more thing out. we're working with staff to reduce the driveway as much as possible. The land use regulations today require under 130-64, a two-way drive needs to be 22 feet. Anything less than that, I need to apply for a variance, and I don't have a justification to go before the HPB for a variance because it would be self-created or a requested administration. So what we could do is work with the administration on reducing, once you hit the sidewalk and the materiality, and we are working with HPB on the materials, so it would be a safe environment, it would be a substantial improvement what they have today, but for those reasons, we really are requesting that condition number 3 is removed. One more point I wanted to add. There was also a suggestion that we move the driveway closer to the alley. Well, Public Works Manual requires, we started that way actually, in our first meeting with Transportation, under Public Works Manuals and requirements, we have to have a 20-foot separation, so we shifted over. And I think you've seen the images of our Port-Cochere driveway. That is not your typical driveway that you see throughout the city. Usually the driveways are just the ramps in and out, just like you'll see immediately to the north of the Thompson, where the Thompson is. They just have a ramp. You know, we have a pedestrian experience with our Port-Cochere and the artwork and the materiality. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
So let me ask you something. Is there a way to demonstrate on here at a later date? I guess you can't do it today, like sight lines as you come out, and then maybe is there an ability to put some operational controls on the property, like making the car stop a little bit further back from the,
yes.
Things like that? I think that can mitigate. It looks like, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly, but it looks like you have some sight lines that, someone driving in the car will observe the pedestrian, unlike the alley, where, I've lived in Miami Beach for a long time now, and when I rode my bike on the sidewalk, I now ride it in the street because we've become more friendly to bikes riding in the street versus on the sidewalk, but I was scared to death before, and that's when I would have the issue with the alley, because I'd be coming across, and then the car is coming, and it's stopping way out here by the time it sees me. So if we can do some of those kind of operational controls on the property, and then increase the sight lines. I see you got some landscaping and stuff here. Obviously, this is not the final thing, but be sensitive to the sight lines. I think that can go a long way to helping the...
And we agree to do that. I mean, we've been working with the HPB staff on making sure they...
Yeah, I think, Kareem, that's a very good comment, and certainly we can implement it. Yes, that's confirmed.
To that same concept, people walk with their faces buried in their phones, so while the cars might be looking for the people won't be looking for the cars, so maybe you can put some kind of texturized something rather before the driveway, so, and not just a strip, but like a few feet, so that somebody, by definition, will have to step on that and know that something's up.
Absolutely. I think that's a very good suggestion. Absolutely.
I guess my question is for staff in the sense of, given these concerns that we heard, we see your proposals. Given the rebuttal to those, or response to those proposals, do you have other, are you still sticking with your recommendations?
Yeah, we're still sticking with our recommendation. It's a concern we've had since the very beginning of this, when we first saw the plans for the site. As planners, the ground floor is probably the most important thing that we deal with, and that's what activates the city. That's what you see when you're experiencing the city. And we have very serious concerns with a 22-foot driveway adjacent to a 20-foot alley. And so essentially you have 42 feet of driveway in very close proximity. And we think there's better ways to deal with it, where the driveway just becomes a one-way in, and then they can use the alley for cars to go out. Because it's a car elevator, you're not going to have cars appear on the exiting all at once. So we don't think that there's a need for cars to have to go around unless they're waiting for the driver to appear. There should be sufficient space for cars to be able to queue right at the exit of the elevator and leave through the alley without having to go back around.
In terms of the space to make the turn for, bigger cars, do they have, is it?
The alley's 20 feet wide. They should be able to make.
Kobe, are you saying you can't, there's no turning radius to turn into this alleyway if you took down this wall?
That is correct, and I have the traffic engineer here as well, and he's going to pull up the plans. But
What's
Thank
the
you, I'm
plan now?
sorry.
They back out the loading?
So, so FP&L, which is telling me where the vault will be, and it'll be along the alley, and it'll be serviced from the alley. And I can have, as you can see on the pictures, there is garbage dumpsters in the alley on an ongoing basis. And you can see also that when you do the turning radiuses, it does not allow you to do that, right? So what we decided to do is, and that's why the comments by Tanya about the materiality, to have the valet there 24/7 is very important for us. And that's why what Michael also, pulled me back and said, we are looking to do the materials and the changes on materials, which you saw on the site plan, all the way across, right? We want to improve it. This is our front porte cochere. It will be used substantially for pedestrian on a daily basis. It is the front to the park. So from an urban standpoint, I would love to improve the alley, but I don't have the ability or the vehicle to do that there. And that alley, as much as I would like to, has been in disrepair, and this is what you see in the pictures. If I take you, I can show you pictures of people doing more than that there, right? Defecating and urinating on a daily basis. And so what we try to do, and we have the money, we can improve the whole sidewalk with materials. We can improve, we can make the entry on the sidewalk, thinner, right? It can be 14 feet and grow to the 22 feet on the inside. But really, for us, the vehicle use is going to be minimal. The pedestrian use will be more. The tenants that we have will use it when they come in, and that's it. And it will be with valet. Mostly the public will come, like the related building, and will be pedestrian-oriented building.
Let me ask a question to staff. If they were to propose to use the alley, and then you have that scenario there, let's just use their building, you have an FPL vault there. And so now FPL has pretty sizable trucks. The alley's only 20 feet. FPL's not gonna say, well, I'm gonna park on the street to make a convenience issue for everybody else. They're gonna park their truck right there, probably opposite way of the direction of the alley. And so now what happens then if somebody like that who has authority to not authority, but who takes the authority to take over the alley, what happens then?
The alley's 20 feet wide, so our suggestion would be, so they're showing there the loading where the truck comes in through their driveway and then would have to make a U-turn. Our suggestion would be that the loading happen from the alley. So the alley goes all the way through to Collins Avenue. So our idea would be trucks come in from Collins Avenue. Their loading bays, rather than being accessible from the internal of the property, would be accessible from the alley. So the FPL truck would be able to pull into their loading bay and service the vault that way, and then pull back out into the alley and exit onto Washington Avenue.
We have our traffic consultants happy to answer and explain why this narrow alley, and I know that in our surveys, we can't include the trash bins that are there 24/7 that you see in our pictures. Those large dumpsters are there because there's nowhere else to put them for the Bajwani and retail operation. So, but I can introduce Kansas from Plummer Associates.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, I guess, at this point. Rogelio, I do understand your point, even with the loading, but even with the cars, it would be an issue of people coming out. Yes, they can make that turn, but in order to make that turn, you now cannot have those valet queuing in that circle, because yes, the valet might be able to say, hey, I have another valet here, stop. But what about the people when they pick up their cars? So they're trying to make that turn, but people are coming this way in order to leave that alley. So we do have to have it a one way in, one way out, and have them recirculate because of the conflicts. Yes, the valets can handle conflicts between each other, but once that person who owns that vehicle goes to leave, they're creating that conflict. And even the people coming in, when they go to enter the valet queue, they're interfering. So valet can coordinate if it's one way, but the entering and leaving becomes an issue because you have to make those wider turns, because it's basically trying to do a U-turn out of a building.
Right, but I think their point is don't bring the trucks into the building, just
No,
have them
I'm
come
talking
through the
about-
alley.
No, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I'm talking about even normal vehicles, passenger vehicles. You still kind of have to swing wide like you would trying to do a U-turn at a stoplight to make that curve coming into the alley and out. So in order to do that, you can't then have cars circulating in that turnaround area because they're going to interfere. And while valet can handle that, the normal drivers, you can't guarantee that, no, they're going to come unless you have someone sitting there every single day directing traffic, being like, no, you stop, you stop. Oh, I can't have you queue here because this person's leaving. So it becomes an issue.
Wait, but you don't show a diagram of what it looks like when the alley's closed off, because in order for the car to get out the way you want it to, it still has to make like a 3-point turn, and this way, going through the alley, you only have to make like a 2-point turn. It seems like it would be easier
But
to,
with the suggested one is they can come out, you can you can get out of your car here and make your way across. The valet can circulate and then coming out. I'm sorry, what was that?
it's hard for me to understand what you're saying, because, can you point
Okay.
maybe and show us like what you're talking about?
But also to be clear, these are the plans that you don't think work, correct?
Correct.
Right, so this is what they wanted.
But wait, so the way you're envisioning that open space, the valet space, there's going to be that little island in the middle, right, with the...
I think
You
there's
want to show, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Show your
that's-
proposed vehicular plan right next to it.
Can we see
that one. So,
There we go.
so if somebody's coming in and they have to go around that little island anyway,
That's not it.
Not that one.
no,
This one. Show the proposal.
This one right here.
Proposed
the
one.
proposed one.
What you prefer.
I mean, this is the closest we have. Oh, it's over there. That doesn't help.
but, so people would be coming in
No, on front.
So it would be people coming in,
and going around,
the valet, yeah.
so they would
can
come in
drop off-
and
well,
they would come in and take a left and go around the circle, and then they
Right.
could just come out that way.
Well, you can kind of see it. the
So
other
talk
time-
it through, like where do you drop off your car, where does the valet take the car, and where does you
Yes.
drop it off? Okay.
So with this two-way driveway, and I think the older images, you could kind of see where they had the valet stand. You can drop off your vehicle and queue it here. The valet can take it, do their maneuvers in the circle, and then pick up your vehicle here. So yes, the people entering and leaving, they don't have to interfere with the circle of the vehicles coming in and out of the elevator. It's all very much contained to the site versus the other one. We're trying to keep people out of here, but this is now one way. So you have to go out, come back in, and come in. So now you're not only having additional traffic at the alleyway, you're having additional traffic at the driveway too, because now they have to recirculate. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, I don't understand
Maybe I can
recirculating.
explain in simple English. We have a portico share, which is a circle inside the building. The idea is you drop the car goes up the elevator, and when you come back, the car goes back. There's the point of, bring the board. The point of, over here is where our valet. You drop the car here, you pick up the car here. Really simple. You go out of here. The proposal from the city, what they were proposing is that you come out of here, maybe give me a board, which basically doubles the traffic. Actually not only double the traffic, double the interruption to the pedestrian. So the city is proposing come from here. So I drop the car here. It goes somehow up. When I want to pick up the car, because I can't go back out of here, I have to have the valet take it back, go back on Washington Avenue, go back into the building, and then I have to drive back again.
They want the drop off at the actual property line?
No. They want me to drop here. It's the same.
Right,
The valet
but that's
spot.
going to create a tremendous amount of queuing onto Washington.
Of course it will.
But if that's your concern, couldn't you put one of those rotators that rotates the car so they don't have to, like you
That's
drive it
queuing.
onto the platform and it just rotates the car?
The rotation is not the issue. The issue is if it's a one-way or if it's two-way. If it's a one-way, when you come in, you always have to come out to do a second round.
Well, right, you're saying that's for valet though, because the valet is, if they bring in their car, valet then needs to take the car back out and bring it back in, and that's what's doubling the traffic.
But even if the car came back, you can't have two cars on a one-way street.
The issue is
They
the
can-
double lane, right?
Correct.
Whether it's
Correct.
22 feet or 11 feet.
Correct, because
the
you
aisle.
can't, if, it doesn't matter who brings the car, how it gets there, you can't come out if it's a one way in, one way out, it has to come around, because you can't go
Right, but
back.
you're saying the only reason it has to come out and then back in is to.
Because it's a one-way.
Because they want to have their operational in their building. They don't want you picking it up in the alley.
Well-
You're picking the car up in the.
And the turnaround with the art piece at the end, as a traffic consultant said, that needs to stay clear, so all the circulation as cars come and go, it doesn't back it up. And that's why we have the queuing that, in our traffic analysis, that was actually the peer review supported, because the peer review analyzed our two-way drive, and they did not recommend anything else other than leaving it the way it was. They had some safety recommendations, which we've talked about, which we support, but they didn't talk about a two-way. And
But
I think,
but at the end of the day, isn't the crux of the issue that all the operations are taking place on the site versus
Correct.
using the alley?
Exactly.
You take away the utilization of the alley, that causes or forces your hand to have the double.
But we can't really utilize the alley.
Is that not right? That's the crux of the issue. So if you were going to have the operational pickup in the alley, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. And I think that goes to the comments that Mr. Carp made about the condition of the alley. And really, I empathize with you because I wouldn't want to have my patrons having to be operationally guided outside of my property to make the offerings that you're making. So that's the thing for me. I don't know, Nick, as an architect, if you have, a different perspective on it, but.
Just want to say one thing. Peter Marino doesn't know how to design driveways. He's never designed the driveway. He designs the entrances to Chanel and Dior and Vuitton. He believes that the ground floor experience is the most important thing. So when we had to design a driveway, he ended up designing it with quartzite, with material. We have all the materials here, with custom terrazzo materials that you would see everywhere else.
Yeah, but Michael, the design, the look, that's irrelevant. It's
Yeah, we're
really
just talking
just
about function.
It's
Yeah.
the function of it. Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the function.
I appreciate
I
it.
guess just one last question that I have for staff. Assuming that, the pedestrian experience is factored in, considered, and all the safety provisions are there, and hopefully the gentleman who had a, public comment earlier, his concerns will hopefully be, ameliorated by these pedestrian enhancements. What is the just overarching city concern with their two-way drop-off?
The two-way drop-off is just going to create a long set of driveway, and it's been shown that creates more conflict points and more potential for pedestrians to get injured. Our position is that the pickup can happen immediately after the elevator. Because it's an elevator and not a speed ramp, cars are not going to be coming down immediately one after another the way you would where you have a driveway situation, and that there's sufficient room within that loading area for cars, for a couple, 2 or 3 cars to stop there for the owner to get the car and go out through the alley, and they won't need to go out and then back into their driveway to provide that access.
So why does the valet pickup have to occur where you have it shown versus what he just said?
Part of that is, as I mentioned earlier, it's in order to swing those cars, even if you take out the loading and have the loading in the alley, in order to swing them to make that turn, they kind of come into the circular. So now you can't have them queuing in the circular area. Even if they come down the garage, and yes, it can cause it slower than a speed ramp, you still now have the issue of, well, now that's going to take longer if you have to stop the cars here to wait to go around instead of having them queue as if it was internal. Now we're creating a potential issue with the queue backing onto the street.
How about, so seems to me like the biggest issue is pedestrian safety, and when you have those two, opposite lanes right there, it creates a conflict point. One of the biggest issues with that is that you have cars leaving the building and zooming out and not stopping. But there's ways, in my thinking, obviously like a gate is ugly and you don't want that, but there's something like retractable bollards that can go up after every single car I mean,
Speed bumps, yeah.
Speed bumps
and you can
are tricky
texturize it.
because you have a big truck that like, you know, flies through that with, you know, my car would destroy, another car wouldn't.
Yeah.
But you can do with the modern day and certainly the money that we've got on this project, you can do some sort of retractable bollard so that after every car, they have to stop and other sorts of flashing lights. It can be done. I just, you know, I'm concerned with moving forward with just figuring it out. I think there needs to be some sort of.
Would an arm work, or like an arm that the
Yeah, I
valet
mean, I
could
imagine
press?
you wouldn't want to do an arm because the beauty of this building truly is in that driveway. I get it.
They can make it sleek and.
I
Yeah,
think
they can make an arm that's sleek, you know?
I think that the suggestion for a bollard is more attractive than an arm, because
Okay.
also
Yeah.
with an arm, then you're preventing pedestrian from walking in at night, like I said, to see the sculpture inside. With the bollards, you actually can walk through them. So that's, if we did something like that, which
listen,
we'd agree to do,
if you love-
it's more attractive.
You want everybody to see art, then one way to make sure everybody sees it who's leaving your property is put a big piece of art in front of you, then move it, you know. So,
Dress the bollards up.
Yeah, dress the bollards up, have an artist.
I mean, I can assure you that the bollards are going to be attractive
I'm
bollards.
sure.
I think you see our commitment to design here.
And I've, you know, in, all over Europe, you see these inner cities that grew up as walking cities, have narrow little streets that are closed off to most car traffic, and they have permits so that you can bring your car in, and for those who have the permit, the bollard goes down, and
Yeah.
it disappears.
Yeah, listen, the speed bumps, the problem with that is that people actually, you have to actually put your foot on the pedal a little bit to get over those when you're coasting. And so then when you put your foot on the pedal to kind of get over it, your car jumps a little bit and there's
No, I'm
pedestrians there.
100%
So
for the
That's
bollard.
fair.
I think there's ways of doing it, but so other than the pedestrian concern, what was the other one?
Activating the street frontage. So this is a very active frontage. We have this new hotel that has retail and restaurants along the frontage. The Batwani building has a lot of retail and restaurants along the frontage, and so a suburban area with just driveways would be out of context for this particular frontage.
But considering that there's not going to be ground floor retail fronting Washington, I mean, wouldn't a commitment from the developer to install art kind of service that need?
It would be better than nothing, but
I mean,
ideally,
I don't think
ideally
having
there
the
would
drop
be-
off closer to Washington helps you. If anything, it probably hurts you.
Yeah, the other thing is like when the cars, based on the other proposal of having the cars leaving through the alleyway, the alleyway is very close to that entrance, and so I think it's kind of, I get it if you're having the cars leaving on another side of the building, but you're still coming back out there, and I think there's ways of doing it. You know, they've done it in Brickell City Center where it's going in and out, and it's still maintained, and there's a lot of cars going in and out, and you still have pedestrians going. They did it there with the stoplights, you know, they put, you know,
Yeah, with the
red light, and
voice.
green light. I don't know if you'll do that, we're not doing that there, but I think there's ways of doing that. So I don't know how I would make a motion, but I want to, you know, we need to put something specific.
He seems to be receptive of the bollards.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I know.
Are you receptive of the
Yes.
bollard idea?
And I want to propose the language. I was going to propose a condition.
Well,
that I
we
think-
can propose the
Yeah,
language. You
let's
don't
try
have to
and
worry
make a
about
motion.
that.
He wants to do your work.
I'd like to
No,
make
we're going to propose the language for you. You just take it.
Can
I
I
have
ask
one
a
more,
question, guys?
not suggestion, but Rogelio, do you remember the apartment hotel on West Ave? It's 1212 West Ave, where Joe and the Juice is. And they figured it out. They have a really narrow driveway, and then it exits in the alley really close to the street. Like, you
They
said.
have valet operation and everything too?
Yeah, like, you guys want, Rogelio recommended the alley come out this way, way in the back, but it's like close to the road, it's like a sharp, you don't remember? It's
That's
like-
where our FPL vote is.
It is a small, it's the FPL.
That's where your
That's where
FPL is?
FPL, you know.
Oh, really, in the
And
front?
if the FPL is forcing us, it's not where we wanted to put it, they're actually forcing us to put it there, and if you can convince FPL,
Yeah, that
be
ruins
my
my
guest.
idea, okay, forget it.
Sorry, everyone,
We have a-
I'm
we
a
have
little
a-
unclear. Hang on one second.
Yes, sir.
There's no FPL vault in the plan.
We have an updated, it was a part of our presentation, because from the time we submitted to the
So
time
this
we
is
got
now,
to.
this is now here.
And the trash.
And is this this the FPL vault?
No, it's
Further back? So there is a little space there
We
that's
could
the
put-
valet
We're
stand.
happy to commit to putting art in the front. We're happy to commit to doing the bollards.
I mean, I'll just say, I mean, I think, you know, I totally, you know, understand the safety concern and.
Here is the
Go on safety concerns.
updated. We have the required loading zone spaces that are required, and then we had to shift them back a bit.
So you
And
really only have like 8 feet.
Yeah, that's.
the FPNO vault and the
Office. It's not like you could put.
So to be specific, because we had discussions also with Debbie and staff, we have outside terrace, we have glass lobby, we have here a plaza, here we have a glass valet, here we have FPNL, here we have trash holding and bicycle. So what we're doing is we're taking now the FPNL services on the alley and the trash holding on the alley, and if we do, which I think is a good suggestion, on the way out is where the bollard will be recessed in the ground, stainless steel, and it'll come out and it'll stop the traffic, and then you can go on out. So this really, I think, meets the criteria and the intent that we had.
I think,
Some kind of art fronting Washington?
Yes, yeah, the idea is, yes, to be correct, is that we have, and it says so, this is the art viewing
work on some
plaza.
language?
That's the Washington
Yes, sir.
activation that the city is looking for.
Correct, exactly correct. Kind of what
And that
you
bollard
were
would be
mentioning related, right? You come in, you get dropped off, and you
Be
have
operated
statues.
by the valet
Correct.
person right there. I mean,
Yes.
look, I have to say, because I like how the coffee shop is set back.
Yes.
And it creates this covered area and a kind of front porch area like you were alluding to. I think it could work. I mean, I totally understand the concerns. One way or another, we're stuck with 12 feet.
Yes.
Or 11 feet or whatever it is. And I think with the additional security measures, you know.
yeah,
I'm
the alley
hoping that's
doesn't work.
acceptable.
FPL's gonna put the vault
and we
there.
really went
Trucks
the
there.
extra effort
This doesn't work.
to provide you driveways that you typically see throughout the city, and we took some pictures, just to give you an idea. They're all range, you know, some 22, 25, 30-something feet. I mean, when you add this, we only took the entrance and exit, there was a loading zone, and then there's another zone here that's all one after the other.
But that has no program in it. Is
Yeah,
what
I
I-
mean, it goes back to what I said, that Peter Marino does not design driveways. That's a driveway. We have a portico share, and like I said, we're happy to, the art part of it would make everybody on our side very happy.
Okay,
So just
Fredo.
for my own education, FPL services their vault how often? Like, what are they doing to it?
Whenever they want. Whenever they want, yeah.
They could
So,
be adding a
hopefully-
transformers.
Hopefully they come once
Just this
every
3
6 months,
highlighted?
but obviously during emergency and hurricanes, they have the right to come at their convenience, yes.
And from,
And the issue I have is that they may park in the alley not just to service this transformer vault, because if you've ever seen FPL on the beach, they park in the alley. My concern is just, they're offering a product, a level of product to the marketplace, and then, so now you're gonna potentially have a blockage in the alley, then you're gonna try to kick traffic off the alley, and then service the drop-off and pickup in the alley. I just, I don't think that that's.
and
the
just tangentially related, but it is related. For, the alley is city property, is that right? So who is responsible for thinking differently about where the Bajrani building can put their trash receptacles, or why it's always smelly and dirty, and why people are pooping and doing all kinds of other things? Like, how do we fix that? I mean, is there a way?
Visual that was.
Wait, can I answer that? I'm an expert on trash
Bollards.
bins.
Wait, is there a way, no, seriously, is there a way to, and not for you guys, but for the planning department to start an initiative to improve the usability of the alleys so that they are functional but not disgusting and off-putting? Because I would imagine that if that alley were, had lovely pavers and good lighting and some greenscaping, finding new places for the trash barrels would be, or whatever, would be something, like, you could consider it without it being a complete non-starter, because you're spending a ton of money to build a beautiful building, you're going to charge a ton of money for rents, and you don't want those people coming in, leaving this urban utopian workspace, right, that you've created, to come back into the hard reality of a shithole alley, pardon my French, but that's what it is. So, we're trying to, as a city, improve all of it, to where people work and where they live and where they visit. And I think that's got to be a part of it. You can't like create these amazing places where people have fire-breathing dragons for, you know, entertaining them at dinner and then have them walk to get their car in a, you know, a really revolting alley. So,
I don't want to pick up my car at the alley at 2 o'clock in the morning if I'm working late, so.
yeah.
I really empathize. And,
I'll second that.
So
I don't know what the mechanism is for that, and I know it's, you know, it's certainly not you guys. I don't even know if
another
if you're
topic.
able
Can
to
we-
initiate that.
We're
Yeah,
constantly
can we-
advocating for improving alleys. That's why you see on Lincoln Lane, all of the new buildings, they all have frontages.
You ready, Jonathan?
Along Lincoln Lane, the
All
H&M
on you,
store
buddy.
has Forever 21 store has a frontage
Pressure's
facing
on.
Lincoln Lane North.
Why we pay you the big bucks.
And several other stores have. We encouraged the Betsy Ross Hotel to activate
They
their
get it.
alley, and they've
Yeah,
done a
that's
great
what
job.
we
They've
said.
made improvements to that.
But it has to be case by case.
don't
So
want
it's-
that too.
Right
You
now,
don't
it's
want
case
that.
by
You don't want
case.
it too good.
There's no master plan to do that, but that would be a great.
All right, Jonathan's gonna work on guys, Jonathan's gonna work on a motion.
So
Good thing our city isn't focused on.
We have a motion.
That's a
we
freedom.
were talking about, so it's section number 3, oh no, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, so
My
number-
recommend was
the-
deleting 3 except item D, number D, because that was the improvement I think many of you mentioned.
Right. Okay, and so Rogelio, removing the A, which talks about the parking
They're
spaces,
helpful, but I hate throwing them away.
that's, okay, I mean, obviously it's our decision, but,
Go ahead.
okay, so removing section 3 except for D, so keeping D, the revised driveway shall utilize a mountable curb with applicable signage to maximize pedestrian safety in a manner to be approved by staff. Then in the memo from the Transportation Department, number 3, the applicant should provide driveway design modifications to the Washington Avenue ingress-egress driveway connection that ensures that there are low travel speeds in and out of this site access driveway due to the high levels of pedestrian activity at the Washington Avenue building frontage. Take out the next sentence, and then something like retractable bollards or other devices that stop each exiting vehicle prior to the pedestrian walkway shall be implemented, to be approved by staff.
It's
No, go
perfect. Can we make it 1 bollard? Because we don't want to, 1 bollard would keep traffic from
Well,
coming
staff's
out.
going to dictate that.
Okay,
That's what his
Yeah.
memo said.
We shouldn't read in too deeply into the plurality of bollards.
He's a lawyer, he gets paid to do that.
The applicant shall provide maneuverability exhibits that depict the required vehicle turning movement for ingress and egress and loading for the various design vehicles. You're okay with that?
Yes, we
And the
support.
driveway design modifications should be submitted, reviewed, and approved by the City of Miami Beach Transportation Mobility Department prior to issuance of the permit.
Yes.
Anything else? There were 2 other conditions of approval not highlighted that talk about, that were supplemental traffic memos. I don't know if we want to do that. Anybody?
I don't.
I think we're okay. All right. With those, I would move to
Second.
approve.
Second.
All right, we have a second.
Do we have did somebody second it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, they're just catching up. Okay.
Okay, motion by Mr. Frieden. The motion includes these 5 conditions in the transportation memo, with the exception of the portion of the one-way drive, and it will replace it with bollards or other method to limit the speed of
Wait, what
of,
5
exiting
conditions?
vehicles. Okay.
Well, so,
Uh,
I guess,
No.
the first 2, I asked everybody, so the first one is that I didn't include, but I want to talk about it. The applicant shall coordinate with Transportation and Mobility Department to develop an acceptable transportation demand management implementation plan per standard City of Miami Beach TDM strategies prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Is that, the question is, Rogelio, is that necessary?
I believe it is. We have the Transportation Department has their consultant online. if
And
if
we're
you don't mind
fine.
to ask them.
Yeah, I don't think it mattered. I think they were fine with it. Let's just include one
Just to
and
be
2.
clear, we're talking about the memo from September 2nd, 2022 with 3 conditions, so I got confused with the 5.
Well, I have,
5. the one
it
that
has
they handed
5,
out.
but then
Copy of
3 of
this.
them are highlighted. That's for me. Here.
It's two that.
I'm working off of that.
They just handed that out today.
Oh, okay.
So those first two, take a look at those. Are you okay with those?
September 16th. Okay. Hold on. So this is the one we agreed. We've done that. We've done 1 and 2 already and provided it, but to get us to the end, if you want to include 1, 2, 3, as you had discussed.
Okay, so let's do that. If they're okay with that, so Rogelio, keep going.
Okay, so we're including condition 1, 2, and 3? With the modification,
It's all fine.
All 5.
That's fine.
With the modification on number 3 as discussed, removing the last sentence of number 3 and then adding the portion about retractable bollards or other devices that stop each exiting car before pedestrian walkways. Not talking, like, not speed bumps, but like an actual, like, yeah.
Yep.
Seconded.
Brass.
second by Mr. Cement.
Yep.
Roll call, Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Mr. Sturm?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jalki?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then I
Thank
think Tanya has a question for,
The staff, and actually it's convenient that you guys became the last applicant because it concerns your office building project on Lincoln, on Alton, the old Epicure site. So it's not, this isn't like a,
does it need to be a part of the meeting?
no, but I just want to have a conversation because no one's going to vote on it, it's done. But I have a question about how something happened.
So Nick, can I close out the meeting and she can just have a direct conversation with staff and the, because it doesn't need to be broadcast, right?
No, it definitely
This is
doesn't need to be
something for
broadcast.
clarification that you need?
No, it doesn't need to be broadcast, but I would like the other board members to hear. I know you need to go. We don't have to, but we can close the meeting.
Okay, so with that, we're going
Just
to
5 minutes.
adjourn the planning board meeting for today.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
It needs to be.
Thank you, ladies.
If there's more members here, it needs to be in the sunshine, so we need to kind of have the meeting open.
The problem is, I think 3 or 4 of us have to go.
That's fine, that's fine, I think.
I wanted her to be able to have the conversation with you all. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine. I just want to understand how something happened and how we can prevent it from happening again. So whatever you guys.
Why don't you just?
I think first of all, the board, this meeting was publicly noticed. So I think if there's a discussion item that's going to go beyond the video broadcast, I think that's fine. The meeting was publicly noticed and the public has a right to be here. So I think the Sunshine Law is complied with.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just really quick. So I like the office building you're proposing on the old Epicure site. I would love it if you also had Epicure there as well, but no, I'm kidding. Yeah. So it's not an issue of that. It's not an issue of that. It's an issue of, my understanding was when we voted on yay or nay on that project,